I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Peace, 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 peace. Poor city coming right. Black and child with this African history, culture, and greatness. I really hope all you guys are doing all right out here. What's happening? Yo, we are on volume 5. Volume 5. That's right. A pseudo massacre. The pseudo massacre continues, family. I like to welcome each and every one of you guys back. I got the fellas right now in the green room. We got Mo Fax. We got Mr. Robinson. The fucking pseudo assassins are in the building, family. So thank you guys for making it back. I appreciate it. It's been a long week, yo. On the TikTok streets out here, you know, these groups are breaking up. There's shit going on. The bodies have been picked up and put to the side, and more bodies have been put down and picked up and put to the side. There's a lot of shit going on, and we gonna keep it moving. I think what's going on with us over here with the information that you see is working. It is working. Shout out to you, Patrice, in the comments. I see you. So without no further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get these brothers on out of the green room. They've been waiting in the back. I ain't going to keep them waiting no longer. We're going to bring Mr. Robinson and Mr. Mofax back to the panel. What's up, fellas? What's going on, man?
What's going on?
Peace.
It's Mr. Robinson. My pawpaw says no.
Peace.
Since they said their grandma says the Indians, well, my pawpaw says no.
Pawpaw says no.
Mine said the same thing. Welcome back, y'all. Are y'all prepped? Y'all prepared for this?
Yeah, man.
Y'all been waiting?
We
Have
just
y'all been seeing what's going on?
It's
Whole
dangerous
bunch
out
of
here.
nothing and mumbling and shucking and jiving.
Yo, if y'all been paying attention, y'all should know it's crazy out here. They losing their African minds left and right.
Yeah, big time.
God. Big time, yo. Big time. Anybody see that live? Anybody got footage from that live last night?
Which one?
The one that they was having a nervous breakdown on.
Yeah, you know I do.
Okay.
You know I do.
They were melting down in front of everybody, man.
I don't know if they got it together at the end, but I know
I
that
don't think so.
they was going crazy. But then they kicked me out of one. First they spotted me. They was like, "Oh, he got to go." And then my next one, I didn't say anything. They kicked me out. And then my other one, I was chilling.
They saw you coming, man. Hey, shout out. There's a special celebratory celebrations for Rob. He got 1,000 followers on TikTok now, everybody.
Word.
1,000 followers.
He squeezed off for the first time today.
Yes.
It's working.
My toe was wet a little bit.
He's in the groove. He's in
there. So shout out to you, Rob. He can get in on these conversations on TikTok now, as well as the YouTube. Everybody have a good week, man. It's been a long week, yo.
Oh yeah, man.
That's what's
nice and smooth. Yeah, it did. Hey, ever since we started, this time been like going slow leading up to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can't wait to these lives, man. I feel good when we in here, we get a chance to teach the audience some new shit, man, especially if y'all haven't heard it and can go over the information, man, in a good hearty way. Real. So welcome to everybody. Go ahead and hit that like button. We got 5 people in here right now. Go ahead and like that. Go ahead and hit that like button. I appreciate it if y'all do. It helps the algorithm get everybody that's like-minded like y'all to watch this stuff that we got out here. I'm chilling right now, man. Rob, I know you got a little time on your hands. I didn't know if you wanted to share some of your information on what you had pertaining to I guess tail ending from the last time that we spoke on the live and stuff too.
Oh yeah, I got it. What, you want me to go ahead and start it now, or
I mean, it don't gotta be now. We just talked about it. Yeah, it can be whenever. I mean, you can go first and all, but just to bring the family up on what we're doing. Okay, and catching them up and shit.
Yeah, so pretty much what I'm doing now, I'm trying to catalog all these claims and kind of put different information to the claims. I've noticed, like I said last time, and I want everybody just to keep this in mind, because every time I get on here, I just want to always, mention it. There's only 2 main ways. Well, actually, after speaking with them, speaking with the rest of the guys, there's 3 main ways that all these claims work. The first one is going to be the Columbus claim on what he actually saw, which I covered last time, where he, they were the color of the canaries, and actually looking at the primary sources. The second one is going to be the Atlantic's, the slave trade. In order for any of these theories or the reverse slave trade to even work, is they have to discredit it. That I am going to cover a little bit today, but they have to discredit it and have to say something along the lines of, yeah, the numbers aren't correct. Whenever you press them on the numbers, they never looked at it. They never did any research on it. They didn't do anything of the sort. They're going off someone else's narrative, and then with the hope that they looked into it. But like I said, I'm going to cover up what the new strain is that they have out now. And the third thing is going to be about slavery itself. Those 2 instances, especially dealing with the slave trade as well as slavery, answers every question that they have. Where were the people at? Who was here? Who went where? Those 2 directly answers it. Every source that they put up, they'll give you 1 page, but then the rest of the page actually reference those trades. So that's what makes it, weird. So what you always got to do is look at their sources. I'm also going to cover how they shorten the sources or they cut them off, and with the illusion that it's the correct information. And that's sort of, the things that I'm trying to bring awareness to is, yes, sources are good, but people are hiding these sources and trying to spin a narrative when you don't know or any wiser of the fact.
Facts, Batman. Yeah, that sounds like some healthy material, man. A lot of people, like we talked about in the green room, they don't understand that when it came to the transatlantic enslavement, there was different European nations that was involved in all of this. You had Portuguese, Spain, French, Dutch. There's a handful of different European nations that occupied those international waters and occupied different parts of the Americas at different parts of time and history. And if you don't have a full understanding of that detail, you get spun some nonsense. And like Rob said, that's where you have it with these people is they don't really read or go back into history long enough to understand that this shit's been going on way before the 1600s, 1500s. I mean, African enslavement, as far as European concerned, started in 1441. No one looks there. No one looks at Prince Henry. That's an important story. But you have people saying, well, I'm not African and I don't believe in the transatlantic slave story. So you just gonna miss this whole episode of details that's involving your history, but you turn your back on it. It's just weird. And then we get on the line. I'm gonna let you talk to Mo about with Islam, because we will go there. We have not gone there yet. We've been banging on Christianity, we've been banging on ABOs, but we will go towards Islam and what that did to Africa and how that religion, in the name of conquer and plunder and all of that stuff and conquest, to try to take over the African continent. And I don't give a damn what you say about the book. It happened. So I think Mo's gonna address a little bit of that.
I'm gonna segue into it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be about slavery, but it just shows the that you're not dealing with somebody or a people that somebody just randomly ran upon in the 1500s or 1600s, wherever they want to place it at. Like they didn't just meet these people for the first time. These people have been being conditioned for hundreds of years before. So some of them went and tried to try out new people and stuff like that. It was a mission they were trying, and they was like, look, that ain't gonna work, because everybody's trying to take possession. These are my slaves. This is where I pick up my people. You go find somebody else. They were fighting over us. You know what I'm saying? Christians were involved in the slave trade. Catholics were involved in it. The Islam was involved in it hundreds of years later, but we were already being conditioned. They were just fighting over us, and then somebody won, and then they like, okay, well, shit, if they making profit off of it, I already made what I need to make. Let me tell them to shut this shit down. Everybody shut this slave shit down. You get what I'm saying? And meanwhile, the people who were, well, I showed that earlier. Last week, that the people who were chasing them down, trying to get them to stop doing the slave trade and locking them up, apprehending people, decommissioning everything, they had slaves themselves. So it wasn't really about that. It was literally people were fighting over us, and I'm
fighting over the control.
Right. And I'm gonna show the other side of that, so that people don't, if you start off with just this European walks up and snatch me and tosses me on the boat, in your mind, that doesn't make any sense. Just like Rob was saying, if you start at 1619, the whole thing is not going to make any sense. So you got to go back and understand these people that you're dealing with. They're already done. They're fed up. They're like, look, what do you need me to do? The Mali's already been attacked. So they look, oh, Mansa Musa's a traitor. But look at the people who came before him. They've been dealing with these people. They tried what they could do. Some people kept fighting to the death. Some people said, well, maybe I'm going to do what they want me to do and try to figure out a way out later. And then some people are just traitors. But we got to tell each part of that story. We can't just make it look like our people were cowards. And a big part of this is that it was children. I don't know why we got to keep saying this, but this is how it would work in anybody's house who's the man of the house, who's willing to put their life on the line. When you done and you take that bullet, you bought them some time, and that's it. Whatever they do is what they do. But those are kids. You see what I'm saying? You're going to do what the fuck you need to do. But those are kids. They're going to be easier to deal with. They're going to be like, nah, they don't want to see what just happened to their parents. They're going to submit. You see what I'm saying? And then we also showed with Equiano that they were actually targeting kids from the jump without even fighting anybody. They didn't even want to some of them didn't want to fight at all when they pulled up. They just wanted to grab the kids and hurry up and get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, we're gonna cover all of that. This is gonna be like this is the beginning of a long drawn out joint, because there's a lot of details involved in it. So I'm glad we were able to talk a little bit about that. Like Mo said, you can't just look at enslavement of the African just beginning with the European, because it leaves out a whole historical event that we leave out. It's taboo. Like we was on the live the other day, man, and you know, we were defending indigenous Africans like we normally do. And then, you know, talking about how, you know, Arab conquest came into Africa, and then they get on there talking all nice and shit. Well, you know, the book doesn't really say all these little nice little kitty voices. I'm like, no, that shit came in and fucked our people up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what y'all need to, all state religions did it. You know what I mean? And I'll be damned if I'm gonna let y'all be all nice buddy on the live and be like acting like we don't know what we talking about, and we tell you, look, there's trauma to the history. The Bantus were kidnapped and taken into fucking Iraq. That shit happened. Like, they tripping. So it's gonna go. We're gonna go over that. I'm excited to hear what Rob got to say about that. I might add a little bit to it too, and stuff. So we hitting all parts of it, man. This ain't just the West Africa thing. This is a West, South, East, North Africa thing. Like the way Africa got what do you call it, conquered and stuff. That story goes beyond the white man, is what Rob was trying to convey to you guys. So I hope you guys hit these likes up and get ready, sit down, get your little roll up. We'll get started. Like, y'all let me know when y'all ready.
And just to add to that real quick before you go, Rob, Africa is still being conquered.
Yes.
So that's why this is very important. They didn't even complete it. It ain't like, oh, they did this to these people a long time ago and now we're all over here. This is still happening. So if we erase this, then nothing is going on over there. It's just some people who left their homeland over here and then left and went to somebody else's land, right? The whole story looks stupid. So we can't let them spin the narrative the wrong way when this place is still being attacked right now.
And you can hear the cries in their voices when they on the lives, because this shit happened. Like, you got people that might be native to that area and be like, look, man, this shit still goes on. It's still happening. You know, but yeah, that part. We gonna really rake this shit up and get into it and deep dive. So all you guys, hit these like buttons, share these videos, let everybody know what we doing in here. We appreciate all of y'all support. Y'all follow Rob and Mo and Suitin too. Follow all of us. We appreciate all y'all support too. Let me know, man, when you ready, man. Take your time. It ain't no rush. We chilling.
Okay. Also, let me just piggyback off of what y'all said, and I just want to just bring this to light too. So this argument about you know, slavery, because I really, for a long time, I didn't really like talking about slavery because it's one of the subjects that it's not really going to go anywhere, because you have so many different people in America that will always bring up a counter argument, even though it doesn't make sense. They'll say that, oh, my ancestors in, you know, Ireland or in this other country it happened to. So over time, after doing a lot of debates and arguments with actual nationalists or people that subscribe to that, what I realized is I always call these people time skippers, which I'm starting to see on this side as well, is there's a certain specific time frame that they totally skip over. I'm not sure if it's like a trauma response or anything like that, but I noticed that whenever I ask about, or I'll say like, okay, let's not talk about slavery. Let's talk about the after effects after slavery, starting in, you know, 1867 and 1959. What happened during that time frame? They don't know. And that's what actually is pushed through the school, is they always skip over that, or they slightly gloss over that time period. And it's the same thing with this. When you go to when you start talking about the slave trade or the slavery itself. So with slavery, you got to notice that this is a pretty nationalist argument, especially when it's dealing with, you know, Africans enslaved other Africans. Well, they're starting off at the same point. Their known history, so like the 1600s and above. But, you know, when we go over and talk about stuff before that, you'll notice that there was a lot of fighting that was going on, and you got to actually put it in perspective. So if you had your own house and somebody was constantly attacking you, you're going to protect your own house first. And that's what happens with these tribes, because they weren't all the same. So they were protecting their own tribe. And then anybody that they had disagreements, those are the ones that they would say, you know what, I don't really care about them. But then it gets to a certain point in history where there's nothing anybody can do, because, you know, either the Dutch came in or the Portuguese came in or any other countries that came in, they couldn't fight them back. So they were just trying to protect their own. So then when you actually look at it in history, of course you're going to say, oh, they were enslaving their own. But they don't take the time to look at what happened before that. I mean, I don't know any society in history that wouldn't do the same or anything similar to that effect. And that's what, what kind of concerns me about this whole thing is, unless we get back to the beginning and actually separate things and put things where they're supposed to be, it's going to fail, because we're starting off at they're starting off at the wrong points, and it's confusing everyone, even people outside of the US, which I can guarantee you that, it's pretty localized here, but they're looking at us in a different lens because this is actually world history and it's not just American history.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part about these social media apps, man. Like when if it like before social media and the internet, right? You can have one person, right, in your neighborhood that's crazy, but it was contained within the neighborhood, and everybody understood that he was crazy, and he didn't have any platforms to share the craziness on. Now it's different, right? We got a whole mass media, like you can, like on one phone you can have one crazy person in town, and now there's amplified over the world, because like-minded crazy people that might be crazy enough to subscribing to him, now you got a group of crazy people. It's not just one in the neighborhood, it's a nation of these people, because they found each other now. Oh, I found y'all, we family now.
Where have you been?
And they they don't read the history. I ain't trying to be funny. It's just you can't be making these crazy ass statements if you haven't read anything about history. I would never do that.
Never.
Yeah, and imagine just like what he just said. Imagine what would happen if somebody in like 500-600 years, even 1,000, and they go, what? So they were just gunning black men down, and y'all were just marching, and y'all were just talking. The same thing is kind of happening. Like people are just concerned about themselves. Well, I got to protect my family. I got to, get out here and say something because they want it to stop. They're not going to do anything like directly as on offense. They're not going to physically do the same thing to somebody and match it like, wait, hey, fight back. So it is technical when it comes to that tribalism thing. Like when you separate it, you got a bunch of different identities, you got a different religion, you're part of a different tribe, you're already disconnected from Africa. You can kind of see what the hell happened to the people over there. It's really the same thing happening, just like in a more advanced environment or advanced civilization. That's all that's happening. So people are really looking out for themselves, and they're trying to unify at the same time, but they're so divided and they got their own agendas, they can't really come together. So it's like history repeating itself just in the futures. But yeah, it's really important that we do this. And for the the craziness that he was Port was talking about, they do have a platform now, and that's exactly why everybody has to get involved. I'm not trying to make y'all create content, but like I said, y'all can just screen record little clips, and you got to try to flush it out there, because their people are really supporting them on all ends. Whether it's donations, they're sharing their shit, they're going to different lives, they'll jump in there and don't even know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know. They're just like, well, strap the bomb and just jump out. Like, I don't even know where I'm going or why I'm doing this. I'm just doing it. So we got to counter that, not just what we're doing. Y'all supporting us, I do, but I'm saying take it a step further. Just record something, post up a book, share the books you got, anything to keep, because they're destroying the algorithm. Everywhere you turn, they pop up. Hey, I'm Indian. Everybody's a fucking Indian now. Everybody. It's on Facebook, Instagram, everywhere.
And we all know that's not true. I mean, let's be for real. All of us, lottie-dottie, everybody, we all Indians now. That's not true.
Like I said, my papa said no.
My papa said hell no. And that's what we do. Yeah. So please, whatever you guys do, if you see these videos, if you see these TikToks, Rob does an excellent job at breaking down these jive turkeys right now. Share his shit, share my shit, share Mo's shit. Like all of these videos that you see, go through them, search them out, post them joints. It ain't for clout or nothing like that. It's just for a counterbalance of the information. That's what Mo's trying to say. We need to counterbalance this misinformation, and a lot of people don't got the resources, right, to find the books and stuff. So we're looking at the books, we're researching, we're going to try to get this information out to you guys as quick and as soon as possible. I know it feel like sometimes we're all over the place, but we have to kind of nip all of this shit in the bud. I look at it like a big Exxon Mobil gas spill, and we're cleaning up a big mess. It takes time to clean up a mess that big, a oil spill that's been leaking this long with bad information. This is bad information that has been leaked out, and we have to contain it. And we are the custodians of this history and stuff like that. And it's weird, man. You can you can tell, like, you can look at the books that we put out and the information and read it and like check our sources, right? And then look at this shit and then listen to one of them jokers. You like something wrong with them, because there's no way. So it's a cult. It must be eradicated. They've lost their African minds. They don't like hearing me say that shit. Well, I mean, I can say that because you got 3/4 African DNA. I can say that. I can say that with confidence. You lost your African mind. A lot of them have. And they're willing to do anything now to make you lose your African mind. See, that's the game. This is a long-term game, and our kids are going to get affected by it and everything if we're not careful. So that's why this is important. This ain't no just, this is real to all of us. It's our future. We are the custodians of this stuff.
Yeah, and to the people who just, hey, my deepest apologies for the people who are like, you mixed. I see that that's popping up a lot now, and they trying to exploit y'all. We can't deal with that right now, because this is not what these people are on. They're not trying to talk about, yeah, we mixed together and I got both my family. They're not on that. They're on, hey, it's me, you're fake, you came from somewhere else, and this whole thing is a setup to steal my identity. So we just can't have that conversation right now. It's just not priority. So it's not like we're trying to ignore it. It's just that the slave trade and the African DNA and African culture and everything like that, we got to protect that first. And then, we'll get to it whenever we get to it. But right now, these people are tripping.
Yeah, they tripping. We got to get to, we got to skate to one song for a hot minute. And that's a big deal too, that part of it. But this is way, because they're erasing this part of it. You know what I mean? And that's, it's dangerous. I don't understand how people don't understand how dangerous this is. This is dangerous. Isn't that? They're just joking on that. No, this is dangerous, because the people that's in between that's not gonna like look or study. It could be somebody's kid, and next thing you know, they're thinking they're a whole Indian. Right? And when they're connected to Africa. And we're not saying Africa just because cause it's like, that's our history. Shit. What else are we gonna talk about? Why are we gonna be something that we're not? That's the shit that's scary. That's a plan. Like that shit's been going, like there's no way you can't tell us, because Susan got some information too on how that this ain't no government type shit. Y'all are doing agent actions. We've got to replace blackness with copper color now.
Disconnect from Africa.
Right. Replace being a Negro or African with being swarthy now. Come on, y'all see how stupid that shit sounds?
We weren't black until Walter Plecker.
Right.
Well, I took you all the way to BC with black. This is old. Being black is the old thing, and it was a proud thing. It wasn't something that was bad.
I remember Marvin Gaye used to sing to me, had me feeling like black was the thing to be. What happened to us, yo? Damn. You can't say black. Like y'all all political with the shit now. That shit, like my man, hella dangerous. It's dangerous to our community, man, and the kids. So when we go up there and I say we the custodians of this shit, and everybody getting mad at me because I'm telling everybody they lost their African mind, I don't give a fuck. Because if you ain't lost your African mind, you'd be like, damn, you know what, Port's right, yo. Them boys over there, man, they do a good job at trying to clean this shit up, clean this big oil spill up.
Word.
The oil company's gonna keep making the oil. We got to clean up the mess that it makes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. That is it. But yeah, whenever you're ready, man.
All right.
We can go
ahead and load it up.
Yeah, cue the video, man. Hey, everybody, man, like to thumb up the video. Go ahead and share this for the family. All right. This is for the community right here. Follow Mr. Robinson on TikTok and on YouTube. He does an excellent job at breaking down these sources and stuff like that. I gotta commend the brother. I'm giving him his roses out in public right now.
I appreciate
y'all
you.
make sure y'all follow him and everything.
All right, let me know when y'all can see. Oh, actually, can y'all hear that?
Play it.
We can't hear it.
Oh, I forgot. I gotta do the tab.
Only the
Yeah, family. Go ahead and get your drink poured up and go ahead and twist one if you got one, burn one for the nation and never all that. Get relaxed. We chilling right now. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. This is for educational purposes. We don't say
and go DM, text, wake up whoever's not here and tell them it has started.
Tell them they on.
All right. Can y'all see it?
Yep. Go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute real quick.
Yeah.
Yell out real loud if y'all need me.
All right. So if anybody hasn't seen, this is my new episode of Can't Trust These People. So I'm only gonna go halfway in. But I want you to listen to what is said during this beginning, and it's going to be very important. So here we go. Can't trust these people. Number 10.
The slave voyage. Why I just tell you, since I know you're probably not looking at the live. If you go to slavevoyage.com, right?
Slave what? Slave voice?
Slavevoyages.com.
Voyages.
Yeah.
Dot
if you go,
org?
Yeah, .org. Sorry.
Okay. No, I'm just putting it in my Google so I can save it.
And if you go down to documents and click documents, they talking about all the people that came to North America. If you see that, they claim that 12 million people came here. But when you go to the archives, they only have 171 documents.
Okay, so I'm in the there's 171 images. Those are the documents right there?
Those are the documents. Now, when you say approximately, let's just say approximately 40 people per document.
True. Yeah, that is actually true. Wow. Okay.
Because if you take this in court, they're gonna ask you for tangible records, not a database. Right. So if we say approximately 45 people times 171 documents, all we got is 7,000 people.
Yeah, that's
7,000 people.
Right.
Now, if you go to old books around that time, they would say approximately 300,000 people on the dot, which that's still pseudo because zero, zero, zero,
and it's millions.
Okay, so I hope everybody heard that. So right now you can tell that the person that he's talking to, and this is very common. So the person he's talking to doesn't have any idea about this database, doesn't really have any idea about the slave trade, or probably a vague view of it. So he is speaking as an authority on it, and he mentions a couple things. He mentions here, let me pull this down, and I'm actually going to bring up the slave trade database, and we're going to verify what he's saying and how confident he sounds of it. And this is also something that's actually being spread around right now, and what they spread as well. So can anybody see my, okay, I can see it. So now slave voyages. So this is the Slave Voyages website, and I've covered it in the very first time that I was on live. The first thing that, before I get into it, I'm going to go to this about screen again, and I hope everyone just notices this line in the about project. And I want to make sure I say it one more time, and I'll probably say it every time this comes up right here. So the new Slave Voyages website itself is the product of 3 years of development by a multidisciplinary team of historians, librarians, curriculum specialists, cartographers, computer programmers, and web designers, in consultation with scholars of the slave trade from universities in Europe, Africa, South America, and North America. So with this whole database, you have certain people that actually spent, their degree, spent a lot more time, everything else on this database. So whenever someone comes and tries to discredit slave voyages, they need to have qualifications. Other than that, it can be just anybody can wake up one morning and say, oh, I don't believe it, and start making videos. That's not how it works. And then on top of that, right here, they have questions or comments. The other main thing is if they really have that such of a grievance, they can literally send it into them and get the answer they need. So that will tell you that they're pushing the narrative, and a very bad one at that. So now we're going to go to the exact same place that he had, or he told people to look at, which is documents. So let me see, where was it? It was database. Is it resources? Nope. Let me see, where is it? Where is it? About, hold on, let me go to database. And let's see, I have it on, is it downloads? I'm sure it was resources. Image gallery. Here it is. So these are the documents right here. View all images. So this is the 171 that he's talking about. Now, when you get to a point where you're looking at dates, the most important thing to recognize is this starts at 1819, and if you keep going through, they're all in alphabetical, or they're all in order, right? So all these 171 documents, all the way 839. So now, right when someone shows you, because whenever they try to discredit it, they'll have a date that's after 1807 or 1808, and then say North America. And one big key on why this is false is because, I got it in another thing, and I'm actually going to show you, there was no importation. There was a ban of going to North America after 1807. And I think it went into effect 1808. So all these are after the ban. So first thing, they're not going to North America. So now, one thing that I mentioned in the video is either he, A, received these documents and didn't look at them, or B, he looked at them and went through a different narrative. Now, in that video, I don't think I've got it. He did open the document. So let's open up and see exactly what is missing, because he says about, there's 40 per, and then he went to adding the number. Now, when you go down and actually read the first line, let me blow it up so you can see this. It tells you point blank on the first line, the schooner Virginia was captured at sea by British cruisers and agitated. Ooh, what was that? Oh, and agitated at a court established at Sierra Leone under the international anti-slave trade treaties. It also tells you the year it happened and also where you can find this information. So now, even if you skip around, it doesn't matter what you choose. It tells you every single time it was captured, and it tells you when. And then you can just blindly, I can do this and just select one. Was captured. Source, year. I'm going to go over one more. Let's just swing it. Boom. Right here. Was captured. All these documents was captured. So he always talks about, I do my research. You need to do your research. But you can see right here that even when he opened it, you have no choice but to read it. There's no choice. And it's not that long where you can miss it. So this is very intentional in my eyes. It could be something different, but it's very intentional. This is a blatant lie. See? Each one was captured. They're all captured ships.
And I'm gonna slow you up real quick on these primaries. Would this be a result of privateering? Is this one of the reasons why these ships was captured at that time, Mr. Robinson?
No, not exactly.
Okay, I want to make sure we're clear.
And this is right here. Okay, so now that we covered what these were and the dates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna do, okay. So now, when you go to the actual database, that people are saying it's false. So you go to the database, Now, I jumped in live earlier when someone was trying to discredit this and didn't know. One of the questions I asked was about sources. This is the reason why. In here, you can actually bring out the sources, which I've shown before. You can also bring up the outcome and then go to each particular ship.
Wow. So the ships are in there for all of these jive ass turkeys who
Right.
say where are the slave ships at. Okay.
So now, if you put it in order, anything after 1866, or I'm sorry, 1807, it tells you right here, original goal thwarted, human agency. It tells you who captured the ship, which is British. And I know you remember me showing that British captured some of the ships. And it tells you what happened to the ship. Court of Mixed Commission, Luanda, and it was restored. I'm not exactly sure, but it's in this source right here. Down here, it tells you Great Britain, Irish University Press, series of British parliamentary papers, slave trade, right? So it tells you exactly where. So this is very lazy research that they're doing, and this is what they're pushing. So you can go through each one, British, Spanish. One other thing that I noticed, what you can also do right here, is it this one? Oh no, right here, outcome. You can actually look to see, okay, how many slaves disembarked the Americas. You can select that. You can select all of these, but there's one. Oh, right here, outcome. If they were, let's see what the U.S. did, right? So you can just say how many were captured for the U.S. Let's apply it. So now this tells you the years that the actual U.S. captured ships. 1862.
Now, all of these captured ships, this was whenever slavery, the international slavery in the waters ended.
Right. So I'm going to cover that one too.
Okay,
I'm going to get to that as well. So I just want to show how this works, because anybody that will sit here and
hold
say,
on, just to be clear, what is Yahweh trying to say about the 171 documents?
So what he's trying to say is those are all the people that went to North America. That it was only 7,000 people that went. So the 300,000 is pseudo. And I can replay that, but he says it clearly again. He says, so that 300,000 is pseudo. And it's only like, and he did the calculator, said there's only 7,000 that actually went to North America.
And how did he, so what did he do? Did he like select certain things to make it only the 1800s, or
no?
Like how did he only get 171 sources?
So what he did was he went to documents. He saw this number, 171. Then he made the claim that all of these came to North America. And then he also made the assertion that there's about roughly 40 people per document, and then multiply that by a certain number. And then he showed the 7,000, which I can play that part again.
Okay, got you. So, and these are just images. That's it. It's not saying that this is all of the data. They didn't get the number from just these images, right? This is just the images that they have.
This is the ones that they captured. So when they captured the ship, they took the manifest that was on the ship itself. So when you go and get a ship, like each ship has a manifest. So when these, like this one was British, like the ones I told you or I showed. So the British captured this ship. So when the British captured it, they took that manifest and then they submitted it.
Oh, so he's just using captured ships.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
And trying to say that these are the ones that came to North America.
All right, my bad, because I walked away. Go ahead.
Captured ships after the international law was passed that you couldn't do this shit, right?
Correct.
This is what he's looking at. Okay, now
Correct.
I hear it. Okay.
So now when he's and then when I say it's intentional, because he did open it in the video, he opened it and I saw this down here, but he didn't read it. But I know if he's using this and pushing it, at some point you have to read this line, unless he can't read correctly. But
he can't.
It's telling you right there was captured. So like I said, this is very intentional. This is some of the stuff that they're doing.
Yeah.
And people are not looking at it. Like he told somebody that didn't know. Like he wouldn't say this to me or anybody else that knows. He would say it to people that don't know.
Or don't study.
Yeah. Because it's clear that there's no way you can say that these came to America when they were captured. And it's also confirmed in the database itself. Right here, captured. Like this is US. So this would have a manifest with it because they captured the manifest. All of these. So this is US, and look at the dates. So now we'll get into the reason why this is so. So now this is a site right here. I mean, it's pretty much everywhere, but this is the Naval History and Heritage Command from the National Museum of the U.S. Navy. So in this, they explain what the anti-slave patrols are. So right here, the anti-slave patrols or anti-slave trade patrols. America withdrew from the transatlantic slave trade in 1808 with the Treaty of Ghent, ending the War of 1812. Both the U.S. and Great Britain agreed to work toward ending the slave trade. The U.S. naval's role in the struggle against slavery began in 1820 when warships deployed off West Africa to catch American slave ships. Enforcement of the slave trade ban was sporadic until the Navy deployed a permanent African squadron in 1842, and that's where it started ramping up. These right here, it started ramping up when that happened. Okay, so now this deployment was due to the Webster-Ashburton Treaty between the United States and Great Britain, signed that August to suppress the slave trade. Despite the vigilance of American as well as British and French warships in African waters, the overseas slave trade increased in the 1850s owing to the high demand for slaves in Latin America. The U.S. Navy's participation lasted until the start of the Civil War, April 1861. This website also covers what the ships would look like for models. So this is the schooner Shark. It also covers the same thing that we've seen, the diagrams, how the slave ships, which one person was saying, oh, how do they fit all these people in the slave ships? Well, those questions are from, I'm sorry, but ignorant people. And he's one of the biggest ones. And he's one of the original ones that push it out by saying, how can they fit so many people? It's in every single book that they use on how they did it. It's no mystery. There's no hidden anything. They didn't expect us to even be at a point where we would look at this. They wanted to keep us enslaved forever. And that's just the way it was.
Yeah. Hey, and a reminder, there was an act prohibiting the importation of slaves in 1807. So that's why Rob is bringing all of these events up that happened after, because whenever everyone's like, okay, well, maybe we need to stop slavery. Then you had these squadron ships that was capturing these ships that we're reading about now in slavevoyages.org, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So then now, right here, it tells you the American Maritime Legislation Against Slavery. So the Webster-Ashburton Treaty solved many border disputes between the United States and British-owned northern colonies. One of its main impacts on the U.S. Navy was to end the slave trade. It brushed over the Creole case. So in November 1841, there had been a slave revolt on the American-rigged Creole, which forced the ship to the Bahamas, where officials emancipated all 180 slaves who agreed to stay, as Britain had abolished slavery in all colonies. So they actually stayed there. Okay. So initially demanding the return of the slaves with compensation, the U.S. finally received settlement in 1853. That's about a bitch. So I guess they wanted, they wanted compensation for those slaves there. Huh. So I missed that part. Okay. So the initial attempts to limit the institution of slavery in the United States was slow. For instance, the Webster-Ashburton Treaty was not enforced until after the American Civil War has ended. Other factors such as fear of disease and lack of steam warships and cooling stations played a part in the United States' lack of intervention. However, as government, country, and Navy grew stronger, their ability to enforce became evident. So they weren't really enforcing anything until after the Civil War. So that's why you start seeing dates after the Civil War, which is, let me close that out for outcome, take that off, apply that. When you see your 1866s and then 1865s, You see all of these ships, and I mean, you can just keep going through, but everything is on here. It's just they're not clicking on anything. They're just looking at a bare bones like this. They're just looking at this thing like this. Oops, let me take this off.
They don't even know how to properly research this shit.
Not at all. And then source, take off sources. Dang, I keep on. Come on. There we go. So that's how they're bringing it up. So this doesn't really tell you anything. It's just there's so many columns that you can select on this that they're not doing it. And even at that, they're not even going to the statistics. They're not going to the tables, because even here, it'll tell you how many captives. But they're trying to say that these numbers are incorrect. And then another big thing is they always say 12.5 million to America. It's false. That is 100% false. It's 12.5 million across the whole slave trade.
Right. That's the biggest misconception about this thing. 12 million out of Africa across the diaspora is what that means.
So this whole area, everything, not just here, this whole area.
Hey, Rob, my bad. Man, I'm excited. Did you see the video, the interactive video? Because I think there's a you can push play a time lapse. You see that?
On here? Oh,
yeah,
right here.
Yeah, and it shows you the intensity of the trade along the set. This is right here. This is what y'all need to pay attention to. Right here.
I didn't see this. This is nice.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the years.
And look how ramped up it get in the 1700s. So when we say we have Afro Caribbean, Afro Brazil, this is what they're talking about.
And you see how it's flying off the different areas.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the colonies right there. You see it going over here.
Can you bring it up? Can you magnify that? I think if you magnify it, it'd be better. There you go.
Oh, that's too much. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, and see, those are the colonies that is filtering into.
And look at the intensity. There's a years that corresponds with these travels that you can see where the timeline is on the bottom of this thing and how it intensifies during the 17th and 1800s. And most of them went in the Caribbean. We're not saying everybody went over here. It's clearly telling you that everybody didn't come over here. Most people went to Brazil and the Greater and Lesser Antilles. You had a handful of African Americans that did come up here in the Americas. And the dark part of our history, you got breeding farms and stuff that's associated with us. Majority of Africans went down there in Brazil, where you see that shit going at.
And remember, we're trying to answer the question that they asked, well, how did we get here, right? So even the people who end up in South America, after you go decades and decades and decades, whether it's escaping your freedom when you get it, or just being transported from there, that explains how these people could get to America. Even if they only went to Brazil, it would explain how we got to America if it only happened that way.
Oh, and fun fact.
That's what it always leads to. How the hell did we get here? We didn't just fall out the sky.
Yeah, there you go, brother.
Fun fact right in here is Guyana. Shout out to Kwame.
Look at that, y'all.
My African brother.
Look at that. Most of them sugar plantations was down there or along those coastal areas.
Mm-hmm. And now what should happen is it should be very less coming up through here.
Right. Because by the time the 18, right.
It's just little.
That's when that shit was illegal. And that's when they was catching ships that Lord is all late reading about now.
Yep. See how it's just a little bit. It's not as much. Those are all the illegal ones that they're catching and going through.
Now, after 18...
Coming from the cut, too. You see them trying to come out the cut? As soon as it got up to like 1807, they start coming from the backside.
Yeah. See, because there was an international law. Look that up. International law that prohibited the importation of slaves. So how can we say this didn't happen when we have a law? that was enacted in 1807. In March 1807, look that up. Is a United States federal law that provided no slave ships were permitted to be imported into the United States. And y'all are saying this shit is fake. That's what I don't
Peace,
understand.
everybody.
Peace, man. What's
I'm
up,
just
man?
doing
Peace.
laundry. But
It's
peace,
all good.
peace, everybody. Want to say what's up?
Yeah, brother.
And then there
Peace.
it is.
Peace.
We up here building. Rob
And
up here stirring the pot on these jive ass turkeys. We got the deep
And
fryers high.
again, y'all, that's just what was documented.
right. And then, but like this one, and this is what they'll show. They'll have some weird picture, some old picture, and then you'll have someone standing up and saying, look, and they'll do just like this. Oh, hold on. Let me move this. Okay. So they'll say, look, there's not that traffic. And then there's no dates. You see how there's no dates here? They'll say it went this way. It went this way. See, look, it's in reverse because of that. They don't have no dates on this thing. And that's what they show.
Wait, did they play that thing and then freeze frame it?
Oh, no. This is the map.
Oh, okay. I'm about
So
to say,
there's another map that they'll show, and it looks similar to this. So
It happened in reverse map.
right. So you see how they say, like, they show like Europe here. They'll say nothing came from over there to North America. Everything just flips, and they'll start pointing everything every single way. So the only thing that you have to just keep in your mind, where's the dates? Because you're just showing me lines. It doesn't have, there's no rhyme and reason. And you can say anything you want. Like I can probably make up a story and say that everything came from, I don't know, down here. Say, oh, it just came from down here and then it went this way. And that's why the arrow's pointing this way because I don't know, corn.
yeah, they were shipping corn.
Yeah. So there's no rhyme and reason. But whenever you see this, automatically you should always think, what date? What dates is going on? Do you know the dates? And I guarantee you a good 9.9 out of 10, they have no idea. They'll tell you, you got to research it. That's what they'll tell you. But everything on here, and this is why I say that most of this is on purpose, especially dealing with those documents when they clearly state something. And I clearly have him showing that he did open it. So either A, he can't read, which I know that's false. He can read. Or two, he read it and decided, you know what, I got to say something else and go with a different narrative. They're not going to read it anyway. And that's what he's doing. And I think I don't know if there's any other thing, but here's a map on this as well. And this is a military Navy.
And y'all gotta understand,
right here.
Before the Navy became the Navy, they still was in the business of shipping Africans. They just got all funny and was like, all right, we need to stop.
Yep. And there's the act right there. Act of Prohibiting Importation of Slaves, 1807. On March 2nd, 1807, Congress passed the Act Prohibiting Importation of Slaves. And there's that where you can actually look it up and double check it. According to this act, importation of slaves to any port or place within the jurisdiction of the United States was banned. The U.S. also declared on the right to seize any ship that looked outfitted to be a slaver. This law could not go into effect until January 1808 because the Constitution had protected slaver trade for 20 years following ratification 1789.
I told y'all jive ass turkeys. Now, how is this shit in reverse? Right? If they're telling America, right, to stop importating the damn ships, they ain't say stop sending them out. They say you got to stop having them come in.
There's a treaty, the 1862 treaty, and that was between United States and Britain. The Lyon-Seward Treaty dedicated a portion of each country's navy to be outfitted and given command to search and apprehend American or British merchant ships which appeared to be outfitted for slavery. Only officers could perform searches on the ships, and there were strict guidelines on how to handle searches. A merchant ship could only be stopped up to 200 miles off the coast of Africa and 30 leagues, which is 1 league equals 3 statute miles off the coast of Cuba. Now, this is the important thing. Everybody always wants to talk about Where are the slave ships? So after 1807, once these acts were in place, they were outfitting, and that's where it says outfitting ships. They had to change regular ships or schooners or any kind of ships like that to hold as many slaves as they can, maybe 20, in case of like the Clotilda, 100. So they were changing those, and that's why they say outfitted for slavery. They couldn't just roll through with a big old boat for slavery because they would get caught by these treaties and everybody looking for them. So whenever someone asks, and it kind of burns me up because that's a dumb question. For one, you're talking, the 1800s, but you're specifically talking about ships after 1808. And it's 2023 now. These ships didn't want to get caught at all. I'm not sure if this says it, but there's actually another website. Let me actually bring that up. There's court cases in the Library of Congress. So look, these are all ships. And it tells you, the different things, the different types of ships. Look, all this information. And it tells you about the last, and this, oh, look, the Clotilda, and it tells you about the ship as well. So this is how this information gets spread to people. People don't look at this stuff at all. And they
dude right there's an owner. He's a slave owner who was helping.
Right here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now y'all see how stupid these people sound? How stupid they sound? How silly they sound when they say this shit ain't never happened? I told y'all. We've been telling y'all. Rob has pulled out these sources, and they got primaries within the damn source. Like if you go to slaveorigins.org, you're gonna pull out the primaries that's within all of this shit that we've been trying to tell y'all. It can't happen in damn reverse because it didn't happen in reverse. We're talking about how they had to equip the ship to apprehend these motherfuckers. We talked about how they had to outfit the ships for the privateers because before all of this shit was going on, they still was capturing ships. All of this shit was going on. They just made laws against the importation of the black folks. But they stole all of them goods.
Wait, go back down. My bad, Port.
No, go ahead. They stole all of those goods.
Go down again.
In there.
Yeah, go down a little bit more. Yeah.
Look at these cats, man.
Yeah, no, I'll go back up. I think it's him. Yeah, that was the wrong. I think it's him.
Oh yeah, he was a slave owner. Right.
Yeah,
here.
it's Matthew Perry. My bad, y'all.
Yeah, look at all of these. These are actual people that were actual investors and shit into the trade. We got an international law that went down in 1804 or 07. I forgot what that was, right?
The 1807.
1807.
And then, well, that was the importation.
The importation. That's the biggest dagger of this whole shit. Because I've mentioned that before. Rob come up here with another primary. We saw on the time lapse how all of a sudden all the ships stopped coming after the end. You got a visual on how that shit went down.
I actually want to see. I think I got to figure out if I have it, but I want to find it. I might have to do it later. Find you the document that's in the newspaper that they actually gloat about slave breeding. And that's why they turned to slave breeding because of, and I want to make sure I show it one more time, because of this right here. That's when they went full force into slave breeding. Full force. Because of 1807. They couldn't get slaves in. So when you look at places like Virginia, the soil wasn't that great for plantations and stuff. So they became one of the biggest exporters of the slaves. So the reason when you start asking people, oh, well, did you get off a boat? Sometimes that didn't happen because if you're talking 1807, you have places like Virginia that's breeding slaves just for that purpose and then sending them to the South. They would not know what boat they came off of because they were part of a breeding cycle.
Right. And that's the sad, dark part of this shit. That went down. That happened. There's literature on that shit too. Straight up. And that's why a lot of us are in a condition we're in, because you don't know where you're from. You don't have any connection.
And it could very well be a lot farther back, because people
Yeah.
are saying that I don't find any Africans. Well, how far did you go back? Oh, 1890. You got to go further back than that. Or they'll tell you the 1870 the census. When 1870, oh, I'm sorry. This is what they do. So 1870, dang, can I bring it up? Let me see if I can bring it up. So this is the other pitfall that happens. Let's see, 1870 census.
Peace to the chat, y'all. Get those likes up. Share the video. This is some good content for your viewing and listening pleasure.
This one, because I know it, but I want to make sure that I can show it. But the 1870 census was the first time that slaves were enumerated with a name. The 1860 only shows the slave master and their slaves. So when they get to 1870 and say, oh, I can't go any further back, that's why. And then with that one, what ends up happening is they start choosing, mistakenly, or maybe not a mistake, start choosing different people's genealogy. And that's how I catch them, because they didn't totally stole someone that was Indian and then claim as their ancestor when they just had the same name. God, where is it? I am going to actually get back and find it so I can make sure I can show you exactly what it is. First time. Yeah, so I'll come back to that, but just remember, or just debug me about that one, or just make sure that I get on top of that one. But
Which stat you looking for?
so it's the difference between 1870 census and 1860.
Okay, got you.
Um,
Just so we have it on video, so you can
yeah.
remember.
Oh wait, it's first time slaves appeared on census. Bam, here he is, right here.
Oh, shit.
And this is from the National Archives and Records Administration. So from 1850 to 1860, free African Americans, and here's another thing, they only changed African Americans because the other name was in political correctness. What this used to say was free Negroes or free blacks. So I mean, African Americans, they pretty much changed all the documents, but this is not what it used to say back then. It used to be, like I said, Negro or black. That was your options. But I believe it was Negro, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, free African Americans in the 1850 and 1860 censuses. Beginning in 1850, the census named all free members of households, white and non-white. So that was just in the 1850. The enumerator recorded the person's name, age, sex, place of birth, and color of each free person in a household. All right. So right here where it says the 1870, as the first census after the Civil War, the 1870 census is the first to include African Americans by name, along with the rest of the population. So what this is telling you is, also here, let me just read this next part too. And is often the first official record of a surname for former slaves. The census lists the person's age and place of birth, right? So what this is telling you, before 1860, these slaves or anybody that was on the plantation that was a slave, i.e. Negroes, was not really listed. They were under the plantation master, and that's why it says the surname for former slaves. So before that, you'll have Mark, John, Joe, Bob, Billy, whatever. It was just a name or a number. But that's why they get stuck at this right here when they're doing their genealogy. So when they get stuck like that, they ask another person that's, I hate to say, a little clueless, and then they find someone with the same name, and then they say, "Oh, I can go all the way back to the 1730s, and now I'm a lord." But then when I look at it, I find out that it's two different people, two separate locations, and it doesn't match up. And then they end up being a new video. So I still have another one coming because somebody's been floating it for about a year, and they'll tell you up and down how genealogy is important. So that's going to be number 11 coming soon. So that's something that I just actually want to put out, that they're not, you can't do a genealogy and throw slavery out. And that's why I said it's very important to understand what slavery was, what it actually did, and also the slave trade database. So
and doing somebody else's genealogy is a red flag, y'all.
right.
If somebody tells you, I'm gonna do your genealogy, unless it's your cousin or your uncle or somebody in your family saying they're gonna help you with it, it's a red flag. That don't even make sense. How a perfect stranger is going to tell you, "Hey, I'm gonna do your genealogy for you." It's on the house.
Y'all niggas getting scammed.
100%. I'm over 15 years or 13 to 15 years. I've been doing my genealogy, and up until
people in my family did ours too. Ours,
right
on
up
both sides. Yeah,
up until I want to say 2 months ago, I finally found my 7 times grandmother, which placed me back in Nigeria. So 7 times. I've known my 6 times great grandmother for years, but the 7th couldn't hardly find, and that actually came from another family, another white family that had her in their slave records, had her as well as my 6-time grandmother. So you have to actually go outside of whatever this notion is. But I can tell you, from everything that I've seen personally, it ain't no Indian. So like I said, my pawpaw said, hell no. I don't know what the grandmas are saying, but that's not what my grandfather ever said.
We don't believe you. You need more people, fam. Y'all need to lead a pseudo Kool-Aid alone. We trying to smack that shit out y'all hand, but y'all won't listen. I know it hurts. I know some of y'all pretenders are out here looking right now. I know it hurts. I know this hurts. But take these L's because y'all deserve them.
It's supposed to hurt.
Yeah, take them. Take these L's. Good job, Rob, coming in here with the work. Every time you come in this joint.
Oh, wait, I ain't done yet.
Shit.
Hold on. Now shots time. I'm taking shots.
Yeah, please do, man. Take your time.
All right,
Take
so
your
let me
time.
bring this down, and let me bring y'all
bang, bang,
shot.
bang.
Rob come to fuck some shit up with y'all, yo.
So now let's present. Let's go back to my video, and I'm gonna show you the second part. I shouldn't have I shouldn't have combined it, but I couldn't help myself because he was the star. So, but he says he's the man, and since he made that big old mistake, this is for you. So all of this on TikTok, I covered everything that I just covered. I went into detail. I'm going to cover British cruisers, educated at a core. So see, I went over all of this. I also underlined everything about the slave trade.
Wait, hold on. Unless somebody is streaming it to their TikTok, no, it's not on TikTok. I don't think any of us are live on TikTok, but somebody may be playing it, so you could find it over there. But
yeah, I got kicked off both of my lives. That's why I'm here.
So now, if you go to this end, right about here. So there it is. So I want you to notice these are the 2 documents. So little backstory. So Natural, this goes out to you if you're listening. If you ever see this or anybody that sees this want to pass it, because I did tag him in the video. At the very end of my video, there was 2 questions that I posed, and I also show. One of the questions, whenever anyone brings up DNA, specifically his DNA, where he showed in a video that he was like damn near a whole African, 91%, right? So he brings up a certain document that looks like this.
Comments and then trying to get the correct answer instead of spitting hot garbage. Now, I do have one question though, and this is regarding something completely different. So I noticed he did do a DNA test. He said he was African. So now when he wants to discredit it, he brings up this. And you notice how it's cut off. Let's actually look at this.
Okay, so before I get into that, I'm gonna show you the second one, which this should look familiar when he talks about the DNA as well. He brings up this little screen. Am I correct? Does anyone see this? The child custody, the family disputes, when he talks about it being involved.
Yeah.
All right. So now let's see what this looks like. Oh, here's him. Here's just a little preview of what he says, because I brought it up just to make sure. Oh, you can't see that one, can you? Hold on.
No, you gotta swap out.
Okay. So now that I gave you the backstory, where is
Everybody thumb up the video. Make sure you get these likes up, shares, get the algorithm popping.
Present.
This dude Rob brought body bags with him, fam. He bring his own body bags, yo.
So now this is the video, because this is the exact same thing that he shows, just to make sure that I'm not tripping. And see, I showed this, but this is what he says. I'm only gonna play just a little bit of it. Oh wait.
We can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it?
No.
Oh shoot. Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
because you have to hear this one. This is awesome.
Yeah, that's what's up. Shout out to Rob for bringing his own body bags to the scene.
Let's see, right? DNA test not accurate. Here we go. All right.
Oh, is this? Hold on. Before you cue this him trying to debunk the DNA.
Yep.
He been hurt ever since he revealed his DNA.
And this is what he uses time and time again. So we're going to actually look at it. So y'all ready?
Go. Push.
Can you hear it?
Consumers do.
Yep.
Okay. Now listen to what he says. I'm going to play like maybe 15 seconds.
Consumers do not realize that the tests are problematic and can reach incorrect conclusions. They didn't Ancestry.com, 23andMe, did they all say their test is 100% accurate, or at least 99% accurate? How you get an incorrect conclusion, and how's your DNA constantly changing? Oh,
okay. So y'all heard what he said, right? So policy forum, another problem that is questionable, right? And then consumers often purchase. So now let me stop this. Where is it?
I've been wondering where he got that from the longest.
Oh,
if I can recall, he might have pulled that shit out on our debate. I don't know if I paid attention to that shit.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did, bro. He did.
Yeah.
But let me.
After he done told us he's West African on his DNA. Come on, bro. Whatever. That shit 99.9% accurate. You get your fucking DNA chromosomes from your parents. You inherit that shit. You stuck, bro. You stuck in West Africa, but you lost your mind, bro.
Let's see. Present. Share.
Everybody get these likes up. Get these likes up. If you're tuning in for the first time, this is volume 5 of the ABO pseudo massacre. I'm gonna have to change that to ABO pseudo massacre.
Can you see my screen? The science of business.
Yeah, go ahead.
Green light. This right here is the article, right? Policy forum, the science of business and testing. I'm gonna try to move because I don't want y'all to see. Let me scroll up real fast. All right. I can't even. All right. Nope, cat's out of the bag. There's policy forum right here. I'm actually find that I got the actual document, but policy forum, another problem that is questionable. But look at the date on this thing. Y'all see it?
Was that
2007?
2007. He's using a 2007 document to debunk something in 2023. 23andMe started doing asomal DNA in 2007. They just started. They also had, an FDA thing in 2013, but he doesn't have any new information past 2007. Isn't that a red flag?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he wants to use the information that works for him in this particular article, because after 2007, when it comes to genetic studies and stuff, it's gotten more sharp with the information. So he can't use a study from today because it's going to throw his shit out the window.
Ancient DNA.
Right. And that's what he's using.
This is the development stages. So
Now,
this actually shows that they were doing it properly. If they would have let somebody come out of nowhere and just go, yeah, perfect, keep it going.
Yeah.
They're showing that they're like, oh, wait, we got to take that back. Wait, fix this problem. They're trying to make sure they do it right, because this is the development stages of them studying and trying to use it to test and, trace back human history. So this is being done right.
Hey, Vant, I'm sorry, my bad, Mo. I got a quick question for Vant while we on this subject matter. What year did the human genome get sequenced? Like whenever they were able to sequence our whole genome, what year was that?
The first one was 1993.
Okay.
I forget when they finished it. It was
93,
2000 and something. But yeah,
was it after 07?
So that's not. You're right. So that's still early in the pioneering of this shit.
Exactly. But now they got it available. Like everybody can look at it now. The entire human genome.
Yeah.
You just download that shit.
So yeah. So
hold on, let me look it up real quick.
Yeah. So he's using a very old document to try to push his point when there's a lot of advances after 2007. So whenever you see him pull it out, because it's going to look just like this with red all over it, it's going to be this exact same, and that's why he cuts it down here on the bottom.
Man, them boys think they slick.
They trying to do anything to make that shit fit,
and
bro.
If you want, that's the right here on the side, downloaded from sciencemag.org. And he even said somebody downloaded it on 25th, 2011.
Yeah,
so somebody
finished in 2003.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep.
So they really finished completing in 2003. So yeah, this is an early study. This is late.
It's only 4 years after.
Right. It's 4 years after the whole human genome sequence.
And they said, what did they say on the site? About 3 years of research.
Come on now. Right. So that was early. Now you got to look at shit. Now we got like Pacific Biosciences of California. We got Illumina. We got sequences in long reads and then short read DNA. This shit is way advanced now. So why would you take an article that's 3 years after the damn human sequence genome been sequenced? That's not enough data material in that subject matter to give you a good enough opinion about this shit.
And that's what he's using to debunk it. See, consumers. This is the same exact thing he shows right down
That's
here.
some fun. I wish I would have saw that during the debate, because I don't know if he pulled that up, because my article was way ahead of that shit.
He just pulled it out not too long ago in a debate I was watching. He jumps up there and was like, "You want to talk about DNA? Let me show you." And he pulls up this same thing that I saw, and he starts seeing it's not accurate. And I'm looking at it like, man, what date is that? Because that's the first thing I always think about whenever they show me things, because I can't trust none of them. What date is it? Why is it a cutoff document? Let me look at it at the same time as you, because they're doing this crap.
Right. They only had 3 years of knowledge of what the whole human sequence, the whole human.
Can you go back? I'm gonna screenshot this bad boy real quick because I want to read it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
It's all right there.
So whatever they knew then is different than what they know now about the human genome, about human sequencing, about gene mutations, and all types of shit. About African American ancestry, everything. This is when you take a test and that shit might just pop up in one spot, because they didn't have a large data pool, a large database. Now that they got more information, you got different varieties of the mutations of where you could be from. or I don't even want to say mutations. I'm gonna say genetic markers because that's what they really are.
All right, you good with this one?
Up to Van. Van, you good?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so now here goes one more shot. Let me see, is it this one? So we're gonna look at his law document that he uses. Actually, let me bring it up. I'm just gonna actually bring up the actual website, and I want to go over this website. Which one is it? Family. This is DNAlegal.com. So let me see. Let me just bring it up so I don't have to do that again. DNAlegal.com.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. Yeah, they do it for coins, but some of these people are mentally disturbed, just to keep it real.
And I want to say it's paternity test.
Yeah, some of these folks just lost their African damn mind.
I think it's,
no. Well, DNA does connect us to a landmass if those people never left. So that's a technicality. If you're talking about people who moved around and they can play that game. But when it comes to African descent, there's tribes that didn't move for a very long time. So you can be tied to the land.
Present, share screen. And this is the last one I want to show. Now, this covers all three of his claims right now, which I hope I showed that his slave trade is bullshit. His DNA was bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
And now this is what he shows. Remember, right here on the bottom, he cuts it off and shows that, right? The custody, protection, family disputes, immigration cases. That looks familiar, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You also
like legal shit, right?
Right.
That legal DNA. Legal DNA ain't even valid.
Now look at this.
Mm-hmm.
This should be the first key. Do you know what that is?
That's a foreign.
That's a foreign number.
It is. Now look at this. If you go up,
they're like Germany some damn way.
Close.
Fucking
where is it? It's right.
Poland or some shit.
Nope. Nope. Close though.
Czech.
Right here. Look at it. Read that line.
Conducting a short court approved UK. Ain't that a bitch? What? This don't got shit to do with America, first of all.
Correct.
And this is the source.
Wow.
Damn. Wow.
So at first I was like, someone was giving this, but you literally had to go look for this information because this is literally a UK document. When there has been people that use the DNA for the ancestry and the database to solve crimes.
Mm-hmm.
And he would say, no, you can't use it in a court of law. You can't. He's using.
And I don't know if this is the same one, but somewhere in there, I think it said something about the chain of custody.
Yes.
That if you do the test yourself, they're not going to accept it. If you do it through them, they control the chain of custody, so they know that it's not tampered with.
Right. They control the test. They got to control.
So LabCorp, right?
That's like taking your own piss test. No one does that, bro.
So LabCorp.
Right. I'm clean.
I want to say they have it too. So LabCorp is actually a very, let me see. I saw it the other day too, because they do DNA testing or family testing, and they cover the same thing. It's going to be, let me see, there it is. So if he wanted to look up something that says DNA, right here, LegalVerse at-home testing. So this tells you their at-home DNA test. It provide the same information as a legal DNA test, but they are not intended for use in a court of law and are not considered court admissible. That's the only reason. But it has the same information right there.
Right. And the only reason why is they need to control that. They need to see that. They need to be able to have control over the testing. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
But the testing tools are the same. And you're going to get the same results from the tools that they give you to take the test, whether you do it in a control environment or at your home leisure.
Right.
They the technicality champs.
Right.
And I was about to say, I don't know about the 9 allele repeat thing. I can look that up real quick. for the Chinak.
Because they can pull your DNA off of 23andMe and use that shit. Yes, they
Sure
can.
can. They sure can.
They can pull your shit off. That's they can.
They found 10 different things by using the database. When their database, they had to say that no, we can't give out your information. But that's where they were solving cold cases.
They need your shit. They gonna get your shit. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but this tells you point blank, it's the same thing. It's just the at home. I mean, just imagine, you're taking a DNA test, and let's say you don't want to be part of the family, even though you are. You can have someone else swab up, and then you say, "Oh, see, I'm not part of the family," and you'd be a damn lie. So they have to make sure that it's you, your signature, everything else, and make sure that there's no room for someone to pull that. So this is exactly what it is. So this is actually in America. LabCorp.
Mm-hmm.
If he's working where I think, and I'm not going to put that out, but if he's doing whatever he's doing, I'm pretty sure he had to do something with LabCorp, because a lot of people, when you work at certain places, you have to
everybody take that LabCorp test. Y'all know what time it is.
Oh
Right.
yeah, I had to.
Y'all know what fucking time it is.
Yeah.
Right? I've been there one time in my life too.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, LabCorp. And then this right here, it tells you courts only accept this. Right there, that accreditation.
You know why? Hold on, the courts only accept that particular test, right? Like you got to go there to get your testing done,
right?
For courts to recognize it. Yes, because that's what they use as a control. That's their control,
right? Anybody with that accreditation can do it.
They know they about their business over there. They, it's like taking who takes the piss test at home and say, you can use this.
Yeah, this is mine, right?
You know how many motherfuckers who pass a piss test if they can do that shit at the house?
Oh yeah, I get that. I'll be right back, dog.
Yeah, I got you, dog. I'm clean. Right.
But yeah, so that's 3 of his claims. And then this one. So whenever you see him use this crap, he's gonna have to come better than this, because like I said, this tells you what it is, same thing. And the damn, oh shoot, y'all weren't even looking at that, did you?
No, we saw that shit.
The legal versus at-home testing.
Yeah, we saw the LabCorp site that you were showing us, right?
Right, but did you see when I clicked on the legal versus at-home testing?
Show it to us again then.
Oh shoot, because I saw the little screen. I think I just did the tab.
Like we see that.
Oh, okay, hold on. So this is one of the tabs. It opened up another one for some reason. Okay, you see that?
Okay, yeah.
So right here, this is what I read off, and it tells you legal versus at-home testing. So this is what I read. DNA tests are required, right? Or legal DNA. At-home DNA tests provide the same information as a legal DNA test, but they are not intended for use in a court of law and are not considered court admissible.
There you go.
But it's the same damn steps. And there's the accreditation. So if that thing says African, that boy African. No ands or fucks about it.
Okay. My results, it says Nigerian, 38%. Cameroon, Congo, West Bantu people, 18%. Ivory Coast, Ghana, 14%. Benin, Togo, 10%. Senegal, 5%. England, well, you just interested in the African part, right?
Mostly I just wanted to see what percentage-wise of African DNA is running through your veins, my brother.
Okay, it says 30. Well, we got that part. Okay. Nigeria's East Central, 2%. And that's all I see. Oh, yeah, Mali, 4%. That's all I see concerning the continent of Africa.
Okay, good deal, good deal. My second question was, how much Native American ancestry do you possess?
Well, according to Ancestry.com, again, it says I have Indigenous American, Bolivia, and Peru, 1%. And Indigenous Americans, Mexico, 1%. Well, less 1%.
And there it is.
You African, bro.
Got him.
whether you like it or not.
Cold blooded.
Cold blooded. That's it, bro. Hands. My man Rob got the body bags.
Leave them.
So
Yeah.
I like to see him get on there again talking about that DNA. Oh, read this. Like, what year is that, bro?
Oh, he's in denial.
Yeah.
It's total denial. Anything he can say. I can't.
They wait a little bit. They'll wait a little bit, and then they're gonna bring it right back up.
Oh.
And he said, what did B for real said that he traced himself back to a lord. Okay.
Yeah, he's Welsh.
Fucking
Aboriginal Aboriginal Welsh.
Oh, just like that number 9 that I busted on someone.
Yo, these fools funny, yo.
Why you can't trust people, number 9, where he was talking about his whole family, and then I showed the pictures, just like that one dude back in the day, talking about they were all copper colored, until he forgot that these people's descendants actually put their pictures in the gravesite thing. So when you look it up, they look nothing like they copper colored at all.
They don't look swarthy at all, do they?
Nope. They're about as far from swarthy as you can imagine.
That's they shit now.
And then you'll notice, and then look, and here's the key thing. When they show their DNA test, all of their profile pictures ain't got no picture. It's like you ain't got no picture of any of these people. They all blank, huh? Talking about I got everything. Look, I go back to like the 1500s.
I show my shit. Now show yours, Mo fast.
Right.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm like, first of all, I ain't showing you shit. I just told you what the fuck I told you. We only discussing your shit because you decided to share it. If and when I do trace my shit all the way back, I'm not showing you a goddamn thing. I'm showing that to my kids. Like, what the hell is wrong?
So everybody look out for number 11, because this one's gonna be fun. Especially when let me give everybody a tip on genealogy, right? And this is a real life tip, and it also blends in with actual knowledge of marriage, right? If you're a woman and you're born, let's say your last name is, let me pick a different name. Let's say it's Jones when you're born. When you get married back then, because I know sometimes now you can hyphenate it or you don't have to change your name. But when you get married back then, your last name changes to what your husband's name is. So if you have a record that says, like, let's just say, I don't know, something Jones, and then you see something later in life, you're married, and it still says something Jones, that should be a key indication you got the wrong person. Just want to throw that out.
Be aware, y'all.
Yeah, y'all gotta stop being scammed. Y'all being scammed. Y'all are being scammed. It's okay. I know a lot of y'all feel hurt after what Rob just presented, but it is what it is, man. Y'all gotta come back to the light.
And these people are messing it up for people who actually are honestly making a mistake, right? When they run into us now, Rob is still calm right now, but we short fused. We don't want to hear it. And you may be making a mistake. I done caught myself sometimes like, oh, shoot, that dude actually just didn't know what he was doing. And you approach them as they're one of these liars, and that's how y'all are messing up people's experience. Some people are really just looking for help, and they come up, they just want to be part of the conversation, and we end up taking their head off. And sorry about that, but that, we got to do what the fuck we got to do. So everybody should know now, if you working on your shit, not to make that mistake. So it's a learning process for everybody. Even I note some of these things so I don't run into that same mistake as well.
It's very common. It's really easy to see. You have to double check and then triple check what you do. And that's just some of the keys that I've learned. Because I started out the same way. I'm like, oh, look. And I mean, the genealogy, the family tree was going so fast, so smooth. I was like, ooh, I got all these people. And then when I look back, I'm like, wait a minute. This one's older than this one. Oh, wait, this one's not even in the same location. And then you have to notice that, in slavery, especially with slaves, when they were on the plantation, normally they took this last name of the slave owner, or the first one. Sometimes when they leave that plantation and go to the next one, they keep that same one. They didn't change the name. So now when you have let's say Robinson for instance. So you have a plantation called Robinson. So a lot of the slaves that he had last name Robinson. So now you when you're looking at it, you might have like a white Robinsons and then also black Robinsons, and there might be someone with the same exact name on both sides. So when you're looking at the census, you're like, okay, this is the same person. And then you get into what they're getting into now, like, oh, we've been paper genocided. And you actually look at it, that's not correct. Because if you actually look at the documents, they have different sets of family members, you know, or people like they didn't survive that long back then. There's some people that you'll see them through the census, and then in between, they weren't there anymore. They passed away. And then you'll see that same name 5 years later and think it's the same person. It's like, oh, they were black, now they're white. No, you got the wrong person. You know, check it with the other family members. Don't just check it with that person. And that's another person I found that did the same thing. So these are not just like one-offs. I think I'm at 10. And each person's doing something like crazy, but I can't say some doing it on purpose. But in the case of this one that I just showed, you can't convince me it's not on purpose. I'm sorry, you can't. So, but that concludes my presentation. So I hope everyone enjoyed that special.
For sure. I just wanted to say something real quick. I just looked up that non-repeat allele thing. I guess that's getting into the 3-wave model. And connecting that one wave into the Americas. So that's probably why they were saying that. Getting into Native Americans. I guess that's one thing that they use to prove that they migrated over here using the 3-wave model.
You know, I do got to say this though before I step down, because I got to go do something for my mom. But I don't understand this whole they migrated here, there. You know, to me, honestly, that's besides the point. And this is the reason why I say that. Regardless who got here first, or let's say if everybody, you know, was here at the same time, which I'm also looking to see if there is proof. It's not just I'm trying to debunk everything. I'm trying to get something accurate and find out if there was actually proof. But the moment that they got here, Columbus and them got here, they weren't there. You know, there was no information there. So whenever they bring up, oh, they came and migrated over, well, everybody migrated over. That's still not a thing. You know, it's who did they see when they got here? And then if we can't get to a point where we're actually sharing information from the Native American community and find out, we're not going to get anywhere. You know, we're not going to get the full scope of information. And that's what the point that I'm trying to get to, just like, and what I try to pass around to people is that's why I look at German history. I look at Italian history. I look at Spanish history. Before that was impossible. It was very hard to do. Now we have access to do it. So I'm trying to get to a point where I'm trying to learn more about, you know, our history and stuff, but I need different cultures to do that because there is interaction between all of us. What is it? Intersectionality? Is that the correct word?
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right. Yeah,
that's my goal, and that's what I'm trying to do. But this stuff that's going out now, as far as I can tell you, it's false. So, and I hope I showed that.
No, I mean you did, man. That like going into the slavevoyages.org site the way you did, man. A lot of people haven't seen that. A lot of people just take for granted how to research, and that's one of the number one things. Like if we're gonna look at this thing, we got to look at it the right way. Don't just breeze past the information. Go into it. Look at the primaries. We pulled out several primaries within the Slave Voyages site, and we are letting you know that, like, how America stopped doing the whole importation of slavery if it didn't happen, or if it happened in reverse. If it happened in reverse, it would say otherwise. It would say stop the exportation, right? Or it's something like that, right? It doesn't say that. It says stop bringing these Africans in the country. Stop bringing these Negroes in the country. They would have had a whole law saying that otherwise. Like, I don't understand why people don't like don't read the right context and history. Y'all making mistakes out there. Is a mistake to have this opinion and not look at the primaries.
Mhm.
You know.
Yep, and I think it was one sentence. It was one sentence. That's all it took. All they had to do is say, "Hey, where'd you get that shit, Yahweh?" "Oh, I got it from here. Slave voyages." Boom. Go look at the images. Boom. They click on one and just read it, and they
Yep.
would have saw what it was. It's that simple. So they're betting that you're not going to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got to prove them wrong. Whoever fell for it, it's not too late because you're not up here teaching people. Go look at what they're showing you, telling you to look at. Now they're even saying, "Go look at it. Go look at it. I'm gonna give you time to screenshot it." They know you're not going to go look.
Mm-hmm.
One sentence was all it took. He didn't even read the full paragraph. He read one sentence, and it showed you that those images was just the captured ships. So that's not included in the people who came over here. That whole thing is not even part of the topic. It's just for recruiting people to a cult, converting them from African to Indian in their mind.
So watch this. Kenya, I see you down there. What's the year?
Leave that shit alone, G. Tell me.
I just want to know the year because I've already showed her that.
It's all fake. It's just all fake. They're just gonna say it's all fake.
And there's you know I have 2 videos on my thing now. I mean, but let's not derail it. But go ahead. And I literally have 2 videos on my TikTok.
Yeah, no, if it was somebody else, I wouldn't mind. It's just we've already done this already, so she knows. She knows all these answers. She's just running in circles. The other people, they're new. They haven't heard this stuff, so I'm more lenient. She heard all of this stuff before and still rejected it.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can talk about the presentation and all that shit that has been brought up. That's cool. But no, I mean, straight up, I mean, like the information is there. Motherfuckers ain't reading it. Motherfuckers are in denial. I mean,
yeah, we did. We went over the whole slave voyages. Hold on, we went over the whole slave voyages with Yusuf, Tristan, Suiton, and we were all on a live.
Hold on.
This is like
you
last
talking
year.
about last year when y'all did that?
We did this a long time ago. They said this is all fake. You trust the European? They made that stuff up. Y'all really believe these numbers? They didn't care about it.
It's the second time.
Yusuf was at least saying like, maybe some of it is a little bit off, but everybody else is like, nah, that whole shit is fake. That's why we started going to their sources. We already took them through all of that shit. They didn't care about it. We had calculators out, everything. It was like, nope. So that's when Suiton was like, well, show us what you got. So we started looking at their sources and everything since all of our shit was fake. And their shit still didn't check out. But yeah, we're trying to teach. We're not trying to be derailed, but you can do it at the end, when we done.
We'll have Q&A later then.
Yeah, you can ask the question. Let's finish doing this shit.
This is pertaining to the census. So Rob, that's a question might be for you pertaining to census and stuff.
Okay. So definitely on the Q&A, we can do this.
We can do that. I'm down with that. Yeah, let's not derail the show. We teaching. This is a teaching moment. It's all good. But say the questions, they'll make sure the questions are pertaining to the material that we're talking about. I think a lot of times we get off topic, addressing stuff that's been talked about before and answered, or just bringing up different stuff that might.
Yeah, just write all the questions down and boom.
Yeah, no doubt. Peace to everybody in the chat too, by the way. Who going next with the joint? I know. Was it
me? I was supposed to go first. I gotta go second.
Yeah. For real.
And I'm gonna be quick.
No. Go ahead. Take your time, dog. It's all good.
Right,
I just want to make
I'm
sure
gonna
I
actually
got the order.
Drop down in the chat while I go do this, but I'll be listening. And then as soon as QA comes, I'll be back.
Okay, we'll do a Q&A. Everybody stay tuned for the Q&A. And then Vanta, you coming up too, right?
Yeah, I got
okay.
Whatever y'all need. I got some sources on deck.
Hey, thankful to everybody for showing up. And
I ain't gonna be too long on this.
Oh, it's all good, man. We don't really time these things. We just kind of do our thing, man. Oh
no,
it's all
because
good.
I'll be getting my shit off a lot. I want to make sure Vanta can get in there and get his shit off. You know what I'm saying? Before we burn out.
Yeah, for real. And yeah, we'll have a
I
Q&A.
appreciate
Junior.
y'all be letting me rock out.
Straight up, man.
Time.
Let me go ahead and
That's Rob. Shout out to Rob. Make sure you follow him too. We're here for the truth, man. Like, all jokes aside, all personal shit aside, this is a truth area right here. We don't give a fuck what is good or bad is the truth. Shout out to Ryan. She one of the first ones that had me on her YouTube when I came into this joint. Peace. Have a good weekend too. Peace. Shout out to her.
All right, Shaw. Thanks for showing up. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We about to get into some more of this slavery. This is gonna, again, this is some of it is kind of graphic, but it got to be talked about because they're not here no more. Somebody got to speak. You know what I'm saying? So this is what it is. This is real history. This is what it is. You don't like it, just, I guess, don't believe it. But this is for the people who are actually trying to, seek the truth about what's going on behind this shit. So hold on a second. Somebody at the
take your time, brother. Take your time. Yeah, shout out to Ryan in the chat, man. When I first got on my TikTok, she invited me to do a whole like a show with her and stuff like that. So I appreciate that, yo. This is before I even was doing this shit over here. So yeah, shout out to her. Shout out to everybody that has made it in here, yo. Hit the like button, hit the like. We got 14 in the room. Hit the like. This is volume 5 of the Pseudo Massacre. All right, y'all. Facts over feelings.
All right, my bad, y'all. Here we go. I'm up.
Yeah, you groovy.
All right, so we're going to get into some important definitions that we need to know as we're going through this. Monophysite, one holding the doctrine that Christ has a single inseparable nature that is at once divine and human rather than having two distinct but unified natures. I had it up there twice, 2 different sources. Refractory, stubborn or unmanageable. We got miscegenation. Miscegenation is sexual relationships or reproduction between people of different ethnic groups. Hold on, let me take my down. I always forget my retainers. Ethnic groups, especially when one of them is white. Then we have, let's put this down. Usury, the illegal action or practice of lending money at unreasonably high rates of interest. I did that one. And eunuch, a man who has been castrated, especially in the past, one employed to guard the women's living areas in an Asian court. Okay. An ineffectual person. And you know what they mean by that. Okay. Primogeniture, the state of being the firstborn child. Hold on. The right of succession belonging to the firstborn child, especially the feudal rule by which the whole real estate of an intestate passed to the eldest son. Okay, now we're going to go into Islam's Black Slaves, the Other Black Diaspora by Ronald Siegel. Okay, and this is important because, like I said earlier, for some reason, they have these catchphrases and these little stories and raps they spit.
Oh shit, I got that book. My bad. I ain't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, were you about to use it too?
No, I mean I was, but no, we gonna both use this shit. I'm glad
yeah, we both can go. We both can go into it.
I'm going. I'm just glad. I'm glad I see the book. That's what's up.
And
bro.
I made sure when at certain parts I heard you say something about it, I kind of went over that. So
damn right, man. Push this shit. No, you good. You good. Keep pushing. I'm excited to see this shit.
Yeah, we gotta line it all the way up. So, like I said earlier, and like they said before, in the last 2 pushes that we were doing. This whole idea that somebody just walked up on you and snatched your purse and said, get in the boat and all this shit, it do sound crazy. But when you add the rest of history, if you start at 1619, like Rob said, the shit is going to be messed up. We even had the professors in their papers that they wrote I think that's in my first or second presentation. They said the same thing. If we don't start with 1500s, it's not going to make sense how people pulled up here and may have seen somebody else, or why people have so much history that they can't document. And like he also brought up earlier, Rob brought that up. That was really something people need to think about. The breeding. They weren't allowed to do the breeding. Slavery was abolished. So people are sneaking, still doing shipping. And you got breeding farms in Africa and in America. So they're picking up people who are being bred, and people are being bred over here in America. So you're supposed to stop at an Indian. Plus, nobody cared about y'all. Like, why do we get involved in these conversations and forget that we were the scum of the earth to these people? They did not pick you up and said, hey, make sure you know where my slave was. I'm not having no games. Get my slave's birth certificate, get his papers, because his family in 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 years, depending on if you're talking about Arab, Portuguese, English, whatever, they need to know who they are. Now, I'm not that type of slave master. What are we doing here? We're giving, these people are supposed to be evil, wicked, liars, cheaters, terrorists, right? Heinous crimes and racist people. So why are you thinking that they care about your records? And then you say something to somebody like, hey, can you trace your shit back to Africa? Can you trace it back to a boat? Well, all your people are gone. Your whole history is supposed to be thrown in the trash because somebody can find an Indian faster than they can find an African. Well, that makes perfect sense when we go into what we're about to go into. You're supposed to find an Indian first. Like, that's common sense. If Indians were taken from here to Africa, and they were stuck there for hundreds of years and they were enslaved and mixed in with those people, you would find an African before you find the ship that they were brought on and their tribe from all the way over here in America. Common sense. Stop getting into these delusions with these people. And some of them not delusional. That's why this shit is really dangerous. They're really just mind fucking y'all. But this is not a book about Islam. So we're going to get into this because I know a lot of people are going to say, oh no, Islam, don't do this. We heard them crying on a live. So I'm going to read this part that doesn't even support what I'm saying, but this dude is being so real with it. He's going to tell the truth about Islam and what it was supposed to be and all of that. But we're still going to get into it, okay? Because this is honest scholarship. He says, this is not a book about Islam, and it's about slavery, though Islam is crucial to the subject. Okay, he says, but I am no more dismissive of the human achievements we owe to Islam than I am of those we owe to Judaism, of whose heritage and history I am partly a product. Okay, so this is his background, so he has no shame in it. Christian societies were responsible for an engagement to slavery in its most hideous, dehumanizing form. Yet it was Christians who led the campaign to abolish the slave trade and then slavery itself. Islam has, let's go to the next one, been by specific spiritual precept and in common practice relatively humane in its treatment of slaves and its readiness to free them, even though individual Muslims have been among the most ferocious slavers in history. So if y'all were in that live where we were talking to I forgot where he was from, but he was Muslim, but he said he was from somewhere else. He kept trying to explain, like, no, the Quran this and the Quran, yeah, but you're supposed to do this. And I gave him the cookies and brownies for all of that. That's great. But we're just talking about what people did. I could use the Bible. I can use the Torah and show you things in it where it's like, hey, man, what y'all doing? You're not supposed to be doing this. But then again, there are things that they do sprinkle in there that would lead somebody the wrong way. And that's why when we write laws, we make them very specific so that you cannot get around it. Do not do this, and don't do it like that or like this or like this in no way, shape, or form. And if you do accidentally have it, you need to have this on your person. It should come from this area. We make it very specific so nobody can slip through cracks. But as you're going to see later, they left things in the Quran that people did not notice that would psychologically trigger people to look at Black people as less. And we're going to get into that. So he's telling the truth about what the surface is. But just like the Bible, the Quran has the same disdain for Black people or Africans, okay? Because we're not even those people that they look at us today yet, right? Back then, these are just Africans, okay? Even though they're still calling them Black, and we're going to get into that as well. It's Black all over there before we get Plecker and everybody. So nor is this book about what is coming to be called the new slavery applied to a form of captivity such as bonded labor through debt or through the survival of feudal practices, especially repugnant in its entrapment and exploitation of children. So they're separating this. They're not talking about indentured servants and kids growing up in a certain area under the economic different class settings or whatever. They're not talking about that. There's multiple layers of slavery. We are talking about the slavery that specifically happened to Africans between the Arabs. And that same thing happens when we're talking about the slavery between the Africans and the English and the African and the Portuguese. And y'all start throwing these other people in there. Oh, these were indentured servants. Yeah, it was some indentured servants in there, but that's not what we're talking about. It's not the topic. And this is why these sources are important, because people who write things like this are being very specific. You're not allowed to drift off. And that's how y'all open up doorways to trick people and mind fuck them, because now you're going off topic. We're talking about chattel. We're talking about someone treating you different because the color of your skin. We're talking about somebody shipping you and moving you from one landmass to another landmass. We're talking about somebody cutting your stuff off, right? Castro, we ain't even on talking. We're talking about somebody cutting your penis off. That's what we're talking about. And then you go, well, there were some white people and they just cut their balls off. But we're not talking about them. This is what they would do. I had this conversation with people before. They were like, white people, the Arabs were cutting the white people's balls off, right? But we're talking about the African, and they were cutting his penis off. Sometimes the penis and the ball. We have to learn how to focus. And I see that I'm not trying to offend anybody, but y'all have a lot of issues with staying focused on the topic, and then you drift off and you get lost in the sauce. Okay. So this captivity exists within certain Islamic societies, in Pakistan, for instance, and elsewhere too, as in India. But it is not slavery in its strict sense of the term, as the legal ownership of one person by another. Islam's Black Slaves, designed as a companion volume to the Black Diaspora, y'all could look at that too, but it's not speaking specifically about the slavery, which set out to tell the story of Blacks in the Western Hemisphere, from the Atlantic slave trade to the Black peoples and communities with their creative heritage that exists today. Accordingly, it is not is it ideal? Did I cover up? Accordingly, it is not ideal, just hold on. I don't know. I think there's an I here that I may have covered up. But accordingly, it is not deal just with the nature and experience of Black slavery in Islam, a phenomenon deplorably not yet at an end, but with the paradox of a Black diaspora whose very existence is denied, though it survives substantial numbers, and whose creative achievements have been no less real for the failure or refusal to recognize them. Now, here it says, wait, I want to start up here. We can never know the extent of the human cost. It is certain that many millions lost their lives in a warfare and raiding that provided the captives for slavery. Port told you about those raids, and even gave you the word for it and connected it back to Arabic. What is that word again, Port? Can you throw that in there?
That's a Raza, Razzia, Raza, normally performed by the Moors of North Africa.
Okay. See, so it's all connecting. This is not some shit that we're making up. It's all connecting. The statistics capture slavery. Millions more died in the process of collection, initial transport, and storage. The statistics connected with the West so-called Atlantic trade of the slaves who were loaded onto boats and of survivors who landed in the Americas have been comprehensively researched. Total numbers are now widely accepted as subject to no more than relatively minor adjustment in the light of new evidence. So they're saying that it's so official now that whenever something does pop up and it's like, oh, something's off right here, it's just a minor adjustment in light of new evidence. And y'all have heard me say that a million times, that all of the information that y'all keep providing only allows me, when I accept it, to do an adjustment slightly and just add the new evidence if you are correct, because I try to entertain what people say. Let me entertain that. And if I do, I just add that to history. It doesn't take away from the African slave trade. I just add your story to the history. We don't have to erase anything, but that's not good enough, because niggas want to be 100%, right? Okay, so comprehensive total numbers are widely accepted. Much too is known of the mortality rate from overwork, undernourishment, and brutal discipline in the slave labor force, the Atlantic trade, and the plantation economies it fed became such a highly developed and organized business that ledgers recording the details were commonly kept. The Islamic trade was conducted on a different scale.
Whoa. I'm gonna slow you down
Go ahead.
because you flying and I love it. Well, we're talking about plantations before the white man had these plantations.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
I want to slow that down. Let's make sure we know what we talk about. This was before 1441, right?
Oh yeah, wait, bro. This is when Islam is coming on the scene.
There you go. Keep going, brother.
So there are no pleckers, y'all. There's no Marcus Garveys. There's nothing, and we're gonna show you black. We're gonna show you Blizzity Blizzak before all of it. None of these people exist, and we still black. So leave that shit the fuck alone. That's why I be trying to tell people like the shit is. It sounds good, like, oh man, that white dude called me black. But nigga, you been black before you even met him. It's crazy. So the Atlantic slave trade plantation economies commonly kept. The Islamic slave trade was conducted on a different scale and with a different impact. Unlike the Atlantic trade, which began late and grew intensively, it had begun some 8 centuries earlier. One more time. The Islamic slave trade was conducted on a different scale and with a different impact. Unlike the Atlantic trade, which began late and grew intensively, it had begun some 8 centuries earlier. And except at, where we at? Am I right here? Oh, wait, I got to shrink this back down. My bad.
So while he's looking for that, remember when I told y'all the Portuguese met along with the the Muslims, Muslims and Moors? What you think they were practicing? They gave them the keys to this shit. Go ahead, bro.
Did I just delete?
Yeah, they didn't know how to conduct this shit. They didn't know anything about deep Africa and the due process. This shit was already going down when the Portuguese got over there. They taught them how to do that. We learned in Prince Henry's joint where they met with these guys and they told them, gave them the keys to this shit.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's on the same page. I went to the next slide. My bad, y'all. Yeah, so it had begun some 8 centuries earlier, and except at certain periods, it involved lower average annual volumes. The social and cultural importance of slavery itself was greater than its economic one, right? Because we're dealing with religion. We're dealing with religion, and we're dealing with peoples who are occupying land. So everybody's motive behind slavery was not the same. You can see that just between the English and the Portuguese. Like they're not on the same page with this shit, but they all do know, like, we need these niggas. The social and cultural importance of slavery itself was greater than the economic one. Certainly, bankers and merchants, as individual investors or partnership enterprises, were prominently engaged, but only sparse records of their related accountancy survive. There were also numerous small-scale dealers with stocks of few slaves each, who were likely to have kept any account in their heads. Okay. What you doing? Bear with me. Crucially, informing the difference between the two trades was the economic system involved in each. Historians dispute the degree to which the Atlantic's trade promoted the development of Western capitalism and its industrial revolution, primarily in the 18th century. But there can be no doubt of the connection between them. The evidence is plentiful that some of the huge profits engendered by the trade were invested in the development of industry, and also that much industry developed in order to supply the trade goods required for the procurement of slaves in Black Africa. So understand what this is saying. They're saying that the people who are saying, well, this ain't got nothing to do with capitalism. This wasn't nothing to do, they're saying it's not involved. It's just, we were doing something wrong. We found out it was bad and then we stopped. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with anything else. That's what made them kick back reparations so damn, push it so far back, and even deal with other people first, because they already knew that this is going to be if we turn this shit over and say that this shit is wrong, we're going to be in trouble. You know, we clearly not going to chop each other's heads off and lock each other up, but somebody's going to come for what I got, because they're starting to look at the books. They're looking at the ledgers. They're looking at the damage that was done to Africa. And they're even looking at the damage that was done to other countries. Okay, because you didn't just use slaves to just, hey, yo, work this field and then that's it. No, you're removing other tribes. You're using these slaves to fight other people in countries where neither one of us belong in. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of payout that's coming from it. So they try to act like, no, the industry wasn't built off of this, and the economy was not affected by the slave trade. So they tried to say it, but the evidence is there and there's nothing you can do about it. And it was so bad that it was actually in a circle. They were using the slave trade to support the slave trade, right? Because you still got to feed people, you still got to build these ships. So it was fueling itself, just like Africa does anyway, right? Isn't that ironic, right? How Africa is that self-rejuvenating, that infinite history that keeps going and going and going. You think it's 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. God damn it, y'all motherfucker was smelting metal damn near 80, 90,000 years ago. Like it does that. That's what Africa has, that type of history. It has that type of power. It has that type of muscle. It has those type of creative people there. And that's why it's under attack. If you're black, you know what I'm talking about. This has not stopped since. We can go back before this as well. We're not just stopping at the Arabs, just to let you know. But you see that's happening even before the Atlantic slave trade. And it's happening still to this day. So it can't be denied. Not least from the predominant use which slaves were put, there developed a view of slaves as essentially units of labor in a productive process to disregarded or denied their personality. Okay, we're gonna go down a little bit. Oh damn, I keep skipping. Slide down a bit. Okay, slaves in Islam were directed mainly at the service sector, concubines and cooks, porters, and soldiers, with slavery itself primarily a form of consumption rather than a factor of production. The most telling evidence of this is found in the gender ratio. The Atlantic slave trade shipped overall roughly 2 males for every female. Among black slaves traded in Islam across the centuries, there were roughly 2 females for each male. So we see the male attack on the males, and the slave trade that is more recent, right? But we're leaving out the attack of the women. You see? So you're not only going to erase yourself, you're going to erase your mothers. That's what y'all doing. Y'all going to erase your mothers. Now your mother needs her part of the story. You're here because of the things that they went through. Whether you believe that they should have fought, they should have jumped off the ship, they should have, whatever you think, however it should have went, everybody could look at something, just like y'all do with us when y'all be like, let me at them. And you get up there and get your shit pushed in, right? Everybody think they can take the adjustment syndicate. Everybody think they can push with us, right? It's the same shit. You think that you're going to do me. If I was there, I would have hit them with the 1-2. Right. But the whole point is, whatever they did it good enough to the point you got here. You are here. And some of y'all might do something different. I'm not going to take it from you. But right now, we're not going to treat our ancestors like that. And for everybody who's saying that you're not even involved in it, we'll go find something else to attach yourself to. Leave this shit alone, because it's here and it's well documented. We on number 5, and we are nowhere near done. We just be trying to figure out like how to shorten this shit out.
It's just a tip, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a tip.
Just a tip.
Y'all ain't ready.
Off the tip.
Y'all ain't ready.
Oh, wait, I skipped something. My bad, y'all. I need to take this last part. The difference between the two trades was related to the very nature of the state in Islam, as distinct from the Western Christendom. Indeed, the term Christendom, though still useful as defining difference effectively, became an anachronism for states whose religion or religious, slide up a little bit, don't skip the page, religious allegiances, increasingly gave place to national preoccupations and the secular employment of power. See, their allegiances to the religion. So this is deeper than just slavery, y'all. We're talking about this is explaining what happened to your people. You cannot just take a peek at something and go, oh, that don't make sense because they shouldn't have. You gotta. There's evil geniuses behind this shit. There's people who are sitting there telling you convert or die. They're blocking the food. You see, look, they're using the allegiance to increase the religious allegiances increasingly gave place to the national preoccupations and the secular employment of power. In Islam, the state itself was essentially an extension of the religion without legitimacy or corresponding allegiance beyond this. They don't give a fuck about none of the rest. This is Islam. They see you. What's up, brother? Islam. Peace, brother. Islam. You know what I'm saying? It's still in us today. And you think it's like that brother woke up. He went to prison. He changed his life. No, man, this was your foundation. You don't know nothing else. Everything else is demonized. It's pagan. It's evil. It's demon worship. The only thing you can, y'all keep thinking you're going to get out. You're going to run back to, this is a prophecy for you. You're going to run back to Islam and you're going to remix it because you're so fucking scared because this shit is so deeply engraved in you. You're going to run back to your slave master and try to explain it away. Oh, it means this. Oh, you're Ham. The Noah's Ark was really over here. He's fucking your mind up. This is not your shit. And I'm going to show y'all that even our people were still trying to sneak their practices into this shit, which shows you that they didn't create it. They couldn't have created it. This is coming from them. Okay. In Islam, the state itself is essentially an extension of the religion without legitimacy or corresponding allegiance beyond this, even in the one arguable exception of Iran, whose historical Persian identity confronted Arab linguistic and political dominance. The independence is successfully asserted was, the independence it successfully asserted was based on a rival view of the legitimate succession to the leadership of the entire Islamic community, to a degree unmatched by the various states of Western Christendom. For all the conflict between Protestant and Catholic, the nature of society in Islam was informed by the reference to the divine will as communicated in the Quran, and the Quran dealt in some detail with slaves. The pretensions to piety might coexist with disregard for the spirit, and even the letter of such details did not preclude their overall influence. Slaves were to be regarded and treated as people, not simply as possessions. Now, remember that. I'm going to read that again, but watch what happens. The pretensions to piety might coexist with disregard for the spirit, and even the letter of such details did not preclude their overall influence. Slaves were to be regarded and treated as people, not simply as possessions. Okay, so this is honesty, just like I told you in the beginning. This is honest stuff, and I think that guy that was on a live, he reads stuff like this sometimes, or people tell him stuff about this and how things were supposed to be. And
right.
We tried to cut him a little bit of slack, but
I try to tell him, I was like, we ain't saying it didn't say treat people right. We're saying the people that was in charge of that state-sponsored religion fucked everything up for the indigenous African.
Correct. And the stuff that I did find in there, which y'all about to see in a couple more slides, they should have took that shit out. If they knew that the Quran stood on this type of principle, and they look back and they say, whoa, why is it saying this and that? They should have took that shit out, but we're going to get to that when we get there. Okay, so and the Quran dealt in some of the details with slave potential. Okay, possession. This is not to romanticize their condition. You see, he told you the truth. The pretensions to the piety might coexist with disregard to the spirit, and even the letter of such details did not preclude their overall influence. Slaves were to be regarded and treated as people, not simply as possessions. This does not romanticize their condition. You see, you have to separate. Well, Islam, what Jesus said, Muhammad said, the angel Gabriel, it don't matter because them motherfuckers not here. We can't talk to them about, hey, well, why is your boys doing this? Who are we going to consult? Just like I asked the dude on the live, I have nobody to consult about the shit that's in your book, or what your people were doing with the book, or what they pretended to do with the book, or what they took out of context. I just have these people running around with the book saying, do what the fuck I told you to do, convert or die. And before people died before they even read the book. Do y'all know that? Do y'all know that people died before they even read the book? They didn't even get to read it. They just say, yo, you gonna accept this? Nah, man, I'm from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're Dogons. We got our stuff. We had this shit thousands of years before you could even write off with his head. He didn't even read it. They don't care if you read it. So that shows motive. Okay. Let's keep this shit real. No offense to anybody's religious belief. Believe what you want. We just telling the truth about our history and why I don't agree with this shit working for our people unless we're going to do some editing or some shit, right? Or at least tell this history and then make sure that we don't do this shit again. So yeah, the owners were endowed with such power over their slaves that few can have failed to abuse it. More often in trivial, but still humiliating and sometimes in brutal ways, even masters persuaded of their own piety and benevolence sexually exploited their concubines without a thought of whether this constituted a violation of their humanity. Look, you see what I'm saying? Romancing. He tried not to romance and he still did it anyway. But I understand. I'm cutting him some slack because he's still trying to tell the truth, right? And
Hey Mo, you are doing straight. I gotta leave the studio for a minute. You think you can run?
Yeah, I tried to put everything in here, so
okay.
I
need you to run for a good hot minute, man. I don't know. I mean, can you give me 30 minutes or more?
I got you.
All right, bet.
You know damn well I'm doing it.
Keep cooking. I'm gonna listen. I just gotta leave the studio for a hot minute.
Go ahead, you good.
All right, brother.
Yeah, so what he's saying is, you know, they didn't even have the thought in their head whether it violated their humanity. And brother, like if I was in front of the brother, I would say, look, bro, with the bullshit. Quit with the bullshit. They know exactly what they were doing. They set this up so they could get away with it. Do y'all not understand that? They set it up so they could get away with it. They don't want you fighting back. They don't want other people who are looking, because everybody's not involved. Just like people be saying, my people weren't involved in slavery. We didn't do it. We couldn't bear the look, you know, and we still could get mad at them, say, because you couldn't bear the look, you turn the other way, you know, like I think Francis Cress Wilson said, if you turn a blind eye to it, you're still racist or whatever. Same thing, right? We can argue that, but it's true. Some people really didn't have their hand in it, and we can't force them to do it. They got to worry about their own people, correct? Right. But we can't ignore the people who have put things in place where if someone did step in from the outside, say, what are you doing to these people? Well, the curse of Ham. Well, they don't believe in Islam. He told us to be harsh with them. That's what he told us. Treat them harshly. Be rough with them, non-believers, because their fate is hellfire. You see, these are excuses that are being made in the name of some person or being or whatever the fuck it is that created the universe, and we don't know this motherfucker. I just know my parents. I don't know who the fuck y'all know. Where we at? Their humanity. In the provision of the eunuchs. We went over what eunuchs is. We need to do it again in case somebody came in late. Okay. It's the person who is castrated. They're referring to people. So when you hear this being used, because it's going to be used a few times in what I'm about to read, this person is getting a shit chopped off, y'all. Okay? We want to be clear on that. This is not some shit you can debunk with a fucking TikTok video. Y'all niggas is retarded. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with y'all. This is why I'd be pissed for people who be like, why the fuck is he so mad? Y'all don't understand what the fuck we got. The people who really researching and reading what the fuck we got to go through looking at this shit. And we already know it's there. We just got to do it again because we have to package it and teach people because y'all out here lying. So now we're reliving it. My grandparents already taught me this shit. I already done seen all of this. I already know that this shit is there. And I got to do it again. So yeah, you damn right. When I'm going to snap on y'all motherfuckers. That's guaranteed. Was it this one? Brutal violation, but sexually exploited concubines without the thought. Yep, there you go. Yeah, without the thought. Sure, they did. Of course, they didn't think about it. Why would they? It's part of the plan and the provision and the Western counterpart. The eunuchs. Okay, yeah. In the provision of eunuchs, indeed, Islamic slavery was scarcely more compassionate than its Western counterpart, and those who purchased them were the accomplices of those who provided them. Yet the treatment of slaves in Islam was overall more benign, in part because the values and attitudes promoted by what? The religion inhibited the very development of a Western-style capitalism with its effective subjugation of people in the priority of profit. So crucial was the religious dynamic in Islamic society that those who served the faith by scholarship or soldiering enjoyed greater prestige than those who grew rich by economic enterprise. Are y'all not catching that? Why is it that you think that you got to be religious all the time? Well, I ain't going to be Christian, but I got to be something. No. Where do you think that comes from? It's trapped in your DNA. It's in there. It's engraved in you that when you don't fear a God, y'all. You never met the God. You are fearing your slave master. You're fearing your oppressor. You're not really listening to your ancestors. Oh, I decoded the Bible and decoded the Quran. It's actually talking about me, and this is the moon, and this is the star. Yo, you already knew all of this shit. You got the oldest calendars in the world. You got the oldest languages in the world. You have the oldest mathematical systems in the world. What the fuck is these people telling you? You weren't doing the shit that they were doing when they pulled up on you. So how can you tell me that your Quran says we shouldn't do slavery? Why are you telling me? Read your Quran, because you're coming into Africa trying to slave people. So you read it. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Y'all falling for the okie doke. But when you lose your fear, and that's why my book is titled Abrahamic Faith and Fear. I'm not just dealing with the scholarship behind that shit. I'm showing you how we're trapped into still fucking with it through all these different remixes and cults and twisting words and bidding etymology and using numbers and this chapter belongs there and all this other weird shit we're doing. It's because you're actually scared. That's all it is. It's the dude that take off his shirt. Oh, you want to fight me? And he take his shirt off. He take his pants off. He take his shoes off, his earrings off, hold me back. Yo, you get it on. You know what the enemy is. You know you're not connected to your roots. You know that motherfuckers took your ass from somewhere. You know that you have a culture that's older than these baby gods that just popped up. So reconnect. You got to take this shit with you because you're afraid of what the hell you seen happen. It's still stuck in your memory. Just like when you hear something in the bush. A long time ago, you used to hear something in the bush. You ain't been attacked by nothing yet. What you been attacked by recently that you still hear something in the bush and you be like, what the fuck is that? That's from a long time ago, stuck inside your DNA. And the same shit is happening with these religions. That's why y'all really will not escape this shit. It's from slavery. It's not from God. Again, this is from slavery. It's not from God. It's from your conqueror. Okay? Accomplishments of those who provided them, yet the treatment of slaves or the religion inhabited. Oh, yeah, I'm going to read that again. Yet the treatment of slaves in Islam was overall more benign, in part because of the values and attitudes promoted by religion inhibited the very development of a Western-style capitalism with its effects. With its effective subjugation of people to the priority of profit. So crucial was the religious dynamic to Islamic society that those who served the faith by scholarship or soldiering enjoying greater prestige than those who grew rich by economic enterprise, while trade was accepted as necessary and useful enrichment by speculation or by any other pursuits construed to be in conflict with the welfare of the community, was not only regarded with suspicion, but might be severely penalized. You see? So the way that you were treated by the English person is not going to be the same as the way you're treated by the French, the Portuguese, or the Arab. These people are slaving for different reasons. Okay. Christianity is already stamped and engraved in people's heads to the point people, as Port showed you, where they would say, hey, I don't want an Arabic slave. Islamic slave. I need me somebody Christianized. That's how deeply it was already engraved. So Islam has their motive. They're fighting for their Islamic community. They're trying to build their religious foundation because Christianity and Judaism already has theirs, right? Islam, this is if you know the story of the Bible, this is your Ishmael, right? Ishmael is supposed to be not get out of here. You and what's his mother's name? Hagar. Y'all get out of here. You know, the jealous wife. Y'all get out of here. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying? And God came to them and said, you're going to be a great man. So they took that story and they built it from there and remixed the book and made a version for themselves, as anybody should. That don't mean you're supposed to hop on board with this family feud that's going on. That's between those people. We are not them. We're the victims of what they're pushing towards throughout the world. All right. Now we're going to wait. Did I skip one? Where we at overall? The abuse, brutal, even masters persuaded their own piety. Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's shrink this back down. Of some. Oh no, I'm not starting up there. I'm starting right here. Blow it up a little bit more. Such influence also successfully confronted the emergence of racism as a form of institutionalized discrimination, because the Quran expressly condemned racism along with tribalism and nationalism. In the West, economic enterprise and the advance of the secular state prompted each other to mock spiritual messages as the meek should inherit the earth. The slave system was so incompatible not only with the teaching of Christianity, but with the descent of sensibilities of the less devout that they required some rationalization to sustain them. The Bible was scrutinized to find support, however specious, which is something that is not quite right, you know, for a divine curse on blacks, and science was perverted to support a biological case for their enslavement. Let's do that again. The slave system was so incompatible, not only with the teachings of Christianity, but with the decent, but with the decent sensibilities of the less devout, that they required some rationalization to sustain them. The Bible was scrutinized to find support, however specious, for a divine curse on blacks. And y'all know what that divine curse is. We're supposed to be the Hamites. And the Mormon religion, which I showed y'all when I was breaking down Yahweh's book to show them where this information is coming from about these people saying that life started over here, and they found a big ass footprint and it was 6 toes. They said it was the Negro that comes from the people of Anak that I mentioned in the scriptures, that they were fighting, and they felt like they were giants and we were like grasshoppers in their sight. They're trying to say that that was us, and that we didn't choose between God and the devil, that the dark, the people, well, the angels, I guess our ancestors, allegedly, according to this religion, our ancestors who were in heaven a long time ago, or wherever the fuck they were at, they didn't choose between good and evil, which was the devil and God. We said, nope, we're going to remain neutral. So they turned our skin black and threw us down to the earth. And that's where the fuck we come from. Okay. That's where this shit comes from. I showed y'all, I traced it all the way back, and it still keeps popping up. It pops up in BC times. It pops up in AD times, because they've been using this whole technique on us for the longest time. That's why you're going to see gopher wood. That's why you're going to see things that look like it's, oh, this is over here in America, because they've been plotting before your ass to make this the old world, because they already know where the fuck the old world is at. They've been plotting. Like, you're late. You're just picking up his Kool-Aid. He threw that shit on the ground. You just adding water to it and cutting it up. He already done had the potent part of it. Okay. And that's where the Mormons went to the West Coast. And y'all, if y'all been on the live, y'all seen all those people come over there telling us about, hey, you know, Moab is over here. The Mormons set all of that up because they were trying to make this the old world. They set it up. These places had names before, and they renamed them using the Bible. Black people came later after slavery and started renaming things after the Bible, including themselves, calling themselves Israelites and the people of the Bible. The Mormons already did it when you were lost in the sauce. They've been setting this shit up. You were still doing the regular Christianity. They had already started a remix. You broke out of that, and now you copying their remixes, okay? So, Christianity and sensibilities, the Bible was scrutinized to find enslavement. Okay, Christianity did come to play a crucial part in the opposition led by Britain, which is a fact, first to the slave trade and then to the slavery itself. Most of the leading abolitionists took the teaching of their religion seriously, yet it is doubtful that they would have succeeded without support from the industrial capitalists. See, they use even the abolitions, the movements that were set up. These same abolitionists had to use the slave trade to help them out. They were using these people who had slave trade. That was part of their business. They used it. This is the second time this has happened. It happened before with sustaining the slavery itself, and then for them to get rid of it, they still use the slave labor. The workshop of the world had outgrown the value of slave labor colonies, whose land exploited the relative impoverishment, now produce high-cost sugar, while the slave labor colonies produce an abundance of low-cost sugar for still richly productive land. Okay? So this was remember, this is a ploy. This is something that's set up because one person is like, well, shit, I already got what I need. If I keep on letting these people do this damn slavery and shit, you know, they're gonna catch up to me. I got my riches, I got my gold, I got my booty, literally, spiritually, physically, psychologically. They got their booty. They got the gold, they got the actual booty, they got control of everything. Now it's time to push this religion and make sure we secure it. And then these other nations are trying to catch up like, shit, we got to get involved in the slave trade too. This is the new thing that's popping. It's like cryptocurrency, right? It's the new thing popping. It's like wireless phones. It's the new thing popping. It's like laptops. Instead of having a desktop, I can carry this laptop anywhere. I could work at the Starbucks. Damn, I ain't got to take my whole PC with. That's the next thing popping. Everybody hops on the next thing popping, and we were the next thing popping. And then before everybody jumped on it and got rich, they made sure that they said, no, this is wrong. And they jumped in and tried to act like they were heroes. But these same people, as I showed y'all in my last presentation, and Rob showed y'all again, these people were hunting them down to stop them from slave trading. And these same people who were the commanders and leaders of the squadron, they had slaves themselves. Okay. White supremacy bred, wait, am I starting there? Social assimilation. Hold on. No, wait, that's wrong. Okay, yet racism vigorously survived the end of slavery. If old habits die hard, racism would already have been old enough to take an unconscionable time dying. But there were reasons why it thrived rather than declined. The colonial powers engaged in extending their rule across most of the world found a pretext in the concept of the white man's burden, with its corresponding presumption of the cultural and even biological inferiority of blacks and others of color. So they've been this, even though we're not dealing with the same thing that you're seeing in America the same exact way, we still have this blueprint that we cannot deny that the European had to build off of. The European built off of this same thing. This is what the English did. This is what they were using against you. Look at what these religions are saying. This is who you are. Look at the people. The whole world is looking at you as I look at you. This is just who the fuck you are. You're made for labor. White is great. It's pure, and black is bad. That don't mean it's true. And all of y'all people who be coming with this damn Moorish dictionary, look at the dictionary. This is what black mean. Black is what the fuck I say it is. Nigga, how the hell do you come in when black was already something before you arrived? The Afri. Huh? The Afri, the Africa, the Africa, the Afar, the Ifrar. All of these things existed already, and all of a sudden a Roman pops up and they go, oh, he's the first African. No, his ass went to Africa, and when he came back and I dominated that place, he added the name to himself. That's what the fuck he did, but the name existed before that. All of that shit is just smoke screens because people are ashamed to be part of something. That's all it is. You're just ashamed of the history because you really don't need to fuck with it. I don't know why y'all can't just go over there and just go be in your imagination. It's Christians, Israelites, Bloods, Crips, aliens, star seeds. Nigga, it's all types of shit. None of them got to delete the slave trade, though. That's where y'all fucking up at. Just go make yourself a fucking identity and leave this shit the fuck alone. It's very real. It's very fucking real. Okay? Let's keep going. Within the metropolitan societies, there were many whites at the lower social levels who found comfort or consolation in asserting their racial superiority to blacks. In the late 19th century and for much of the 20th, white workers, particularly in the United States, with its large black population, found in racism a cause with which to confront the competition for jobs from blacks now free to sell their labor. Okay, so they're using this. You don't even need slavery at this point. You don't need slavery no more. We have the remnants of slavery. We have that stench that we dumped all over you. That guy's a piece of shit. Not because I'm actually a piece of shit. It's because you've been dumping shit on me this whole time. So now I'm walking around. I'm trying to get my shit together, get my act together. I do kind of stink. I'm kind of funky, right? I'm a little rusty, but I'm keeping up with your ass. But you still got people ignoring the fact that you dumped all this shit on me. You gave me the cuts and the wounds. You did it. Look at him. Look, they're feeble-minded. Nigga, we can't read. What is you talking about? Like, do we get some time to catch up? And we doing pretty good if you ask me. Shout out to my people because we doing real good. Even the people I don't agree with, at least you're reading. You're doing something. You could be doing something else different. That's why I still got to respect it at some point, even though I got to go upside your motherfucking head. We're doing very good. Y'all just got to get your shit straight and learn to keep applying logic. You can't panic, get into your emotions, and then run back to the religious shit. That's what we're trying to break free of. The religion is what blind us from using science that we help give to the world. Science was not developed by Europeans. They did build onto it, but we have some of the oldest scientific methods in the world, including the out of Africa theory, which I showed y'all, I think, on the first. No, that was on the pre-smoke presentation. That wasn't even part of number one. That was us building up to it, giving you little previews, okay? Okay, so neither law nor custom had precluded miscegenation during slavery, even in the South of the United States, but with the notable exception of Brazil, where the lack of sufficient white immigrants had long allowed a selective merging by mulattoes into a pragmatic whiteness. Those descended from such unions were no less barred than were blacks from... Do we keep going down on this, or is this one? Okay. From social assimilation, with whites, and they remain so under the reinvigorating regime of racism after slavery. Let's go down a bit more. Relevantly, in a movement that might be emerged somewhat tentatively, but developed an assertive assurance, leadership came from among the colored as well as the black. Decisively, from the 1960s, the term Negro rejected for its historical association with racial disparagement. Do y'all understand what this is? And this is the same game that they play. And this is why I added this part. I wasn't really going to go into this, but it was there. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just highlight this little part here because it is important. It's still relevant, excuse me, because people keep trying to make it seem like they were changing. They're trying to switch our identity. Port already showed you that Negro land is a actual place. It's just not something that's a joke by Key and Peele, okay? Negro land is a place. It's on the maps, the same maps that motherfuckers like to show. Matter of fact, if you go to the Most High, Yahweh, my lovely African brother, peace with the African feathers, shout out to the Most High, all praises. He showed you this shit on the old maps. Go look at it. Go to his YouTube channel and scroll all the way back. He showed you Negro land. There is no Walter Plecker. They're not here. And we already have a fucking Negro land. This is old, man. This is old news, okay? Look at the date of the maps. Look at what it says on the map. Look at these lands that they call Negro land. And I'm going to show y'all some more black lands and black people in the black, in the black lands that are outside of this area. Multiple people refer to us that way. And then Sutin has already showed y'all a million fucking times when we were dealing with religion that these pharaohs, these kings, the princes, they called themselves black and they were proud of it. Black is not a bad thing. And it seems like, why is Mofax agreeing with the European? The European said right here, I'm showing Mofax the dictionary. Look, etymology. Black means bad, evil. It means you gonna die before you turn 35 and you ain't nothing and your book is fake and it's not coming out and your TikTok is gonna get banned and your information is fake because the master said so. But he's capping though. He's capping. He's lying. Because I'm gonna hit 35. The book is out. It's published. The shit was fake, but it's out. It's getting mailed out. The shit is, you see what I'm saying? It's a lie. He can lie. The lie isn't even that good. So I don't know why you believe it. To me, it's like y'all still scared. Black meant what the fuck the first people said it meant. When we spoke about the darkness, we spoke about the infinite. When we spoke about the darkness, we spoke about the unknown. When we spoke about the darkness, we spoke about the richness of soil. When we spoke about the darkness, we spoke about our connection to the sun. When we spoke about the darkness, we talked about turning coal into a diamond. What the fuck are y'all talking about? There is no Pleckers. These dudes are not here. We're by ourselves, talking amongst ourselves. I don't even know where the fuck he came from. When you go far back, the dude ain't there, and we talking this blackness. So y'all can quit. And yes, it's in another language. It's in another language, but it translates to black. Oh, there was a Negro, then they changed it to black. Negro, it means black. It's the same shit. So it's like, you're playing word games and then you're running around chasing your own tail and you're never really getting anywhere. But what you're doing is you're confusing people who don't have reading comprehension. And some people are just not there. Everybody's not supposed to be, able to read comprehensive studies and deal with even the simple word black. Everybody's not supposed to do it. Common sense ain't common sense, or have some common sense. Some people just don't have it. Okay, I realized that just probably 5 years ago. Okay, Muhammad. Wait, are we going to Muhammad yet? Hold on, let me make sure. Custom for blacks. That's basically from the 1960s. Yep, we are going to Muhammad. Okay. Or are we? Are we going to Muhammad? Or did I? Yeah, I keep on going to the next page. My bad, y'all. Okay, Muhammad died in 1632, and the unity that the prophet had achieved in a large part of Arabia began to fragment as some tribes proceeded to reassert their independence and even proclaim prophets of their own. A group of leading Muslims met and elected a caliph, or a commander of the faithful, Muhammad's father-in-law and early close companion, Abu Bakr. Or Bakr, if I'm saying it right, my bad. People who speak Arabic, Muslims, whatever, my bad. As Ira Lapidus states, he was successor to the prophet, but not himself a prophet. He was rather to be a sheikh, I think I'm saying that right, or a sheik. Yeah, sheik. He was rather to be a sheik or chief who led the collectively arbitrated disputes and followed the precedents of set by Muhammad. Okay, and that's not what they did. And I'm not doing it on this one. I probably will do it on the next one, or I may come back later after I'm done. After everybody else is done, and show y'all something. I just don't want to dig for that now and extend my time because I'm already long-winded as fuck. But Muhammad participated in the shit too, right? So we tried to cut people slack, and we tried to be nice and say, hey, look, Muhammad probably didn't intend for that, but I caught Muhammad was doing the same shit, man. He was chopping niggas up. He was putting in work, man. All right. Now, I'm not trying to measure and count. He did it. All right. He should have been telling people, don't do it. That's all we need to see. Just don't do it. Don't say, oh, I did it because they didn't believe, and I did it because we just don't do this shit. It needs to not happen. And this is why I tell people, be careful defending religious texts. I don't care if you have some proverbs. All our grandparents have proverbs, nigga. Like, who y'all talking to? I haven't seen not one thing in the Bible that surpassed what the fuck my grandmother and grandfather have taught me. Even my father, who spent just a couple months in my life all together, it's not going to surpass what the fuck he taught me. Like, it doesn't surpass it. I don't see anything in there like that trumps this information. And most of it is saying exactly what the fuck they had already taught me. And they didn't even believe in the shit at the time. Okay. Or we're part of a completely different type of belief system that's supposed to be pagan. All right. Let's see. Christians. Where am I starting at with this one? Am I starting up here? Beyond the pressure on the others to accept Islam, it was a system designed to leave the subjugated societies largely undisturbed. Predictably, however, the performance came to fall far short the prescriptions. Few of the conquerors failed to be affected by the experience of power, and in particular, by their discovery of the sumptuous style in which the rulers and rich in some of the conquered territories had been living. Mecca had not prepared them for the splendors of Alexandria, Damascus, and the capital of Persia, Ctesiphon, if I'm saying that right. When the Arab general Amir ibn al-As in the conquest of Egypt reached Alexandria, his report to the Caliph Umar clearly communicated his wonder. I have taken a city of which I can only say that it contains 4,000 palaces, 4,000 baths, 400 theaters, 1,200 greengrocers, and 40,000 Jews. Okay, so as you can see here, while they're going to Egypt, there's somebody already there. So we have the Arab going in there. We know who was already there. We have the Arab going into Egypt. You have Jews that are already into Egypt, and then after that, you got the before that you have at this time you still have the Persians, and then after that you have the Greeks and the Romans in between, both teaming up sometimes and fighting against each other for this land. So when you talk about how did they do this shit, you have been getting your ass kicked for a very long time. I don't understand why y'all not getting this shit. You've been getting your ass handed to you for a very long time. Very long time. Okay. And we're going to get into, I'm going to have, you know what? Do I need to do? No, I got to do that when I get to the map. So we're going to keep going, and I'm going to show y'all. Keep in mind what I just read and try to follow that we're staying before we get to the Atlantic slave trade. These are the conditions. If you use your imagination with the slave trade, even if you think it didn't happen, your imagination is still wild. I know y'all still got it, the non-believers. So use your imagination and just imagine this shit back in Arabia. Are you saying that this shit didn't happen here either with the Arabs and Islam? Is that where we're going? None of it happened? But if you use your imagination and just imagine what these people are going through, then you know that they're already broken in. Not all of Africa. You would be correct that, yeah, some people should have been fighting. Some people gave up. Some people bitched out. Call it what you want to call it. We have the right to judge our ancestors, right? But you have to be respectful to the people who've been getting their asses kicked, and they were fighting back, and they fought as much as they could. They got rid of the parents. They started breeding way before they got over here to America. They knew that this was a problem. Port showed you the people pulling up and getting their ass kicked. I showed you the people escaping, running, and leaving the ships. They're leaving the ships, and they only got 2. 90 escaped, and they recovered 4 and took them back. They left. They're in South America, North America, escape. We showed you the Portuguese. In the books that the people told us to read that was going to debunk what we said, they showed us slavery happening in 1505, 1503 in South Carolina, where my family's from. That matched the story that my grandmother taught me, that they told me I was lying about. Ain't that about a bitch? So y'all spiritual people, what the fuck does that mean? That's not the universe speaking? See, now that shit don't count. When y'all get debunked, there's no magical powers behind that shit. That's why I don't fuck with that stuff. That shit is weird. It's like you just use it wherever you want to. That was a hell of a fucking coincidence. Seems like you should throw some Jesus in there, or some ancestors, or some chakras, or some Asgard aliens, or some shit, right? How the hell does a nigga give me the book that proved what my grandmother said, and he was supposed to disprove what the fuck she said? That's nuts. That's super nuts. Predictably, we're down here. The new ruler soon enough acquired taste and the means for satisfying them, of which the prophet would scarcely have approved, right? So they're saying Muhammad wouldn't even agree with this shit. No? We on YouTube, okay? We know what Muhammad do. He was on some weird shit. Same way they was messing with the little girls. He was messing with the little girls. He was doing the same shit. He was attacking non-believers. He did. Chop their hands, feet off, fuck out of here. And plus, what we're about to read in just a second, I'm going to show you what the Quran says that people keep skipping over, because this dude in here, he's telling the truth, but he told you it's from his background. So he's trying to romanticize, even though he's claiming he's not. It hurts. And he's trying to cover it up everywhere he can, but he can't, because we're about to go to the Quran in a second. The prophet scarcely approved the succession of the Umayyad dynasty to the caliphate, with the accompanying removal of the capital to Damascus, reflected the distance Islam had traveled. My bad, y'all. I can't see that. Had traveled from the initial austerities of the desert. Okay. Now, I think do I skip this one and go to the Quran? What was in here? The explanations of the emergence of the colored person. Certainly the prophet himself, kind of amongst these companions. Do I need? Damn, I did not highlight this part, y'all. My bad. But I think I know where it's. Okay, these explanations. You know what? We gotta just go from the top, because I don't want to miss none of this. I gotta buy him some time anyway. Means to buy a slave, might own one. Okay, the owner of the military slaves was restricted to the ruler. Other slaves might be bought at any age. That's what I was just talking about. Okay, any age. You're not supposed to be participating in this at all. Okay. Now they're saying with Muhammad, I've heard the story a million times, and I don't feel like reading that garbage up here. It was his friend's daughter and this and all of it. Like, bro, the dude got a little girl, and that's what the fuck they were doing back then. And we're us looking at it from the future. You see that this is slavery. This is treating children the wrong way. These people are not even fully developed yet. So we know that this shit is wrong. And back then to them, it was like, oh, this is allowed, but he's still wrong. And this is why I cannot believe that human beings can figure out that it's wrong to do this shit in the first place. They got to come to the conclusion that shit is wrong. They figure it out, right? But it's supported in their text. You just got to be a non-believer. You got to be cursed by the God, and then these things can happen to you, right? In the Bible and the Quran, right? We figure it out. This shit isn't right. We start making laws that go against God. Anybody ever notice that? God told you in the Bible that you can slave people, right? The Quran tells you that you can treat non-believers harshly. That opens up the fucking door wide open. Do whatever the fuck you want. Treat them harshly. Their fate is hellfire, right? But humans come along and change these rules that these two gods made. How the hell does that happen? Because they were men. These men were allowed to buy young children. These men were allowed to marry young children. These men were allowed to slave people if they slaved certain people. These men were allowed to say people were cursed. These men were allowed to chop off your wee-wees. These men were allowed to chop off your nutsack. Because you're overly sexual. They can't control themselves. That's why you chopped it off. That's hilarious, right? To confirm this loyalty, they were compelled to become Muslims. Let's go back a little bit. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay, other slaves might be bought at any age. Military slaves were generally acquired as older children or adolescents, preferably at the age of 12. Look at this shit. What the fuck does that make it better? Preferably the children, they were a little older, preferably like at the age of 12. So y'all talking about kids, nigga. You're talking about kids. Now imagine these same kids who are growing up in Islam. They conformed, they conceded, they bowed down, they changed their way, and they listen. And then next thing you know, they have somebody treating them better. A Jew, a Christian, they like, you know what? This dude ain't gonna chop my shit off, may not chop my kid's shit off. This dude may not have me stuck over here in the hot sun doing this. I don't have to go to war. They just want me to fucking just work this field. Some people take the lesser evil. They both did that. Christians and Muslims and Catholics did that amongst each other slaves. They would treat them a little better just to get them. The other person would treat them better to get them because they got different motives. And it would behoove you, if you need the workers, to put your fetishes aside, you know, put some money aside for that, because they still did. They had their little weird fetishes, right? They just did it to somebody else or bought them separately from somewhere else. And they did treat certain people right to win them over from someone else and turn them against that person. You're killing two birds with one stone. You're still oppressing people, and you're also turning them against their slave masters, making them look bad. We read that to you out of another book that they gave us and told us to read, where they were sitting there saying that this book proves slavery didn't happen and it was all done by Africans. And they confused the dialogue between the Europeans speaking amongst themselves about this stuff being bad, it's wrong, and we should make this, we should abolish this practice. And they're saying like, well, what if we treat them better? These people thought those were Africans speaking amongst themselves. These are the Europeans talking about, well, since we abolishing the shit, well, we're abolishing the wrong treatment that we did, right? They're still less than, like, this is still the money, the drive of our economy. I mean, like, let's be real here, sir. Come on, Duke. Come on, Emperor. Come on, Your Majesty. Come on, Lord Farquaad. We're really like, no, we're going to slave them. We're just going to treat them better, right? They like, no, we're not doing this shit at all. You see what I'm saying? So it behooved them to try to make one slave master look worse, and I'm hunting him down. I freed you. Come with me. Are you okay? And it's a lesser evil. Come on, man. If every day you open your door, I just open hand slap the shit out you. Every day you open the door, you about to head out for work. Ah, beautiful day. And I just open hand slap the dog shit out you. Every day. And you've been dealing with that for 10 years straight. Then you open the door, you see me over there fighting with somebody else, and you walking out like, what's the problem? Why am I not getting slapped in the face? You kind of got this syndrome, you know, you Stockholmed out this bitch. You wondering why you ain't getting slapped. You're expecting a slap. You could just carry your ass to work, but you over here all in the mix. And the dude, you know, handles me, and somebody else walks up, and he just plucks you in the forehead. What y'all forget is that nothing is supposed to be happening to you when you walk out your motherfucking door. You're not supposed to be getting an open hand dog shit slapped out of you. And you're not supposed to have this other dude come over like with the lesser evil, like, yeah, but I just pluck you in your forehead. And whoever was in that live know why I just used that example. Because this is what the motherfucker said to us when we were trying to present him this information. He said, would you rather get your throat slit or burned in the fire? I'm saying, come on now. Come on, which one's worse? You fucking with me is the problem. I'm not about to pick between Christianity and Islam. Like, but the Christians will burn you. We just slit your throat because you die faster. That one you burn. Y'all fucking tripping, bro. Tripping. We're not looking for lesser evils. All right. Let's go to this covenant. Where we are adolescents, age. Okay, to confirm the loyalty, they were compelled to become Muslims, while other slaves could adhere to their own religions, especially those with which Islam had concluded a covenant. So there were certain passes that people can get as long as you was part of that covenant, part of that agreement, which obviously they're saying this ain't going to make you too aggressive. This ain't going to make you a revolutionary. This isn't going to start an uprising. So I'm pretty sure that's why they approved it. Okay, that's my speculation. Bernard Lewis argues that the pagan and early Islamic Arabia seem to have shared the general attitude of the ancient world, which attached no stigma to blackness, and that there were three factors that adversely affected this attitude. First was the very fact of conquest, in which the normal distinctions inevitably appeared between the conquerors and the conquered. The second was the advance of such conquests into areas of Black Africa, whose population seemed less developed than the Arabs or the conquered peoples in Southwest Asia and Southern Europe. Finally, the large-scale importation of African slaves influenced Arab and therefore Muslim attitudes towards people of darker skin, whom most Arabs and Muslims encountered only in this way. Okay, so this is the same thing. This is like an old school media. You know how we complain today about, oh, these people are just they're projecting us like this on the media. This isn't how we are. Like, they're not going to put this on the media. They're not going to show like, yo, these people are up here arguing about history. They're you know, some of them, we both believe each other are crazy, but we out here just doing what we're supposed to be doing, hitting these books, doing this research. Most of us are trying to do that. You know, on the other side, y'all motherfuckers don't really be too much in there. But salute to the people who are at least trying to use some damn documentation, right? This is the same thing that's going on back in the day. This is your media. This is how you portrayed. You're on documents. You're on animal skins. You're on stone tablets. You're on clay tablets. People are trading with you. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain price on your head when you escape, when they sell you. There's things that you are specifically used for, and people don't see anybody else doing it. They don't see anybody else doing it. This is what they see you doing it. You're the one who scoops up shit, sir. I don't scoop up shit. Yeah, I'm dark just like you, but you're dark. You understand what I'm saying? This is the type of shit that we're involved in. And you're not going to, I repeat, you're not going to watch a fucking TikTok video or a fucking YouTube video from Camario or Dane Calloway or anybody else who lost their motherfucking mind and think you're going to debunk some shit like this. There's no point in even debunking it. Because if you debunk this shit, your ass still cannot prove that life for humans started here. You still have a problem because you're stuck with a whole bunch of Mormon fake artifacts that I've ran you through all 70 plus of them that I presented. Okay, and there's still more. These explanations for the emergence of color prejudice seem broadly persuasive. Certainly, the prophet himself counted among his early followers and persons close to him, known as the companions, those who were partly or wholly Ethiopian descent, notably Bilal ibn Rabah, if I'm saying that right, his personal attendant, and when Muhammad instituted the call to prayer for the first call to prayer, his first muezzin, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Umar, who later became caliph, and Amir ibn al-As, who we spoke about earlier, who would become the who would command the Arab invasion of Egypt in 693. Okay, so we're in 693 AD, people. 693, and we have the Arabs going into Egypt. We all know Egypt don't even fucking exist. Okay, yet we are so deep into this colonization and this conquering and this rape and pillage that y'all are using the words after invasions. So what is going on here in America? In my opinion, I see the same situation. I see that you're disconnected from your history, so you can't use the proper names even when you try to reconnect. You end up connecting to some shit that don't really even exist. So why are you complaining about black didn't exist? Well, yes, it did. But Egypt actually didn't exist, though. That's from Aegyptos, a Greek god. They put their god's name on that land after they conquered it, and this is before the Arab conquered it. We're dealing with multiple people conquering this land. And you're going to say Egypt isn't America? Egypt don't fucking exist. That's like telling a Native American, hey, the United States is what the real name was. What the fuck is you talking about? There is no such thing as the United States. Yeah, we're going to get real with the shit. It actually don't exist to the native people of the land. It's not real. It's what the invader called it. And if you want to, we can go further back to the waves of people who came over here, and then even Native Americans have a problem amongst themselves because everyone didn't come here at the same time. Okay, there's a first. There's a first amongst the first. Okay, but that's for a different conversation. Whenever everybody gets past all this other bullshit, and we can have that conversation. But yet the prophet also stated in his last sermon, no Arab has any priority over a non-Arab, and no white over a black, except in righteousness. Okay, so that sounds great, doesn't it? This is what happens, and people hop on a live like the guy did yesterday. He goes, yeah, but the Quran says you're supposed to treat each other equal. Bismillah. Yeah, but pay attention. What the fuck is righteousness? Is it what your great African proverb said? Is that what he's talking about? African proverbs? Is that the righteousness? Is it one of your tribal leaders from where you got picked up from? Huh? Is it the caliphate? Did they save your documentation from your family's principles and laws and statutes, codes, and ordinances from the tribe you came from? And then that's what is righteous? Or are they talking about the fucking Quran? You're righteous if you follow them. So this is how even believers get deceived, because they just want to believe in the God so bad. They just want to put it in. They want to put it in, no lube. They want to choke on this invisible God dick. Okay? Sorry, we got to keep it funky. No Arab has any priority over a non-Arab, and no white over a black, except in righteousness. Who is determining what the fuck is righteous? Who's making this distinction? This is righteous, this is not. Who's doing it? They're speaking about their religion. Okay. The admonition or admonition would suggest that an Arab attitude of superiority towards others, and in particular towards blacks, was already being expressed in his lifetime. You dig it? When we talk about something not happening, this is why I tell people not to make a mistake when, say, they argue over were people doing cocaine or something in ancient Africa, right? Let's say we found out that a tribe says that you can't have cocaine, right? They didn't just wake up in the morning and say, hey, nobody can have cocaine. They didn't say that, okay? They had an issue with it. So because they're saying, hey, man, listen, nobody is equal. You're not better than nobody, okay? But now if they not righteous, that's when all bets are off. You see? So they're telling you that they do agree with that. And this is what people use, but they don't understand the full context of what these people are trying to say. And I'm going to go take you into the Quran, and this is going to it's going to build right off of this, though. So particularly towards blacks was already being expressed in his lifetime. So this was already going on. That's why they're saying don't do it. If you tell them, hey man, you better get in the house at 8:00 tonight. I told you 8:00 and have my motherfucking car back. Don't be talking about something. Oh, I had to go over here, got stopped and all that. Don't make up nothing. Get back here at 8:00. You need to leave an hour early just in case you get pulled over, whatever the fuck your excuse was. Leave earlier. Right? It's because they did something before. So you're laying down other rules. It's already happening. All right. Moreover, the experience of such prejudice began to be reflected in the verses of black poets at an early stage in the history of Islam. Okay, so we have poetry from these people. All right, we're going to get into it. What does it say? If my color were pink, women would love me, but the Lord has married me with blackness. Let that shit sink in for a little bit. For y'all plecker motherfuckers. For y'all, oh, this is what it means. They created this shit in your head. There's nothing wrong with black. Who the fuck don't like black? These motherfuckers don't like that they like you. That's what the issue is. Y'all haven't noticed it? We sag our pants because my cousin had to hand me down his pants. You know, he a little big on the big side. You know what I'm saying? So I got my pants sagging. Or I got a big, heavy toaster in that motherfucker, right? Why the hell are your pants sagging? Anybody ever been in that situation where you out there and then it's just one little polka dot pop up. It's one little speck. He's like, I'm out here too, cuz. And he's out here like he out, but you not here. You just coming from the other side of town. You want to come over here and smoke and chill and live the dangerous life. You like to be on edge. And he pulls his pants down. My pants are sagging because these are not my pants. Now niggas is literally pulling their pants down. You see what I'm saying? They like you, man. They like even your negative. This shit was coming from hand-me-downs, and now we turned it into something in our culture, and people are copying that shit. They put tattoos on their face for nothing. They don't even know what the fuck it means. All types of weird shit, okay? Let's go to the next one. Wrote Suhaim. I guess that's how you Suhaim. A slave of African origin who died in 660. Y'all still see where we at? This is AD. 660 AD. He proclaimed his essential dignity in another poem. Though I am a slave, my soul is nobly free. Though I am black of color, my character is white. See, he's falling for it. He's falling for it. Though I'm black, no, black is the shit. That's what you're not getting. Black is the shit. Yeah, my daughter used to think the same thing. One of the reasons why I homeschooled my kids, right? Because I wasn't going to do that at first until I wanted to do it straight from if you were already in there, I want you to go ahead and finish it off. But this is one of the reasons I did it. Because even in school, they still got the monkey stuff going on. That's what I got to hear from my daughter when she came back home. What's the problem? No, we're going to talk. What the fuck is the issue? Well, they keep saying this and white kids say that. Look, the light-skinned kids say the same shit. Oh, when I sat her down and taught her what the fuck black is about, though, when I showed her where black came from with their definition, yeah, I showed her the same shit that y'all use on people to get them to join your cult. I showed her when they switched it, and then I took her back to the greatness. Now she look in the mirror different. Now her head is up high. She got more degrees than her fucking teachers. Put that in your pipe. You dig? It's a mind fuck. Look what he's saying. Let's read it again. Though I am a slave, my soul is nobly free. Though I am black of color, my character is white. What the fuck is white? It's what the fuck he said it is. Are y'all slow? He's saying that white is good, but he's in your face showing you that the shit is not. Nature is showing you it's not. You see some white shit leaking out of your plant and white shit growing all over your plant. You can cut that shit the fuck off. Like, oh, what the fuck is that? Chill out. Nusaib, if I'm saying this right, Ibn Rabah, who died in 762. And all this is going to tie in. Watch when I get to the Quran, y'all. These people writing in these poems, when I get to the Quran and what they're saying in the Quran and the Hadith and the Surah or whatever, you're going to be like, what the fuck? How did I not catch that? It is tied to this shit. They're making these people think it in the Quran. They put the shit together so strategically because they watch Christianity make their mistakes. They watched Judaism make the mistake. They were too out in the open. Bo, black, cursed. Yeah, ham. It was too obvious. He had to back off. Like, hold on, we can't do it like that. Watch when y'all see this shit. Like, I'm so excited for y'all to see this shit. 762 had his own cutting rejoinder to an attack on him from his color from an Arab poet. Blackness does not diminish me. As long as I have this tongue and this stout heart, some are raised by means of their lineage. The verses of my poems are my lineage. How much better a keen-minded, clear-spoken black than a mute white. See, and you got some people that catch on to the bullshit. And we don't even need to, talk about what occurs with those type of people when you flex that you actually intelligent. Okay. They all get rid of you. Your own people will come at you when you're intelligent. Your own people, knowing damn well you got a high IQ, you smart as shit. Y'all done seen this shit on the block, in school. If you smart, people try to make you dumb. Am I lying? Y'all know, and some of y'all probably fell for that shit. I still kept the book in my hand with the other thing in the other hand. I ain't fall for that shit. Oh, you reading books? Yeah, nigga. The fuck is you talking about? Because you can't read? Because you don't have reading comprehension? Like, well, no, I'm out here and I'm in my environment that I'm in, but nigga, I'm still going to hit these motherfucking books. I'm not stupid. I'm just in a bad situation. You know what I'm saying? And I'm up out of that bitch. Yeah. So, and then one dude told me too, he said, what you going to write and read your way out the hood? And guess that's exactly what the fuck happened. That was hilarious that old head said that shit to me. He said that shit to me when I was homeless and completely fucking 180 on their ass. Okay. One scholar argues that it was the Zanj, the Great Zanj Rebellion, which Port is going to give y'all some action, and I'm just going to skim over this shit. Zanj Rebellion, which led to a hardening of attitudes against blacks. So what they're explaining to you is there was already this preconceived notion that you have amongst these people looking at them because not only is it people who are purposely doing it through literature, through raping and pillage, through castrating, all types of different fear tactics and stuff like that. But you have people who just naturally see them. They just see them. They see like this is what's going on. Like the Karen, she's like, yo, wait, huh? Why are you here? What do you do? I had a music studio, daycare. I'm a notary public. I'm actually a published author, or I'm about to be a published author. Yeah, I mean, I even make music. I don't just record people doing that shit. Either I'm into stocks, crypto. Like, yeah, what's up? My kids even got their own business. What's going on? Huh? We in school too. Everybody's in college. Huh? What's up? What did you record Jay-Z? You know, they start acting like trick questions. Like, no, I'm getting it in. Like, what are you talking about? But did you write an encyclopedia for the Galactic Federation? They start asking questions like, it still don't make sense why you live next to me, nigga. They are not used to shit. So when these people seen these black people back then, even though they weren't involved in like forcing that shit throughout their day-to-day life, just like we see here, people have a image and a notion about us. Okay? It's because of their images. This was the media back then. Like I told you, the receipts, the ships coming in, the people who are dancing for the king, the people who are front line and they're throwing their life away for the general that's sitting in the back. They see this. So when they see you in a different position, it doesn't make sense to them. And I know y'all have seen that being on these certain jobs where you excel and you got one of these motherfuckers that look at you like, how'd you do that? I don't get it. I've been here longer than you. What the fuck is you trying to say, nigga? Obviously, I'm just smarter than you. Or my memory's better than you. I can memorize things better. I'm good with memorizing numbers and I'm good with computers and you're not. Is that what it is? Well, I don't even have to say smarter. Maybe you just left certain things alone and you lost your way and didn't practice, using and applying your degree. I don't know. But you shouldn't be asking anybody why they can do something. You should be asking, can you help me learn how to do it as well? But when you're black, they just sit there so lost and confused. Why are you in my neighborhood? How come you can do it? How'd you get here? You must have cheated. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Okay. One scholar argues that the Zenji rebellion, my literature, previously known expressing towards blacks, as certain poems suggest a negative attitude that had emerged much earlier, but the rebellion might have intensified it. So their rebellion, because these people in Zanzibar, they rebelled and they went ham, right? They did not just sit there. They fought tooth and nail against their oppressors, and it made them not like them even more, even though their Quran told them that you're not supposed to be treating people that way, huh? But they weren't Muslim, so nobody cared. As certain poems suggest, in the context of the rebellion does not point to another factor in the development of color prejudice. Burp stuck, y'all, my bad. Black slaves had come to be favored for forms of labor requiring physical strength, and such labor was generally at the bottom of the social scale. Essentially, too, Islamic culture prized intellectual qualities above physical ones, albeit with the feminine beauty an exception. That's why they had 2 women for each man, okay? Because they still, y'all know who the black woman is, but if you don't know, goodness gracious. And the association of peculiar physical prowess, the intellectual inferiority, both rationalized and promoted the disparagement of blacks. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now we're here. So let's, yeah. Oh yeah. Let me grab me some ice real quick. Give me 2 seconds. All right, y'all, I'm back and still black. You dig? And yeah, speaking of that, let me do a little rant for a second before I go into this. I just can't get it through my head why people think, even if you accept, okay, the European changes a term, right? He changes the original name of Egypt to Egypt, right? His Kemet and his names before that. All right, we can debate that all, whatever. But we know Egypt comes from them, right? So let's say it actually does turn into it. How less of a person are you that you can't change it? It clearly doesn't mean that. There is nothing written down in the universe. And this is why I show y'all all the time. Even when you entertain these idiotic things that these people say, it still becomes illogical. Because if the European can just say what something means without any proof, no primary source as to why the word has that definition, just him saying it, not the creator of the universe, it's not written in the stars. There's no dictionary like floating around in the air where you can just read it holographically and it's just stuck because the creator just stuck it into reality and you just read it. Let me see. You just have what the fuck he said it meant. He changed it and gave you the date when he changed it. He admits he changed it. He said he changed it. Like, so why you can't change it, even if he actually did create the definition and it was, and I couldn't show you any other people being called black or dark or Negroes or anything like that. If we couldn't show you that and he did just come up with it, why couldn't you change it if he just made it up? Y'all have to start thinking. You keep conforming to his game. That's why Lauryn Hill said it seems we lose the game before we even start to play. Because you're not supposed to play his fucking game. It's not what the fuck he says. It's what the fuck I said. So anyway, Sahih al-Bukhari, 1595, 1596, chapter, The Demolishing of the Kaaba, right? 1595, narrated by Ibn Abbas. The prophet said, as if I am looking at him, a black person with thin legs plucking out the stones of the Kaaba, one after another. I don't even know how the hell that even makes any sense. But fuck the story. You see how I almost just got caught into it? I'm about to go into the story and go, hey, why would he take each stone out of the Kaaba and he can just like fucking shoot that shit up with some type of weapon or something, or hit it with a tank or dynamite or something, right? Nitroglycerin. Yeah. Like, but we're missing a whole beat here. It says the prophet said, as if I'm looking at him, a black person with that shit scared the fuck out of me. All right, but yeah, good looking up.
Back, yo, good.
Yeah, now I know you're back. Well, that nigga woke me the fuck up. So yeah, a black person with thin legs plucking out the stones of the Kaaba one after another. Hey, yo, Port, I knew that was going to happen. I said, this nigga going to startle the shit out of me because he's just going to come back on one of these bars and just drop that bitch. But yeah, that's keep the heart pumping. Now look at the second part. Narrated Abu, I'm not doing that one. Abu H, okay? Allah's messenger said, I'm not doing that one either. Thus, I'm about to do it anyway. I'm not doing it. The thin-legged man from Ethiopia will demolish the Kaaba. Why the fuck are you singling? Listen, y'all. Did y'all see what we read earlier, right? Don't you treat nobody bad. And they watched the mistakes that Christianity made. I'm telling you from somebody who studies the fuck out of this shit, and I know what's going on in that book. It is better. I'm giving them that. It is a better monotheism than Judaism and Christianity. Hands down. They took a lot of mistakes out. They took illogical things out. They even put some extra science in there in biology. They put it in there. You can give them the credit for it. I have no problem with it, and I'm not surprised because I keep finding y'all at all these burnt down libraries. My Arabian cousins. We see you. You keep ending up at these burnt down libraries. I'm not surprised you know about fingerprints. I'm not surprised you know about the cosmos. I'm not surprised you know about embryology. You took all of the fucking books and burnt the other shit down. And then all of a sudden you got a book that has all this shit in it and it's a better version than the other shit that came before. Come on, when you talking to somebody that is not regular, man. I'm not your regular Nick. All right. So you heard what happened before. They were saying we don't participate in that. If you were on a live, and this is the passion where we're coming from. If anybody felt like, why are they doing him like that? Hear him out. We not hearing this shit. I already saw it. Once I see it, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. Okay. I can't talk to Allah. So I got to take it to your ass. I can't talk to the dude. Okay, now we're going to go into the Quran. If y'all don't mind. Check this out. Ishbil al-Muqzina. The believers, men and women, are protectors one of another. They enjoin what is just and forbid what is evil. They observe regular prayers, pay zakat, and obey Allah and his messenger. On them will Allah pour his mercy, for Allah is exalted in power, wise. Allah hath promised to believers, men and women, gardens under which rivers flow, to dwell therein, and beautiful mansions and gardens of everlasting stay. But the greatest bliss is the good pleasure of Allah, that is the supreme triumph. Let's go down a little bit more. Not that far. What are we doing? Now, remember that guy said that he was the prophet? He said they got a prophet, but can I move this up without going to the next one? Nope. Damn. All right, it's cool. We'll be good. It says, "O prophet, strive hard against the unbelievers and the hypocrites, and be firm against them. Their abode is in hell." You understand? So it's still there. When you tell somebody, if I tell my daughter or my son, the oldest ones, going on vacation, y'all can chill here. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all want to come because we be doing boring shit. But keep an eye on your brother, sister, cousins, whoever's around, whatever. Hold the fort down and everything. And you make sure you be harsh against them. No, man, I got to be very specific. And a God or an angel that's getting a message from God would know that if we sit here and say shit like this and leave this door open with this type of talking, and this type of talking, the believers and men and women, protectors of another, who enjoin what is just and forbid what is evil, they observe regular prayers, pay zakat, and obey Allah and his messenger, and then will Allah pour his mercy. When you talk like this, you're separating these two different people. And then you add this crap to it. Come on, man. This is not even our religion. Of course we're going to go against it. And you know that you're not even in your own fucking land. You're in somebody else's land. And you know one day these people will rise the fuck up. You know it's going to happen. So this isn't even a prophecy. I'm the fucking thin-legged man, nigga. So now I'm supposed to, y'all got to turn on me. I'm the thin-legged man. You going to hell. You about to suffer, Mofax. Yeah, because I'm about to take this shit apart stone by stone. Let's go to the next one. This shit ain't, I'm just getting started. Watch this shit. Now, this is some wicked shit. Just pay attention to the mind fuck. Like I said, they outdid the Bible. The same shit is still there. They just outdid the Bible. Hey, can y'all let me know if my plosives and S's are too much? Because I didn't mark my volume this time. I just turned it down and turned it back up and lost the spot. So am I too loud? Is the plosives and the S's?
I think you sound pretty good, man. Can everybody hear Mo pushing real good? Mike? Check 1, check 2. Push, man. You're doing a good job, brother. Keep it going. Keep it going. Peace to the chat, everybody. I'm back.
Peace, y'all. Okay, the first parable is of two men. Pay close attention to this, y'all. The first parable is of two men. Y'all, if anybody remembers from the Bible, if y'all ever seen us, doing our push on there with the Christian shit, we bring up the parable of the wicked king or whatever. And Jesus is saying, because he's not saying it, right? He's just telling you a parable. This is how they cover their shit up. You think people care about parables? He said, if anybody doesn't believe me, chop his head off and bring him here to me and chop his head off right in front of me. Oh, that's just a parable, right? Here, they're in the Quran doing the same shit. The first parable is of two men, one of whom is a slave completely under the dominion of another, with no powers of any sort, and another a free man, who is gifted in every way and is most generous in bestowing out of his opulent wealth, material as well as intangible, privately and publicly, without let or hindrance. For he is his own master and owes no account to anyone. The first is like the imaginary gods, which men set up, whether powers of nature, which have no independent existence, but are manifestations of Allah. So he's erasing your entire shit. He's saying your whole background of what your people do, your nature, because the African shit is all nature and one with the earth and the sky, and that's what it is. No, that shit is all fake. That's manifestations of me. Or defied heroes or men who can do nothing of their own authority, but are subject to the will and power of Allah. The second, so that's the slave. That's the slave. He has fake gods. He's nothing. They're speaking in like layers. If you're not a writer, you're not going to catch this shit. This will fuck your mind up. This is fucking witchcraft. The second describes in a faint way the position of Allah. the self-sustenant, to whom belongs the dominion of all that is in heaven and earth, and who bestows freely of his gifts on all his creatures. Your master is that of Allah. He's compared to Allah, and the slave is a nobody. You thought that was an accident? You think the Kaaba, the guy who destroys the Kaaba, is an accident? Dealing harshly with non-believers, you think that's an accident? Their fate is hellfire? That's an accident? Wake your black ass up. Okay. Let's zoom out. I think we're going back into the book I was in before. This is the same book, Ronald Siegel. I'm doing one more thing in here. Okay. Wait, is there anything above? No. Okay, that must be it. Homeland. Damn, this shit is kind of in my way. Can I move it? Yep. Excuse me. Nonetheless, I'm gonna start right here. Unlike white eunuchs, right? Y'all know what that is now. You should know. Deprived only of their testicles, right? This is what a dude. Oh, my bad. Brought this shit up to me one time. Yeah, but they didn't chop off nuts. They chopped off our nuts. I'm not talking about you, man. Like, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my people, okay? But unlike the white eunuchs, deprived only of their testicles, black ones were subjected to the most radical form of castration. This shit is hard to read. Known, according to John Laffin, as level with the abdomen, based on the assumption that the blacks had an ungovernable sexual appetite. This is way back, y'all. They've been playing games with y'all from way back. And y'all just like this, y'all on the 18th flavor of Kool-Aid. This is old shit, and we will not leave it alone. I want to move it. You can switch the globe, turn it flat, flip it around, flip the compass, change your language, change your identity. You still dark, and you believe dark is bad. That's why you're running away from it instead of changing the way that you are being represented. Instead of going to your community and fixing up your community, instead of educating your people, instead of eating healthy, changing your ways. So they don't say that, oh, they mostly got high blood pressure. Oh, they got heart disease. Well, change. You can switch this shit up. They were feeding you crap, and it looks like this was your health. This was not your health before. They're dropping the drugs off in your community. That's why it's like this. The fathers are not there. Just like the fathers they killed back with the Arab slave trade, the English slave trade, French, Portuguese, Dutch, everybody. Just like the fathers they killed back then, and then other people were able to recruit them and do what they wanted to do with them. The same thing is happening here in America. The fathers are gone, so they get recruited by other people who use them for what they want to use them for. You're in the same blueprint. You can't get out of it until you change it. You're going to be stuck at the default. Okay? Appetite. Whether out of consideration for the sacrifice, they have suffered, or in the belief that, freed from the distractions of carnal appetites, they were more devoted to their masters or spiritual concerns. Black eunuchs were treated with particular consideration. Indeed, many of them were appointed to offices of high responsibility, respect, and reward. You chop my shit off, nigga. You damn right. I'm broken. I'm walking around with nothing swinging, nigga. These people fucking crazy. They not catching on it. They don't know how deep the trauma goes, and it's in your DNA that you think is fake. The way you're acting, all of this stuff in your history explains why the fuck you need to just shut down. That's not me. No, I can't. No. It's in you. You don't want to accept it, but we're gonna push it to you. One black unit, probable, respect the reward, spiritual concerns, a unit treated with a particular, okay. One black unit of probable Nubian origin, ABO Kafur, eventually rose to rule in Egypt during the 10th century. Of course, the guy is Islamicized. The guy's shit is chopped. What is he gonna do? He's trusted now. And watch what he says later about this dude. This is ridiculous how he picked him out. I'm about to butcher this shit. The Ikshidid ruler Muhammad B. Tufi, who had bought Kafur, invested him with increasingly important political and military responsibilities, including the position of tutor to his two sons. With the death of Muhammad B. T. in 946, Kafur became regent to each of his sons in turn until, with the death of the second in 966, he declared himself ruler and remained such for the 2 years until his own death. In 15th century Egypt, under Mamluk, that's how you say it, Mamluk rule, one black eunuch was appointed governor of Aden, and another was sent on a special mission to his Ethiopian homeland. I wonder why he was sent there. You think he was sent there to go back and get his people so that he can break them free? You think he was sent back there so he can say, hey, listen, man, I got all of their secrets. Come on, they sent them back because they comfortable, just like they sent us out. Just like
hey, Mama Luke, those are enslaved white folks that was captured by them. Yeah. That
in
part,
15th century Egypt under Mamluk, so those were slaves who owned slaves?
right? Like the Arab folks would enslave some Europeans, and they had a whole like white European type of called the Mamelukes, and they rebelled. You dig what I'm saying? Like that, yeah. There was a Mameluke rebellion. So those are like the Slavs that everybody's trying to talk about.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
So this, so they got into rulership at this time.
They I guess so. They were part of the Ottoman, but they were enslaved at first. But they grew in numbers where they just started taking over.
Okay, and they
you know what I mean?
I thought that was a name of a king. So this is a whole Mamluk is a whole group of people.
The Mamelukes are like Slavic, Turks, anyone that they would have captured that would have been a non-black person.
Okay, bet.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. See, yeah. All right,
Mameluke, and they rebelled, and then they got out of their shit, and then that's when the tables turned, and they started looking at all black folks to enslave.
Mm-hmm. See, y'all, this shit is old.
Hell yeah,
this shit is old, and we don't deny any of slavery of Europeans. We know the Malaysians, Asians, Koreans, the Mexicans taken from Mexico to which created the Filipinos. That's a whole group of people that created the Filipinos, So yeah, we know that all of that shit is there, and we accept it. Everybody has to accept all parts of history for this shit to be spoken about accurately. So yeah, they sent them back. These people are castrated. Even the people that Port just told you about, they were getting their testicles chopped off as well. You see? So, and you know what they say, hurt people. So they probably was doing the same shit. Well, I'm gonna rule over you, and then they're playing the color game, and these people are lighter, so they kind of just slid into that position. That's how that shit works. Okay, now we're going into the history of Syria, including Lebanon and Palestine. Philip K. Hittite. And this part is right here. What I want: a Negro ruler. This is what they were speaking about, but they kind of breezed past it, so I needed to go and get some more sources on that. Okay. Before he had time enough to warm his throne, Al-Ikshid had his authority challenged in North Syria by the rising power of the Hamdanids, represented by their illustrious son, Saif al-Dawla. Sorry if I'm butchering this shit, y'all. Who installed himself in Aleppo. The armed conflicts took place mostly during the reigns of Ikshid's two sons, Unujer, who was born in Damascus, where his father had died, succeeded Saif in 946 under the tutelage of a Negro eunuch named Abu al-Miskafir Musky Kemfor. Saif, and I think I got the definition coming up for that. Because this is gonna tie into add some more to what Port was showing y'all about the Negro land and the land of the blacks. Right, this is even going on with the Arabs. This is old. Where we at? The frustrated able to region who defeated the Hamid troops. Okay, Saif I'm just calling him Saif. Saif attempts to overturn or overrun all Syria. His attempts to overturn all Syria were frustrated by the ABO region, who defeated the Hamdanid troops in 2 engagements and compelled Saif to recognize Egypt's overlordship. Kafur continued to hold the reins of government during the reign of brother Abu al-Hassan Ali. 960 to 966, Ali buried. Hold on. Ali buried. Can I move this? Oh, damn, I gotta have my highlight. Buried in Jerusalem, where his brother and father were interred for for 2 years after the Negro ruled as a sovereign over their state, which included, besides Egypt and Syria, a part of Cilicia, with its chief city Tarsus, originally a Herolipt Abyssinian slave who, and hold on, y'all, can you look that up for me real quick? Vanta or Port?
What's that, brother?
It's Herolipt.
Spell it real quick. Write it down. Let me spell it.
HARE
HARELI
PPED.
PPED. All right, I'm on it.
Yeah, I meant to put that in one of the definitions, but I went to sleep. My bad, y'all.
If somebody hit it before me, y'all are more than welcome to put it. I'm looking right now. HARELI. PPED.
I just want to make sure we got a proper understanding of these words, y'all.
Having a cleft lip is that what I'm reading?
A cleft lip, like that defect that people are born with?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Hair lipped?
Yeah, hair lipped.
Yeah.
Okay, hair lipped Abyssinian slave, whom Al Ikshid had bought from an oil dealer for 18 dinars. Now, this is the part I wanted y'all to pay attention to. Kafir was the first illustration in the Islamic history of sovereigns who rose to high eminence from the lowliest origins. His enfranchisement, according to a story, was due to the fact that he kept his eyes fastened on his master while the eyes of the other slaves and servants had turned toward an elephant and a giraffe, which the master had just received as a present. You see? So these people are not always like, yeah, let me get this. They're spotting people. They're looking. Look at him. He got his eyes on me. He focused on me. They over there looking at the elephants and shit. He's they're looking at that. That's loyalty right there. That's concern. Is he looking up to me now? He wants to dig deeper into this person's mind. Does he like me? Does he not know where he's at? Is he confused? That is attractive to one of these people who want somebody obedient that they can trust. They want to be able to go to sleep while you in their house washing their floors or chopping up their food with a sharp ass knife. So y'all don't get this shit. They don't want the fighters or the people who are they going to fight to the death and get rid of them or send them off somewhere else. They don't even really want those people. Who the hell is going to keep dragging around fighters with them? You know what I'm saying? You got to play stupid and go with your family and show them you're a fighter later. That's how you end up creeping to it. But they didn't naturally pick people who are aggressive. So to ask people this question is very disrespectful. Well, so you really think they just no, we don't think nobody let nobody do shit. We're telling you, and you still see it today. There's 8 to 9 million kids missing every year. How the fuck do you think they doing it? I got friends that never came back home. They didn't pick me. I'm too alert. I'm walking around with shit on me. I'm grabbing my sister. Hey, get over here. Where you going? You can't walk that far away from me. They not looking. They try. Plenty of times they probably been lurking, but they know this motherfucker is too protective. He can't do it. They're looking both ways when they cross the street. He's watching. He's following his sister around. Even when she stopped listening and following me, well, I got to follow you then. I can't leave her. I'm going this way. Now I got to follow my sister around because I can't control her. I have to stay with her by her side. You get too close to me, I'll pick up a goddamn rock and make distance between you and my sister because I'm young. You could get both of us, but I'm going to bust you upside your head with this rock, and then I'm going to get my sister. She's already far enough away. So I'm going to tell her to run in a certain direction. And I'm going to go ahead and try to buy her some time. They're not going to come up on people like that. They're picking specific kids. The parent that's in there, nah, baby, you did no. I'm trying to pay the goddamn bills, and you were partying all night. I just came home from work. I've been busting my head, and the baby is outside riding around on the big wheel. That's the one they're going for. The brother that's over there turning his back. I'm going to the basketball court. You go that way. I don't want to go to the park. I'm tired of watching my sister. That's the girl they go take. You see? Or both of them, since they splitting up. You see what I'm saying? They're strategically picking people. You guys are using these dumbass tactics to try to convert somebody quick on the TikTok app. You're not really studying anything, because you would have got the answers as to how the fuck they pulled this shit off. Okay, and I told y'all about the kids that they were targeting on the last one. So you need to catch up. All right, this is mustard. Confer with the illustration, Islamic sovereigns rose up to high. Okay, so yeah, he's picking him because he kept his eyes on him. Remember, that's what he said. The other people were looking at the elephants and the giraffes that he got as a present. Okay, this slave could not miss for an instant the opportunity of serving his master if need be, and his extraordinary vigilance was amply rewarded. You see? Then you got the reward system. Your brain already naturally has a reward system, right? It naturally has a reward system. And it gets used to that shit, and somebody else can use that as well. Once they know about the brain's reward system, if you ever used it where you like, you know what, I'm going to do this first, and I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to go chill. Then I'm going to sit back and watch a movie. Then I'm going to go take a vacation. Let me get to this level in my job. Let me get this raise first. Then I'm going to take a vacation. I'm going to skip and let my shit roll over. I'm going to bust my ass, get this raise, and then I'm going to go on vacation. You're rewarding yourself. You're creating a reward system in your head. I'm not going to get on none of my devices. I teach my kids this stuff. No, make a reward system with yourself. Trick your brain. Well, technically, my daughter actually taught me that shit. So let me take that back. My daughter taught me that shit, and then I taught the rest of the kids that shit. The reward system. There's a reward system in your brain. Okay? And you use it to trick yourself into doing things, whether it's exercise, eating healthy, or just partying, stopping partying so much. Get shit done and then celebrate. Don't be like, oh, man, I'm depressed. I went through a breakup. Oh, one of my family members passed. I'm about to just sit here, drink and smoke and go hang out and just ignore my thoughts. No, you deal with reality. You do your grieving. You understand life has its cycles. You see what they failed at in life, what things they didn't accomplish. See how you can make them proud of you now that you're here. Surpass them. Pick up where they left off. Do something to fix that system first. That your system is shutting down. Your cortisol levels are rising. You're getting depressed, and you're going through things, and you're about to fuck up your reward system. So that this same technique that we can use on ourselves, that we do use on ourselves, they can use it as well on a person who they're putting in slavery. And I showed you the shit in the Quran, and Allah is going to bless you with this and that, and Allah is going to give you this and that, and he's going to give you everything. And the believers and the women, and again, Allah has promised the believers, and oh, prophet, strive against the unbelievers and the hip. You see what I'm saying? A reward system. Exploit. Okay. Now, you seen Port show you this shit already. You seen Rob show you this shit already. You seen Sutton show you this shit and talk about this shit already. You've even seen people from the other side, our brothers who we're supposed to not be related to at all because I'm African and they're not. They even showed you this shit. It's crazy. And they just somehow forgot the date of these things. This exists. Okay. But not only that, we're going to go for some more, right? Zanzibar island off East Africa. That's what we were talking about, the Zanj earlier, right? Remember, they already had this preconceived notion and this way of treating certain people because of the color of their skin, right? And then it got worse because of the Zanj rebellions, right? So check this out. Island off of East Africa, from Zenji, name of a local people said to mean black, Arabic, bar, coast, shore, related to Zanzibari. Huh? The coast of the blacks, or the black coast. We're still dealing with the same type of talk, and we don't have no pleckers, y'all. We don't have these people here. So you're letting go of something that doesn't belong to a certain person. You're just looking at a definition. There's nothing bad about it. This is just what the fuck people are calling you. And that's just what the fuck it is. This is what the hell you are. That's what you called your damn self. And they didn't even start using the name Africa or the God of the perfect black, or they announced themselves as the God of the perfect black. I am black and I am perfect. I am black and I am pure. I am black and I am exalted as a child of the God. These things already exist. Your darkness was your beauty, and it still is your beauty. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Are we not a mystery? Are we not the people with the unknown history that people are still tracing back to this day? They already ran out of gas in America, and they're still tracing back the darkies. Is it really that bad, though? When you find out how you can get to your destination, because of a black woman, when you find out why they in outer space feeling so comfortable, because the black woman who's punching them numbers, when you find out that I'm speaking into this goddamn microphone because of a fucking African, when you find out the binary code we're using on these computers and these processors that can fit now on a fucking machine that can sit on your fucking lap or something that can fit into your hand or around your wrist is because of an African. You're not catching it? It's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with it. You see, black should be intelligence. Black should be creativity. Black should be the essence, which it is when you look up. It is the whole backdrop of your entire environment. When you go outside of this place, it's black. Like, I don't know what the fuck wrong with y'all, man. I don't know. Y'all scared of the dark? Check this out. Land of the Blacks. Various historical records state that at one time they were present in the Ghana, Mali, and Songhai empires, which was then called the Balad as Sudan, a name which derived from the Arabic term which means land of the blacks. Check this out. Now, I did it backwards. I pulled the sources up first because this is how you use Wikipedia, y'all. Wikipedia is not supposed to be used where you just sit there and read it and go, oh, facts. I don't like that. The sources are right here. You just hover over this, right? If somebody says something, hey, this word here means land of the blacks, and you don't see this there, you just see a sentence and it stops, and there's nothing there, no number over top of it showing you a reference, that's when you do not use it. You check it, you get the book, you see the source, you see if it's coming from experts in the field, boom, then you can use this. All you have to do is attach it to primary sources, right? So don't let people scare you, and you don't get scared either and be like, man, I can't even use. Just make sure it checks out. Everything you use has to be sourced. It don't matter if you read my book. If it don't have a source, what the hell am I talking about? Where is it coming from? Am I the expert in the field? As long as you can trace it back to the source, I don't give a fuck if it was a piece of paper that was stamped to your goddamn door. You know, and I learned this because I said it to one of my teachers. You know, I was like, that's Wikipedia. What does that mean? You know, and he had to check me on it. So there's a proper way to do research with anything. Okay. So look what it says. Abu al-Miskafir, right? That's who we were talking about, whose name means musky camphor. It is described by his sources variously as coming from Abyssinia, Ethiopia, the Balad al-Sudan, land of the blacks, or Nubia, the latter being the most probable. Okay. Now we have the Arabs and the Sudan from the 17th to the early 16th century. And here you have it. Where is it? It's down here. Nubian and Abyssinian origin were all mentioned for Kafir, but it is more probable that he was a Nubian Sudani slave rather than an Abyssinian. See, and this gives you another source. So the source has a source as a source. All right. I just wanted to show y'all that this as a little exercise. External contacts before the Arab conquest of Egypt. Balil al-Sudan, or the land of the blacks, is the name applied by medieval Arabic writers to the territories immediately south of the Sahara, stretching from the Red Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. Under this generic term, Sudan or blacks, Arabic writers lump together all the dark-skinned peoples of the area, including the Abyssinians, Beja, the Beja, Nubians, the Zagawa, the Takrur, and others. This study will, however, be restricted to the eastern Balad al-Sudan, with special reference to the Baja, or Beja, if I'm saying that right, country al-Mukora and Awa, that is more or less the modern Republic of the Sudan, with the exception of the 3 southern provinces and Darfur, if I'm saying that right. Okay, now we're going to go down here. I'm just showing you that these people are using this. This is old. All right, this is old news. This isn't some new shit. Yeah, man, they classified who? Like, nigga, we ain't even in a nutsack yet, and this is already popping. We're seeing black being used in rulership, which Sutin already showed you. We're seeing Negro used before slavery. We're seeing land of the blacks before slavery, and we're seeing it in multiple slaveries, right? So it looks like they're just carrying on what the fuck they found out when they first met your ass. And the word is just transitioning over time, like the Afri, the Afrika, Afar, Kafar, Afaria. All of these things are still, and then you get Africa. and the Ka and Afri both mean something in African languages. Like, so how the fuck does this make any sense? How would you blame it on a European when the word Africa, you can use it, you can translate it into an African language? Both of those words, you can find out what they mean in multiple African languages. If you try to translate it into something else, it doesn't even make any goddamn sense, right? The Arab conquest of Egypt in the 17th century AD opened a lengthy chapter of relations between the Arabs and the inhabitants of the Sudan. A brief survey of ethnic, cultural, and political affairs at the time will aid understanding of these contacts. Immediately prior to the Arab invasion of Egypt in 641, the northern region of the Sudan was occupied by a Hamitic-speaking people. Who the fuck is that? Here we go again. A Hamitic-speaking group of people. Who the fuck is that? Who the hell are the Hamitic people? What are they talking about? Basically akin to the pre-dynastic Egyptians. The southern region was inhabited by dark-skinned peoples whose repeated excursions into the northern territories had undoubtedly affected the ethnic character of the tribes there. The Hamitic-speaking Beja tribes, if I'm saying that right, though perhaps not influenced to the same degree by the influx of dark-skinned tribes, were nevertheless affected by the slight Arab influences, as we shall see subsequently. The ancient history of the northern Sudan. Hold on. Let me drag this up a little bit. Pull it up. The ancient history of the northern Sudan evidences increasing Egyptian influence and penetration, which extended as far as the Fourth Cataract. Okay, hold on a second. Let me show y'all something real quick. Fourth Cataract, you see that? That is down here in this area. That's how far it extended. All the way down to this area right here. Karma. Okay, let's go back up. Ancient history of Sudan evidence is increasing the ancient influence and penetration, which extended as far as the Fourth Cataract. The pharaohs raided their southern neighbors in order to protect themselves from attacks, to secure control of the rich gold mines, to capture slaves, and to establish trade. As a result of this, together with the influence of the immigrants, the country was thoroughly Egyptianized. Some people think that this shit has something to do with them, but you got to remember, this is the time where these people have already, when you see them saying Egypt, and you see in their ancient documentation, they're not calling themselves Egyptians or using the word Egypt as they're doing business, as they're writing their literature. You're never hearing this shit. So you're dealing with foreigners, and the people that they're saying are attacking, they're trying to make it look like they're attacking Egypt, and they're trying to get their shit back. Those are their cousins. They're related. They had their disputes and everything, but when these foreigners came in there, these people were just trying to fight back. This was their last stance. They went back, united with their cousins that they did have a little smoke with, and they, it was like, look, we're gonna get to that later, but we need to get these motherfuckers. That's the part of the shit that they're not telling you. But I'm showing you this because even professionals make these mistakes when they don't understand how history progressed and what happened in between time. They just start thinking that these people are different people. They're leaving out that people are coming in, conquering, and sleeping with these people, and then turning them against each other and Christianizing them and Judaizing them and creating, making these Yahweh gods and Baal. They're bringing new gods to these people and making them follow these people, and they're turning them against each other. That's what the whole goal is. That's what's going on in this country right now with just the black people in America. We all have different identities, and guess what? None of us created them. We didn't create any of these identities. These identities were either given to us by our oppressors, or we remixed what he gave us and kind of slightly switched it to make it, fit us better. But this is not our shit. Okay. Between 725 BC and AD 350, the Nile Valley in the northern Sudan was dominated by an independent, highly Egyptianized dynasty whose origins is by no means clear. Well, how the hell could that be the people who were already there? Right? If you don't even know where the fuck they came from. You see, this is what I'm telling you. Like, You have been getting your ass kicked for a very long time. These are the same people, the land of the blacks, the land of the Negroes, the black coast, the coast of the blacks. These are the same people. They're talking about you. Oh, there go the black people. Just like when we all standing outside on the corner. Hey, man, I'm an Indian, man. Nah, man, I'm a Christian, man. Fuck that shit. I'm about to show you what Islam do. Nah, nigga, no, we Moors. We been Moors. Nigga, no, we star seeds. Nah, no, it's Crip. Nigga, it's blood. Nigga, but so what? Yo, he gonna come through. The jump out gonna come, and all of y'all gonna get it. All your identities are gone. Get your bail money right. Get a bulletproof vest.
Protect your neck.
Everybody gonna get it. You get what I'm saying? This shit is hilarious to these motherfuckers. They know who the fuck you are, just like y'all be trying to flip it. They know who you, the real Indian. Yo, they know you stupid. That's what the fuck they do know, because the Indians aren't even Indian. That's how far lost. Y'all just using made up names. You won't even go back to the source of any actual name. Not Egypt, not the Indians, nothing. You won't go to any old names. You just keep going to shit that he made up, and that's how you tell on yourself, because you don't know history. All right. And I think that's all I needed for that. It's only the Now Valley, and they came up in there. Boom. All I need from that part. Now check this out. Let's shrink this back down a little bit. And I'm trying to figure out why is my mic sliding. My bad. Hold on, let me tighten this up now. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. Hold on. Was that right here? Where was I? Hamitic speaking people, basically akin. Okay, yeah. Okay, the discovery of Christian ruins at Jabal Sakwadi near Sanar and Anfara in Darfur has been taken by archaeologists to mark the spread of Christianity to the country. Indeed, Abu Salah claims that there were no less than 400 churches in Al-Wa. Let's go back down, y'all, so I can show you this area. And you tell me where you've seen shit like this before. We got 400 churches. Oh, hell, hold up, Slim. What happened to my, I could have sworn I just had this shit circled. Okay, well, I know where it is. It's this area, the area where the, if I'm right, Port, it's the red now and the...
Yeah, that's close to Khartoum.
The blue and white. Oh, it's right here. Here we go.
Where they split?
Yeah, Alodia, also known as Alwa, Greek, yada yada yada, was a medieval kingdom in what is now southern Sudan. Its capital was the city of Soba or Saba, located near the modern day Khartoum.
Yeah,
Khartoum.
That's in the Sudan. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks. At the confluence of the Blue and White Nile rivers. Okay, go ahead. What would you say?
Yeah, I believe Khartoum is the Sudan capital, if I'm not mistaken. And then you got Merowe. Like when we talk about those ancient African Nubian queens, Queen of Monteranus, they were all around that way. All of those pyramids that's in Nubia are all around there between Khartoum, Napata, and Merowe.
Okay.
Yeah. Go for it, brother.
So that's that area right there where he said the what was it, Blue and the White Nile rivers, where they split, or if you're looking at it going up, whatever, that's when they join in, whatever. So that's this area right here. And they have how many churches? 400.
They were trying real hard to push that shit.
Yeah, that's the same shit they do to us still to this day.
Like mosques and shit like that.
Yeah, you can just keep walking down the street and you just keep seeing churches. It's
gun
a church
store,
right there, a church across the street.
Gun store, liquor store, right?
Church, yeah, gun store, liquor store, church, gun store, liquor store, church. It's the same shit they've been doing to your ass for a long time, a very long time. Shit, somebody tell you God is in the building, you gotta go try it at least once, right? But who the fuck is to say that you're gonna get out? That's why when y'all break out of this shit, you better make sure you actually got the fuck out. Oh shit, I just moved my, why did I do that? Where do you say 400 churches? Yep. And Awa. It is significant to note that the Christian missionaries made their primary aim to convert kings and nobles. Why? Because once you convert the king and the noble, it's easier for everybody else to fall in line. As a result of this, Christianity was closely identified with the local political institutions. The king remained a central figure in the religious as well as the secular matters. He was the source of stability of the whole regime. Okay, I need to get this shit out of my way. What are you doing? Okay, regime. When the Arabs attacked Nubia in the 7th century AD, Christianity was securely established as the state religion. Y'all not getting it? You're not catching on to what's going on here? When the Arabs attacked, so we're going back before the 1500s. We took you to the 1400s, the 1500s. We took you to fucking Guinea. We took you to the Dutch. We took you to Zanzibar. We took you to Madagascar. We're in North Africa now. These people have been kicking your ass for a long time, and you're just not catching on to it.
Hey, is this in Nubia when they were trying to attack, like initially and shit?
The Arabs?
Yeah.
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 Yep, they headed in, and these people are Christianized at the time. And guess what? Look, this shit is so bad.
Now, though, I will give it up to them. You do read that they had like some archers and shit. That's some history that we probably need to dive into. They were fighting back. You can call them Christians or whatever. They were trying to stop that shit from coming in, but they've been Christianized. That's a good point.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The Romans came through there and Christianized them. Now they're Christians fighting some other religion now. Yeah.
So as you can see, we already indoctrinated. These people, you're thinking about African people just sitting over there playing with cocoa butter and throwing rocks at lions trying to steal their food. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what y'all thinking. La, 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 la. Look at that bitch ass nigga over there. Grab him. Like, that's not what the hell happened. Well, since when do we tell stories like we don't even let our kids do that type of shit? What the hell just happened? Well, no, tell me the whole thing. Come on. Tell me the whole story. Y'all getting up here giving people microwave dinners and shit. Cut that shit the fuck out. This ain't no damn emergency. We got time. We got time now, y'all, to sit here and have this discussion, and we need to have it. We're not in no fucking rush. Hurry up. He's coming. They're chasing us. We chilling for a second. It ain't where we ain't perfect where we need to be, right? We can do better in our community, but we got time to do this shit right. I don't give a fuck that he lied. He can lie about whatever the fuck he want to lie about, and his lies catch up to him. Guaranteed. Whether his enemy tells on him or our asses figure it out, he's not that fucking slick where he can just fool everybody in the whole fucking world. All right, some of them was smart, but they not that fucking smart. Chill out. The king, where am I? The political institution. The king remained a figure in the regime. The Arabs attacked Nubia. Century Christianity was securely established as the state religion. It was already secured. Okay, Muslim historians state that the Nuba were Jacobites. Jacobites, that is Monophysites. And that's the word that we went over all the way up. I'm not going to scroll all the way up there because I want to hurry up and slide through this. Monophysite is talking about the nature of God, which you hear people talking about with the Trinity. And this is what I'll be trying to school people with this Trinity shit. This is old. Oh, it's one. It's in your body, and it's two. And they've been having this argument. They're calling the Nubas the Jacobites. That is the Monophysites. The people who believe that that Jesus was of one nature, the Messiah was the one nature, and he's not the person, and all of this shit. That's what the man is just one nature, not these multiple people. This discussion is old, y'all. It's old. The fate of the Melkites, which was sealed by the Arab conquest of Egypt for nearly a century, AD 637 to 731. The Melkite church at Alexandria was without a patriarch and so could not send any bishops to Al-Muqarra. On the other hand, the Monophysites, the Monophysite Coptic church, which was favored, you see, and that's what I was trying to point out to y'all when it said that Christianity was securely established as the state religion in the 7th century AD. This is a different version of Christianity, people. This is what me and Susan be trying to tell y'all. Whenever that shit gets exposed, whenever they update it, we figure things out, and we have been doing it, and they just change it. and we haven't been able to keep up with them. Plus, they put people on probation. We done ran through plenty of hours and hours of lives where we're showing you their torture devices. They torture each other. When you go against just talking to someone, having a conversation about the legitimacy of the Bible, of the scriptures, of the prophets who are walking around talking to you at these times. When you do that, that people would, and that some of them were sent undercover. Y'all talking about agents. There were agents sent out to see if y'all were talking against the Bible. Who told them to do that? God. Go preach the gospel. They accept it. They don't. Then they deal with the creator, right? Why do you have to do anything to somebody who doesn't believe you? Why would you get rid of someone who doesn't believe what you're trying to pass to them if God said he's going to deal with them? That doesn't make sense. Let God deal with the person. You're going to destroy the person. You're going to wage war on them. You're going to not give them food. You're going to prevent them from passing and make them go all the way around the harbor to travel, to go to school, to go to work, to get food for their family because they won't convert. So they got to go the long way. They got to get the scraps. Why are you doing that? All the way down to torturing and killing people and putting them on probation. Why are you doing that? If God is just going to deal with them, that doesn't make sense. That there is no God telling you to do shit. It's you doing it. And if they don't listen to you, then they become a threat. So you need to deal with them, not the God. It's the switcheroo. Okay. Yeah. So that's it for that part. Now the culture of the nomadic Benja. Now this is, I want to show y'all that your people, even at the time, were still fighting. Okay. To keep their traditions. All right. The culture of the nomadic Beja. Hold on, y'all. I have to say this name correctly.
Yeah, sometimes we got to do like a pronunciation check on these joints.
Yeah, because that's a little too close to home. I ain't gonna just. I want to be able to say that right.
Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody that's in the building, man. We got 15.
It's Beja. Okay.
Beja. All right. Cool.
Beja. All right. Yes. There ain't no connection there either. Huh? So the culture of the nomadic Beja did not exhibit the same degree of Egyptian influence as that of their neighbors along the Nile Valley. Their greatest cultural attainment was when the Blimis settled in the Nile Valley and adopted the prevailing civilization. The Beja continued to exist as if unaware of all that happened around them. So they were trying to keep their culture. They knew all the shit was going on, and they still kept on keeping their ways. They didn't amalgamate. Okay, they had, or even they fought syncretism off as well, as long as they could. They had no desire to exploit their gold mines and no aptitude for maritime pursuits. The earliest Arab accounts relate that the Beja were idolaters. Of course they are. You see, the righteousness. You are equal to you're no better than anybody, right? Unless it's righteous. So idolaters, are idolaters unrighteous? Of course they are. And they said so. Thus saith the Arab God, right? But it seems that those who lived and whoever was going to get offended later, whenever the fuck this happens in the future, because I know it's going to happen. I'm not talking about an Arab. This ain't what you're doing, don't jump. If you don't agree with this shit, do not jump. This is what the fuck was going on. And this is what the hell I'm talking about. All right. If this ain't you, it ain't you, but you still got to own your people's history if you subscribe to that. All right. But it seems that those who lived on the ports alongside the Egyptian border professed Christianity. However, although the Christian faith lingered on for a few centuries, it had never taken root as it had in Balad al-Nuba. You see? So your people were holding on to their shit. There were people who were holding on to it while they're trying to hold on to their practices. You have Christians surrounding them. They have these ways, and some of their people are changing to those ways. And then you have the Arabs coming in like, no, we got another way. You're being hit with an onslaught of shit, not to mention the Persians and Greeks and Romans. We're just showing you one part of the story. Your people are strong as fuck. When you add all of this shit together and everything you've been through, you're actually strong. You're not weak. You only become weak if you fall for the European mindset, which, you guys are all different. Like I said, let something from outer space come here and land here, and it's more intelligent than you. It ain't going to look at all this Hebrew Israelite, all this crazy ass Christian, this Indian, black, all. They're not looking at that. They're going to look at DNA. Who's who? What's what? Where's the ancient people that was here? Whose DNA is the prototype? They're going to be looking at you like, okay, all these people the same. right here. These are all they're predominantly the same. We can see they DNA-able, and they can narrow the shit down to probably 3 or 4 different types of people. You can't do it. We got a world full of people thinking that it's like tens of thousands of different groups of people. Y'all tripping. We ain't evolved that fucking quick. Shit, y'all just running from home. All right. The earliest accounts. Let's go to the next one. Ibn, I'm calling him Ibn. I ain't doing this shit right now. Quotes the authority of one of his elders, whom he does not name, who claims to have read the truce with Nubia in the register, Al-Fastat, before it was allowed to fall into disuse. The elder remembered that the Nubians solemnly engaged to deliver annually 360 slaves, and that they would allow the Muslims to enter their country as travelers, but not as settlers. The same privilege was likewise conferred on the Nubians. However, if the Nubians were to kill a Muslim or harbor a runaway slave, the truce was to be considered annulled. The Nubians also engaged to return to the Muslims. Okay. What we're seeing here, right, is somebody saying that first of all, Muslims are not supposed to be involved in slavery. The guy said, if I'm quoting him right, he said the Quran teaches you that if you free a slave, it is a good thing, right? But if you are helping a slave, to help a slave, to free a slave is to help humanity, or it's somewhere along the lines of him saying that, right? And we've heard this before. He's not the first one to say it, but yet we have someone getting in trouble because they're helping runaways. They're helping people who are running away, and they're also coming to agreements. These people are trading other people. You know, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to get them and then free them. How can I be hiding a slave if you're somebody who follows a system that tells you to free all of the slaves? Okay. However, before the end of the 2nd/8th century, there was a great difference of opinion on the truce between Malik B. Anas, the leading jurist, and his colleagues. Malik believed that the Nubians had concluded a treaty of peace, or juridical Saul, whatever that means, and that therefore they were not to be enslaved as far as the border with Al-Wa. Okay, so I showed you that on the map. Hold on real quick. That would be this area here. That's where Al-Wa is. That's this same area right here. Okay, so they're moving in. See, they were here. Now they all the way down here. They try to make an agreement, as we're going to see. We're like, yo, man, can y'all like stay? They're trying to Port and Rob were talking about earlier, how people were trying to just like, okay, we got to protect where we at. Like those people are already Christians. They're trying to maintain their stability. Y'all already in agreement with these people. Go, stay on the outskirts and deal with those people. They already, converted. Better, what do you say? Enslaved, far as the border of Al-Wa. But Abdullah B. Abd al-Hakam, I don't know why I keep trying this shit, blah, 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 did not agree with him. Al-Layth categorically stated, we know the question of the Nubia better than Malik. Okay, so they're saying they know these people already. Like we're not trusting them. They're gonna do exactly what the hell we told them to do. We're stuck with this shit. The shit is up and it's stuck. And hold on, wait. Did I skip over the agreement? Nubia register. Oh wait, there was one. Hold on. My bad, y'all. I know I missed something.
That's all. Through this Jones slow, it's all good. Peace to the chat. Peace to the motherfucking chat. Get those likes up. I appreciate it, y'all hanging out with us on a Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. I got the yellow right here. I got a little lazy, y'all. I just drew a line right there. My bad, A detailed description of the amount exchanged between Muslims and Nubians is transmitted by a certain Abu Khalifa Hamiyad B. Hisham, however you say it, probably a contemporary of Ibn Ab al-Hakam, on the authority of Abu, who heard it from his father, Saleh. The latter gave this information to the Abbasid general Abdullah B. Tahir in Egypt in 211, 826. I think 211, this is a different count. I just figured out what I think what that is. That's the because I think Muslims count that shit different. I think that people in Arabia have a different way of counting with their dates. But yeah, so 826, when he inquired about the charter of the Nubian Bat or a Kitab Bat al-Nuba, Uthman was reported to have answered, I have this information concerning the Nubians, which you require preserved in memory. By elders from elders present in the place the truce, Hudna, is that Hudna? Yeah, Hudna. And the treaty of peace, Saul concluded between Abdullah B. Saad and the Nubians. The Nubians engaged to deliver 400 slaves, 360 to the treasury, and 40 to the governor of Egypt. In return, they received 1,300 erdab of wheat and as many of barley, 1,300 jars of wine, 2 fine horses, and 131 pieces of cloth, including some to the king himself. Abdullah B. Tahir denied the gift of wine by the Arabs. Uthman, the narrator, remarked that Abd al-Aziz B. Marwan also disapproved of the wine. However, when Abdullah B. Tahir checked his information with the wine or records kept outside al-Fastat, he found it to be correct. Another tradition denies categorically that the Muslims promised to deliver anything in return for the slaves, of course. Okay, so I wanted this part to show you that they were relentless. Like they like, nah, we ain't doing that. They're trying to find a way to work with them. Can you slave the people on the outside? Can you just stay at the border of Al-Wa? Can deal with the Christianized people? Can we give you this much? Or what if we do that? They're trying to work with these people. That's what they're trying to do, right? This is after the fighting, just like you see our people marching. They're trying to figure out, what do we do? Would you respect, excuse me, my bad though. Would you respect people in 1,000 years looking back at you sitting on TikTok running your motherfucking mouth? Would you respect them saying like, yo, look, they just running their goddamn mouth and ain't do nothing? Are we not getting gunned down? Are they not sticking shit in the food? Huh? And all types of other conspiracy theories y'all believe in that they ain't even been proven. But shit, we got some that are proven now, right? That ain't even conspiracy no more. So with these things that are happening, what are you a bitch ass nigga? We dealing with logic now. So now you're talking about your damn self. Because if you don't get your ass up and move, because somebody stole your identity and stole your land. Now, I'm not encouraging it. I'm just saying you need to keep the shit real. We're showing you how it happened. But if you're going to use that, you need to use that fucking logic on your damn self. Because you're just sitting here talking and we've been showing you people putting in work. They've been fighting back. Yeah, there's people who just, everybody ain't built like that, right? There's people who fighting back, but what the fuck is y'all doing? What the hell is going on here? All right. Okay, so we ran through that. I showed y'all that area, and that's them conquering this area. They're working this area. You understand? They're working it. That's what all this was. They're working it from over here and partially from over here as well. And they work in this whole area. That's what these people doing, work in this area. And then there's people coming from over here, if y'all know about what's going on over here, and back over here too, a little bit over here, and some up here. They're coming down, working this motherfucker. I'm just showing you this part. Everybody wanted a piece. Everybody wanted a piece. So y'all gotta get this shit straight, because it's backwards. This is the National Library of Medicine. Okay, now I'm about to go into this. Especially integrated. Let me put this up here a little bit more. Y'all can catch this. And this is just two little things. Wait, hold on. Damn, I lied. My bad, y'all. I'm lying my ass off. It's more than that. All right. Especially, and this is a study, the social stratification without genetic differentiation at the site of Kulabnarti and Christian period of Nubia. So this is important because this is the Christian period of Nubia, and we already have a situation where it's hard to figure out the identity of these people. And we're using DNA to try to figure it out. The same thing is happening over here in America. And I just ran you through what was going on. They're running through your women. They're chopping off your man's things. Of course, you're not going to look like this down here no more. You don't look like this no more. You're going to have people that's kind of looking like this a little bit lighter, you know, nose a little bit flatter, lips ain't that big. They're going to have people looking like this, still got a little bit of nappy hair, or they got the nappy hair, but they look light as fuck like this. I got a dark dude kind of looking, he got a pokey nose. Yeah, because this is what happened. And shout out to Imhotep from YouTube. This is a screenshot from one of his posts while I was sitting here putting this shit together. I just came across that while I was taking my little break. And he said, who should be used to represent the civilization, be put on the forefront when talking about it? I have a series of posts that I will share with you. It will be a slow introduction to something more greater. I think that's what he was saying. And he's saying, who should rule? He said, a random scribe from Lower Egypt, a random minor official of Lower Egi, a random Roman inhabitant of Fayum, or the legitimate pharaohs. You see, if you don't go back far enough in history, then yeah, you're going to start, yo, I'm an Indian. Oh, I'm not black, because he just made up black less than 100 years ago. You're not going far back enough in history to understand that this shit was going on before these motherfuckers pulled up. We've been black on our own accord. That is old. If you don't go far back enough, your ass gonna be lost in the sauce. All right. So especially when integrated with archaeology, ancient DNA can provide insight into the processes that shape the Vanta like candy, shape the genomes of ancient populations. Here we present genome-wide data for 66 individuals who lived at Kulubnarti, if I'm saying that right, located between the second and third cataracts of the Nile. I showed you that. This is a little, see this, second and third cataracts of the Nile, right here. Of the Nile, approximately 120 kilometers south of the Sudanese city of Wadi Halfa. Is that right? During the earlier part of the Christian period, 650 to 1000 CE. So this is another thing I needed to point it out. So we're dealing with DNA now, but even when they're dealing with DNA, they're also using proper history because they got to go, what time period is this? What time period are we talking about? 650 to 100,000 CE, right? And this is why the Arabs are involved in this. And this is how this shit right here happens. And you get confused as to who you are. Have you not talked to a black person? And you know, like, yo, bro, you African? No, I'm not. I'm fucking Muslim. My parents from Arabia. And they're like, yo, but you clearly like you mix with them. The same thing is happening to them over there. They're doing the same shit. The European or the Arab mixes in with you and he takes your shit. They do the same thing, but the only thing that's going on now is that we are giving up our identity in the midst of his games, and he's stealing everybody's identity. He's taking everybody's shit. You just need to stand on your own shit. That's it. Stand your ground on your own identity, and then you'll be safe. You keep it alive. What did that guy say earlier? That he's living, his lineage is his poetry. That's all he had. And I'm keeping it moving. He's passing it to me. I'm looking back, what's going on over here? And I'm finding my people got some poetry over there that I'm connected with. This uproar about what's going on in our lineage and our history. And we run into our brothers who said, you know what, this is my writing is what's going to keep this shit going. And us being able to read is us being able to go back and see what's going on, which is probably why reading was a threat, because they saw like these people are actually keeping some type of code. You see, you can piece the puzzle together. Why people did what they did, when they did what they did, how they did it, when, where, why, all of the W's and H. Okay. So that's the period. Kulubnarti represents an ideal context in which to investigate the genetic ancestry of Nubians in the mid to late first millennium CE, and the study of its Christian period inhabitants provides a unique opportunity to shed light on fine-scale questions raised by archaeological and bioarchaeological research. Okay. Kulubnarti is located in the desolate Batn el Hajar, the belly of rock, region separating Lower Nubia, the northern part of Nubia between the first and second cataracts, the Upper Nubia, the southern part of Nubia. Studies of cranial and dental traits suggest that the Kalapnarti Nubians were similar to ancient people from Wadi Halfa. Located to the north near the Nile's second cataract, however, morphological data have limited resolution for the determining biological relationship relative to the genome-wide data. That's what Vanta has been trying to teach people, and I even got checked on that as well when and looked it up, and I had to update myself because I was using outdated information as well. So a lot of y'all just don't know how to adjust. You know, I didn't even know Vanta that well. I just took his word. I think it was just like the second or third day we were talking with each other or whatever, and I went and checked what he said, and I was like, oh shit, boom. So I was on that cranial morphology shit with the native body here too. But what he said checked out, that this was only a fragment. That sometimes throws people off. So now they use that in comparison and in combination with other studies, because we have more than one method. There's more than
you're
one
talking
way
about craniometrics, right?
Right.
Okay.
Morphology. Yeah, it's where I think that's the same thing. Yeah. However, it had limited resolution of determining the biological relationships relative to genome-wide data. Genetic studies of present-day Nubians reveal a mix of sub-Saharan African and West Eurasian related ancestry, but the mixture is largely a result of the Arab conquest of the late 1st and 2nd millennia CE. During which people with West Eurasian related ancestry spread southward along the Nile through Egypt and into Nubia, because more recent admixture events obscure our understanding of the ancestry of the people who predate these events. The analysis of paleogenomic data from the Kalapnarti offers an opportunity to directly investigate the ancestry and biological relationships of a Nubian group that lived in the region before what? The introduction of Islam. So the identity mistaken shit has been going on to the point where geneticists have to look like something happened here. They know something happened.
Yeah, shout out to the Nubian queens. Shout out to Tassetti.
Yeah, and the nuclear humans too, the nuclear Nubians, man. Shout out to all the nuclear Nubians. This is some real shit, y'all. And this identity confusion is happening in the labs. It's happening on the boats. It's happening off the boats. It's happening swimming back to the shores. It's happening when people get dropped off, and it's damn sure going to happen to you when you are far removed. Okay, and just like Rob was saying earlier, bro, they're breeding people in Africa. But what's the African sister? Oh man, what is her name? I forgot her name. I ain't seen her in a minute. But she speaks about South African history, and she tells you about their breeding farms. Okay, they done created whole entire people, but you're not supposed to lose your damn self just because somebody's trying to make you think that you something else, and they thought that they could cover up something. They didn't know DNA existed, so that you're gonna let these people get away with trying to hide who the fuck you are, and your DNA was something that trumped them. If you do believe in a creator, all y'all religious people, don't you think DNA was something that it created and left here so that in case somebody tried some funny shit, like locking people up for some shit they didn't do, right? Father saying that the kids are not theirs. I wasn't there at the crime scene. That ain't my blood and all. How many times you gonna get away with it? Once that DNA come out, we need to switch sides. You belong in the cell. I need to come out, right? That's not the father. That is the father. Take care of your motherfucking kids. These motherfuckers are not from here. They're just dark. These motherfuckers are from here and they're lighter, but they still hold more connection to Africa than the other person who's darker. They're connected with somebody else. The DNA is answering all of the things that people were trying to cover up. This did not help the European with his tactics. And I know y'all want to believe this so fucking bad because y'all fucking snorting feather fluff and shit. This fucked his whole plan up. This ruined his plan. And I was going to squeeze the Born in Africa book in here, but I didn't want it to be too long. So I'm going to do that on part 6. All right. And this shit is not going to stop. Y'all saw his question right here. This is the place before it's called Egypt. There is no Egypt here. Okay. These are these Egyptian people coming in here with all of these different practices. They're coming in with Christianity, Islam, and I'm showing you slavery after Christianity had already stuck their foot in their ass. That's why when they got over here, you heard Port and Sutton and Rob showing you that the people wanted Christians. They didn't want, some people in other places did want Arabized or Islamicized people, right? But people could pick, they had those options. I'll take a Christian. I'll take a Catholic. Give me a Catholic slave. I could work with them better because that's probably the blueprint that they know, so they know how to deal with the slave, right? I don't know how to deal with the Arab. It's like an operating system. Give me a MacBook. Give me a Windows. You see what I'm saying? Give me the operating system that I know how to work with, right? Android, iOS. All right, these are the last few, y'all. I'm out your hair. Nubian ceremonial life, studies in Islamic syncretism and cultural change. Okay, I'm showing you for these last parts that people tried to hold on. They tried to work with these people. You saw the fighters. Y'all gonna see more fighters. You're gonna see the people who try to fight with paperwork, like you see here. The Moors try to fight with paperwork. You got the extremists. You got the people who fight with knowledge. You got the writers. We still have all these same people today. We're doing the same thing that people were doing back then. They're telling their stories through poetry. We got slave narratives. We got people trying to escape here. Insurrections. We got the same thing happening over there. They're ripping us apart between horses. They're cutting our shit off over here, burning us. It's the same shit. How do you not know that you're the same fucking people and you're acting the same way, reacting the same way? You have the same religions put into your head. I don't know how y'all not catching on to this shit. And for this part, let me see. Celebration, slaughtering the cow on the wedding eve. Hold on. Have significant family and tribes. Okay, during the writer's stay in the village, Kanuba inhabitants attempted to resonate some of their old traditions. In a wedding involving the son of a prominent village man, for example, here I go with this shit. I can't stand these books, bro. I just can't see them for some reason. Village man, for example, an elaborate Tingadanyi Wabi, I can't say that, was held towards sunset on the night of the wedding. While all villagers were invited to watch, a cow was slaughtered at the groom's house. The older woman was remembered some traditional folk songs. The older women who remembered some traditional folk songs were encouraged to sing them. So these people are trying to keep their ways. If this is for the people who say Islam is African and we made the shit, no, they're holding on to their old ways and they're being infiltrated by other people, but they're still trying to keep their practices whenever they can. And they're talking about the older women who remembered some of the traditional folk songs. Some of them, it's leaving. They're losing it. Right? Of course, the young people don't remember. It's the older people. These songs took the form of mainly of short praises of the bride and groom's immediate nuclear families. Shout out to the nuclear Nubians. However, rather than the form previously described, the surviving weddings.
Nah, not the nuclear Nubians.
I mean, but by nuclear. I'm a nuclear. I know if he's seeing this shit, he like, told you, nigga. You a nuclear Nubian.
He was right.
He was right all along. In the primaries. These surviving wedding songs have thus lost their main significance, which in old Nubia prior to 1933 was based on praises of land, palm trees, families, and tribes. So they didn't just roll over. Okay, these people are trying. Social participation of the entire neighborhood on the night of the application of henna has assumed in Kanuba as significant equal to the wedding day ballet celebration of Old Nubia, if the ritual from the application of the, and y'all know what henna is, right? It's that painting all over your hand or whatever. So they were getting, introduced to other practices, but they were still trying to hold on to their shit. Us over here, we're just completely disconnected. We don't have anything. The closest thing to you is probably a Native American. That's why you just grabbing at the shit. I get it. I understand where you're coming from, but this, like, y'all got to keep this shit real. Numerous small mosques were evident as one traveled up the river prior to the last relocation. Perhaps there were a few of them before the 20th century, though on the other hand, it may be that in the period before the villages were rebuilt on higher ground due to the previous raising of the Aswan Dam, the Nubian mosque looked more like houses. It is possible that the trend towards the more strict observance of Islamic practices is fairly recent. It seems clear in any case that the migration pattern which drew Nubian men to work in the city for long segments of their life, separating them from the extended periods from their for extended periods from their wives in the villages exacerbated the cleavage of a male and female social worlds that is typical in Islamic areas. Thus, men became more and more educated and more aware of doctrinal distinctions and issues in religious practice, which women remain largely illiterate and ignorant of Orthodox practice. The effects of these conditions were increased by the Muslim custom of excluding females from the mosque on the occasions and by on most occasions, and by relating women's participation in religion largely to private ritual and peripheral roles. Thus, most Nubian women's religious activities remain in the non-Islamic realm or were concerned with the popular Islamic saint cults rather than the Orthodox religion. Okay. Popular Islam. When I speak of popular Islam, I do not want to create the impression that all the practices classified as such are distinguished in any strict way or form. Hold on, I can move this up. Any strict way from Orthodox practices. Even many of the Nubian men called pagan customs are often practiced in the conjunction with clearly Islamic ones, with no particular feeling of incompatibility. In his valuable study of Sudanese religion, Trimingham used the term popular Islam in a broader sense that I am using it here. For him, the term embraces animistic influences, which I am calling non-Islamic, as well as the cults of the saints and the activities and beliefs of the Sufi brotherhoods. For Nubians, it seems necessary to include a number of customs in the category of popular Islam, in addition to those of the saint cults of the Sufis. Examples are the customs associated with the Eid al-Saghir, or small feast, which is observed throughout the Islamic world. In Nubia, this joyful occasion, marking the end of fasting in Ramadan, was a folk festival with a popular Islamic character. All right. So these people, you can see them keep trying to keep their ways, keep their tradition. They're being Christianized. They're ignoring the things that are happening in their surroundings. Today had no choice but to deal with it. They tried to make a deal with the devil. They took in their ways. They tried to keep some of their shit. Then they're picking up different ways from the other people, and then they're holding it as their own. And as time goes on, you just end up, you completely lose all your shit. They didn't care that you're arguing over different versions of Islam, as long as your ass ain't following the traditions that you used to follow. As long as you're not listening to your ancestors and the people that came before you, because that would make you a threat to the society that they're trying to sustain. So that's where I'm concluding at here, people. This was the part. This is just a fragment of the Arabian or Islamic slave trade, whatever you want to call it, the conquest. And that's just one area. There's more areas. And we're going to get to them. We're going to take you all the way back, because for some reason, y'all just can't get this through your head, that these things had already occurred before this version of slavery. The people who did this version of slavery so well is because they looked at all the mistakes that the people made before, just as well as Islam looked at the mistakes that Judaism and Christianity made with dealing with slaves and just dealing with people, their society, their population, period, when they're trying to, give them a God to believe in. Okay. So thanks for showing up. Thanks for sitting and being patient with me, y'all. Peace. And y'all stay tuned. Get the likes up. 12 toes down. And I'm about to get me some motherfucking ice, because I'm burning the fuck up. I've been sitting here in this hot ass room.
Oh, shit. Yeah, family. Yes, right. Volume 5, Pseudo Massacre, Arabian Nights edition.
Another Arabian night.
Arabian Nights. We gonna get on. I told y'all we gonna get on y'all. Ain't nobody safe in these streets. Ain't nobody ready. I mean, like, ain't nobody safe in the streets. I'm gonna run through some real quick shit. I ain't even gonna be that long, because I want to get Vant in here. It seems like I never give Vant an opportunity to get in here with that. I'm gonna just kind of put some icing on the cake that Mo was baking in here on y'all. Give me a minute. Let's see what
that's perfect, because I'm about to blow this bag.
All right, bet. I'm gonna be a brief moment. I'm gonna just go through a couple of books and we'll be moving. Everybody hit that like button.
No, thank y'all, man. That's what we doing it for, man. We doing it for y'all.
Yeah, buddy. Now we went back, and I'm gonna bring y'all back again. We going back to look forward, you know. But I want to remind y'all what these Europeans ran into when they got here, or at least who helped them. All right, let me see. Give me a minute. Peace to the mofo chat. Peace to the mofo chat. Can everybody see my shared screen? We good? We cooking? Let me see. I'm over here. Everybody see that? We good? All right. So this particular book right here is a primary source. This is the Chronicles of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea by Gomez Zurara. I can never pronounce that last name. This is a 2-part volume. This is volume 2. We talked about volume 1 a couple of times before, but this was the Portuguese. Now, we talked about how they came in, the Portuguese, the Europeans, they came in on those caravels, and they didn't understand the whole due process of this whole trade. And I just want to remind you guys from this source, this is Prince Henry the Navigator, and it was written by Gomez here. And if I can, I gotta rent the book out. Hang on, let me borrow this train. But yeah, so it tells you in the introduction, where did he get all of this intel from? We heard about, we talked about Mo. I mean, Mo was telling you about the Islamization, but I want to go over these primaries. This is in the introduction, and give me a minute to find it because I got my book here with me at the same time. And I'm trying to find this train. But I want you to look through this train. Where is it? Give me a minute. I gotta flip through some pages. All right. And I'm taking my time. I want you guys to see just in a very important piece of the puzzle. Where the hell is it? I have to watch. I can't find it for y'all, yo. These numbers fucking me up. Okay, I think we're getting close. Maybe. All right, I think we're getting close.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying this. I'm enjoying this AC real quick because I had to keep that shit off while I was doing the presentation. I was cooking.
Like, oh shit. I just want to find this one little part in this thing.
Just like them jive turkeys.
Them jive turkeys.
Right.
Getting cooked, son.
Deep fried. It might even be stuffed inside.
Ew. Where is this shit, man? I hate these damn Roman numerals shit, yo. I know I'm close. Man, across.
These Negroes probably think Narnia is real.
Yeah, they do. The Bridge to Terabithia and the Lion, the Witch in a Wardrobe, all types of shit.
You know?
Harry Potter.
Okay, yeah, here we go. This is from the book The Chronicles of Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, right? Volume 2. And it tells you what kind of help, where did they get their help from? This is in the introduction, right? Now, we talked about Islam and that belief system and what they was running with. This is the belief system that these Christians ran into. Well, who was the state-sponsored religion at that time? Islam, right? So when they ran into them, it's telling you right here, what is the Moorish information? Oh, what's this? What it says? Hold on. Let me make sure I'm at the right shit. I gotta go back. I feel like I gotta go back. Yeah, right here at the bottom. Y'all can see my cursor. I can't see if y'all see that or not. But right here at the bottom, it's telling you, it's saying, what information was the infant able to gain from the Moors for his plans, right? It says right here. So whenever the Portuguese arrived on the coast of Africa in 1440s, we talked about that several volumes before. So everyone should be up to speed on what I'm talking about. When they came into the leadership in Africa at that time, right, you had a Islamic domination. They were already doing this shit. So what information was the infant able to gain from the Moors for his own plans? And when they say infant, they don't mean a baby. They don't mean a child. They mean Prince Henry the Navigator was getting intel from the Moors, right? It says, what this Moorish information so valuable as to account in any great degree for the prince's perseverance and success in his task. So if this information was so important that it helped them get involved in this trade. To the former query, it may be replied, 1, that the Arabs and Moors of the early 15th century could give the prince, they're going to call him the infant, detailed and correct information, not only about the Barbary states, because remember, they had a Barbary trade coast too. So these Arabs, these Moors, the leadership that was in North Africa at the time when they were already running shit, because they've started this shit since 600 AD during the Arab conquest, right? Gave the European intel, detailed information, right, about the Barbary states that trade routes. So they gave them the keys to the trade hot routes, told them how to travel within the Sahara, but also about many of the Western and Central Sudan countries. Why would they need information to go to Sudan? Didn't my man just mention about the Sudan and the enslavement that was going on right there? Right. So right. See, so this is them saying, you can get in on this shit. You can get in on this shit. It's saying it's giving them information about the Central Sudan countries, about the general course and direction of the Guinea coast. That's where you find the Negro land at, right? Both to the west and the south of the great African hump. Especially could they describe the kingdom of Guinea. That's us, centering around the town of Jenin and the upper Niger, which the chief market of their Negro trades in slaves and golds and ivory. I want y'all to see this. Who helped these motherfuckers out? It was the Moors, Arabs, Muslims, anybody that was heavily Islamicized. Why would they want to tell them about Sudan? Well, they was going as far as the 600, kidnapping kids, sending them to Iraq. That's the Zanzi rebellion. This tells you that in the introduction of the damn book. It's telling you that they wouldn't have been able to do all of this shit without the Moors, without the Arabs, without the Muslims. I just want to point that out. This is one of them historical facts that we kind of overlook. I know we bang on the European a whole lot, but it's because of this state-sponsored Islamic religion, right, is why they felt the need to go into deep Africa. Now, I would go into volume 1 where they talk, where I would go into the Documents Illustrated. That's another book, the Documents Illustrated, right? This is the documents illustrated, and it talks about how on page 38, can y'all still hear me? On page 38,
Yeah, you good.
How they
Yup.
justified that shit because of their religion and shit. Let me make sure this is page 38 though. I feel like I'm all over the place sometimes. Moors. So these are primary documents that we're looking at in the 1400s, because I want to try to convey that they picked this shit up from somebody when they got there. And we need to call them all out on it. I just want to find that part that me and Mo saw that time talking about. Oh shit, where is that? Of course, I ain't gonna find it when I need to find it. I'm trying to find the
You know, one of the words, one of the words that were used. Excuse my background, y'all. Y'all know, you know, one of the words that's in the text.
Oh shit.
If you can get any, like, narrow it down to a word that was used in the text. If I forget to highlight.
Yeah.
Just type it in there.
I think was it that I'm looking for that Noah joint, right? Noah. Remember that?
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Because I want to
work
back to that.
And his son came. There it is. That's the one.
Okay, bet.
Just click it. I think you got to click it.
All right, gotcha.
Just click anywhere on the text. Yeah, boom. There you go.
Okay, boom. All right, so this right here is important. This right here is a primary. It doesn't get no better than this. This is telling you what the Portuguese ran into when they got there and the activities that was done. It says, this is about Antim Goncalves. Everybody that has been watching, y'all should know who Antim Goncalves was. He was part of the Orders of Christ from Prince Henry and all of that. Adam Goncalves and Nino Tristo and a bunch of others went on the coast of Africa to try to capture some Africans. When they got there, it says, as you know, they tried to get one of these Moors and hold them for ransom, right? And it says as you know, that naturally every prisoner desire to be free, which desire is all the stronger in a man or higher reason or nobility whom fortune has condemned to live in subjugation to another, so that noble of whom we have already spoken, seeing himself held in captivity, although he was very gently treated, greatly desired to be free, and often asked Goncalves to take him back to his country, where he declared he would give for himself 5 or 6 black Moors. Now, understand, Moors meant anybody that was black at the time, because they was running out the Moors that occupied Spain. So when they came into the interior Africa, you had different black people that they all thought was Moors, and they this is where they understood that, hold on, these people are a little different, you know what I'm saying, than the other. Let's see. So Atom Goncalves to take him back to his country, where he decided he could give for himself 5 or 6 black Moors, and also he said that there were among the other captives 2 young women. A like ransom would be given. Now here's where it gets interesting, and here you must note that these blacks, right, and here you must note that these blacks were Moors like the others, though they're slaves. So this is the European acknowledging 2 different types of black folks in the continent of Africa. One black man is enslaving another black man. And you're like, well, what the fuck is going on, right? Well, they understood what the hell was going on, right? Because they said it right here. So right here it says black these blacks were Moors like the others, though they're slaves, in accordance with the ancient custom, which I believe to have been because of the curse, which after the doge of Noah laid upon his son Cain, cursing him in this way, that his race should be subject to all other races. Ain't that about a bitch? They're telling you that shit. Well, damn, that they're Moors, they're two black folks, but because of this Moor believing in this Islamic shit, subscribing to the whole curse of Ham, curse of Noah, whatever the fuck y'all want to call it is a curse upon the black people or the non-believers, that this was the justification of the shit. So that's why we bang on the Christians, because these Christians were the orders of Christ who came in contact with the fucking Islamic state-sponsored religion. And them fuckers, all three of them, felt like it was okay to enslave the indigenous black person.
Moors is the ops, bro.
Hmm?
I said the Moors is the ops.
Yeah, they look. Don't they look like they up here?
I don't know why people proudly representing them. That's crazy.
Man, I'm gonna get into. I told y'all it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, and what y'all saw me run through earlier, now you should not be confused about how they pulled it off. These people are already broken in, okay? They're broken in. So there's guilt for a man to man just looking at the Moors and everything, but we can only use but so much animosity between them because we've seen what they went through. These are children. These aren't all adults who just say, yeah, I'm gonna betray my people. These are children who just came up in this way of life. Okay, so we can't go too far, but yeah, like he said, they ops. That's just what the fuck it is. But we know the full story.
Right. And they so this is an alliance. This is a Christian Muslim alliance to disenfranchise and to enslave the indigenous African. This happened in the 1400s. Because these white folks said, well, that race should be subjected to all other races in the world. Simply because of this bullshit ass myth of a curse right here. See, they already knew about this biblical shit going back to them. They knew. But these are the state-sponsored leaderships in charge of everything now. And they wreaking havoc on the indigenous African. It's telling you right now, this is what we're going to do. These are the type of black people that we need to get. The non-believers. Right here. This is not Port saying it. This is the primary source right here. Okay? This is Atim Goncalves telling y'all that shit. Look him up and look at who he came into look up Adahu, because that was the Moor name. And then real quick, while I'm over here, we're gonna pull up Araza. Let's look at that again since we on the subject matter. Araza. What is Araza? Right? A raza is a hostile raid for the purpose of conquest, plunder, and capture of slaves, especially one carried out by Moors in where? North Africa. So that's where y'all get the word raid from. They've been doing this shit since time immemorial. They've been doing this. So that's I want to kind of bring y'all back to that. And then we're going to bring y'all back to this book right here. This is Race and Slavery in the Middle East. Why would they do that? What was they saying so bad about black people back then for them to be able to do this shit to us, right? What's going on? What's really good? Now, let me see if I can find all of this shit. All right, cool. Won't be long. I just come in here to do a little drive-by. I like building with my fellas over here, so we're gonna keep it moving. Kind of keep it moving. Please give me all the page numbers. If you cut this book off, I'm gonna be pissed. Sometimes they be cutting shit off, yo. Don't you do that. Come on, give me a little bit more. I need anxiety. I just need a little bit more, man. Come on, give me 2 pages, yo. Oh man, I don't even know. They fucked me over on that one, yo. Let me see.
Give me the title.
Race and Slavery in the Middle East. Race and Slavery in the Middle East. This book was by Bernard Lewis. But I got a little bit of what I need right here. Now, remember that Zanzi rebellion that she was talking about? Okay, this is by the writers of that time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is what the historic Islamic writers wrote after the prophet died pertaining to black people. Okay, the Zans, and this name says Matahar Ibn, I can't pronounce that name. Okay, but this is during the 10th century, talking about food, clothing, and export of slaves and all types of shit. Okay, it says the Zans are in great fear and awe of the Arabs. I wonder why. So much so that when they see an Arab trader or traveler, they bow down and treat him with great respect and say in their language, "Greetings, O people of the land of the dates. Those who travel to this country, still the children of the Zans with dates." We're talking about kids, family. Boys, girls, kids. Imagine your son or daughter getting kidnapped.
That's candy back then. You want
Right.
some candy?
You want some
Hop in the
candy?
car. I'm taking you to your grandma's house. Your mom's late.
Lure them with dates, right? Like the candy man.
They still doing that.
Right. Lead them from place to place until they seize them. Take them out of their country. Transport them into their own country. The Zans people have great numbers but little gear. The ruler of Aslan of the Kish in the Sea of Yuman raids the Zans country with his ships and takes many captives. Okay? This is what they're writing about us. These are the Muslim authors discussing how they feel about us, giving justification for the shit that they were doing, kidnapping Bantu kids. And I wish I can pull this other joint up, but I think that was enough right there with that one. This book, let me see if that page, do I need it? I might can work without that page. Let's see. Let's see what else. Let me see. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Well, I don't know. I might can't do that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have issues with that book. It's all good. But I wanted you guys to touch base on what these writers were saying about us. All right. Next book, The Legacy of the Arab Islam Arab Islam in Africa. Okay. I'm gonna breeze through this one real quick. We're gonna go straight to page 92 of this book. Oh shit, fuck it. Let me go this way. All right. Ooh, I need some glasses. I can't see none of this shit. Is that 92? Give me a minute to get my bearings straight, y'all. Boom, boom, boom. We gonna cook here in a minute. We in the kitchen, it's smelling good because we cooking. We cooking up in this motherfucker. Where is my shit at? Is this shit numbered differently than the book? All right, we're gonna talk about some stuff in here. Give me a minute, y'all. I got to get my bearings straight. Give me a minute. Looking for these. Is that it? What page is this? I am stuck because I don't know exactly where I'm at. Let me blow it up. I hate when this happens, y'all. Thank y'all for y'all keep it moving.
Hey, and how many
This book doesn't
pages?
course like
How many
I got-
pages is in the other book?
of which one? The other book. The other one. We're at 180 something.
And the other part of the title is a historical inquiry, right?
Which the one that I was looking for was race and slavery in the Middle East. Yeah.
And it says a historical inquiry.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, boom. I think I got it. But let me double check.
That's what's up. Appreciate it, man. I don't know why I can't find what I'm looking for. This shit ain't saying the same shit I'm reading in this book. So I'm gonna make sure I'm reading the right shit to y'all. Basically talking about jihad, yo. That's what we on right now. Damn, I cannot find what I'm looking for, y'all. My bad. My bad. I'm stuck on this joint. Where the fuck is it? I'm gonna read anyway, though. All right, I'm gonna just keep going. This ain't what I want to read because I'm missing something. Something's going on. But okay, we're just talking about jihads. It says, in other words, the jihad campaigns, in the view of these observers, were African nationalist movements against European invasions. In this regard, another African Muslim scholar described the European intervention and the subsequent halting of the jihad campaign. See, I don't want to talk about that. That ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it.
All right, what's the page number?
The page number in the book should be like 92.
On the other, the one you got that she was looking for before.
Oh, race and that should be page 52 is what I was missing. And it was just a little paragraph on how these writers was writing. I don't know why I can't find what I'm looking for in this damn book. What in the world? Okay, as the statement makes clear, the far conquering conquered, exploited, and oppressed non-Fulani Muslims, and non-Muslims are still concerned. The European intervention was regarded as God sent. This was especially so for vast non-Muslim indigenous communities who became target of Muslim and slave raiding. That's what I wanted to try to find a little bit of that. So it's talking about the jihads, these little spiritual campaigns on how they spread their religious shit onto these indigenous areas. And this is just a small little part. It says the jihad was and may still be regarded and cherished as mainly with someone Muslim circles, but as far as the peasant indigenous African and his or her religious political views was concerned, it was not just what did it say? I gotta read that. Oh shit. Colonization, pure, but physical and cultural brutalization in the name of God. Julie Lancer is therefore right in pointing out that Africa and the monolithic interpretations of the jihad movement, a political history, is concerned with the event rather than the structures, and the elite rather than the people. The third and perhaps most important feature of the jihad tradition in tropical Africa is that the jihadists all claim that the reformists aim at purifying Islam from indigenous pagan. So why the fuck y'all need to come into somebody else's land for a jihad to purify them? That's what these were all about. And they calling us pagans. They declared holy war against anybody that was a non-believer. So that's what this is telling you in a nutshell. Let me see. I don't know if I can find. I don't know why this book looked weird to me.
You gotta tell me what it says, because the one I got has no page numbers.
Oh shit.
So just give me like a sentence.
Okay. Let me see, because I want to read something just from that. Shit. Okay, 10 specific attributes. And that should be page 56. 10. And I can flip over. I'll go straight to your shit.
Okay.
I wanted to
all right, I'll show it. Go ahead. I'm
gonna close this out. I wanted to kind of bring the family to what a jihad is. That's a spiritual campaign to take over somebody else's shit. That's how they did it. In the name of Allah. Where was Allah in the hearts and minds of the people when they were spreading these jihads on the indigenous African? And whatever, I'm gonna pull up what you about to pull up. This is one of the reasons why they were chopping off little boys' penises. Okay. It says it right here. It says this is another Islamic scholar mentioning the 10 specific attributes on the black man, which are all found in him and in no other. It says frizzy hair, thin eyebrows, a broad nose, thick lips, pointed teeth. Said we had smelly skin, black eyes, a furrowed hands and feet, long penis, and it says a defective brain, right? A defective brain. Where it's also
they only got one thing right.
That's a fact.
All day.
So fact, shorty.
That's why they was chopping off little boys' penises, because they didn't want those Arabian women to see all of that shit. That's why. They were like, well, shit, we can't have that. It's telling you in the writings right here. He's highlighting it. I'm not making this up. Defective brain, long penises, right? That's all they thought about us. So when they get these kids, they would chop their shits off. Mo was telling you, this is the reason why. The description is repeated with various variations by later writers. Wow, damn. Mostly geographers speak of the nudity, paganism, cannibalism, primitive life of black people. This is what they write about us, yo. After the prophet died. This is how they spread Islam into Black Africa. This is how they were able to make a whole conquest in the northern part. I just want y'all to see that, to bring this close to home, because what the fellas was talking about. Now, when they got there, when the European got there, these guys right here that was already chopping boys' penises off gave them the keys to the enslavement train, saying, okay, bro, maybe you doing it a little wrong. You need to conduct it like this, yo. We got big chiefs over here. We got this shit under control. So you need to get with the program of how we run it. And they adopted some of the same shit, kidnapping kids, chopping shit off. Same shit happened over here, but not in great numbers like it did over there. These kids would have their shit chopped off and become army members in these armies and fought against all types of shit. So anybody look up the Zizan's rebellion. There is no marriage among them. The kids did not know his father. Don't they still say that shit today?
No, they still cracking jokes about that today.
You don't know your daddy. Well, you need to stop kidnapping us from our parents, bro.
Just saying it like it's actually real. You know what I'm saying? Some people it did happen to, but they be saying it to people like, yo, what did you talking about? I have both my parents.
Father. Know their father, and they eat people. But God knows best. And the Zanzi, they are people of black color, flat nose, kinky hair, and little understanding of intelligence. This is what your Islamic writers are writing. This is why this is what they were telling the Portuguese when they got here about black folks. Where you think they got that shit from? They were telling these Europeans that they got smelly skin. You might need to chop their junks off because they shit long. They like to eat people. They have a low understanding of intelligence. They taught this shit to the European. That's the shit that we trying to get y'all. I don't give a fuck. Y'all. They try to be all nice. Well, you know, the prophet didn't say that, and he was nice to his slaves and all. Fuck all that nice talk shit. You gotta have integrity in yourself to say, look, man, I might believe in this book, but the people that was in charge of this state-sponsored religion fuck my people up. They did the worst things to my people, you know. And I'm gonna leave with that one. I don't really. Matter of fact, this is just the segue to get into this shit. We ain't really get into this shit. We're gonna talk about the Razas. We're gonna talk about the raids and how Islam was adopted by the African, because this was one of the first religions that we adopted in West Africa. That's why when the if you read slave religion, when the Portuguese came in there, they had a hard time converting them. See, it was all about control. We don't want them to believe in this. We want them to believe in that. So the writers of that time wrote that it was so hard to convert the Africans because they was already into Mohammedanism. They were already controlled by that. So now we got to switch it down and go to the Christian way.
I'm gonna show y'all this title one more time.
You know? Yeah, this book right here is on point right here. Y'all got to get the hard copy of the book. It like the PDF don't do you no justice other than what we're doing. You know, other than what we're sharing. You got to get this book in your hands, family. You got to. It's a must, because this is telling you how they thought about us way before the fucking European got there. This is telling you what type of shit that they was on and how they was able to do it. We got other primaries and other sources. I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. I ain't even gonna keep it that long. I just wanted to kind of put a little icing on the cake that she was baking in the oven all along. For real, family. So shit, Van, if you want to step up, I know you waiting. I ain't gonna hold you up. That's why I ain't even want to be that long. I just wanted to get those books out. Thank you so much, Mo, for getting that, yo. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know how I get. Like,
I know.
Like, man,
send that shit to me, cuz. If you can.
Drop the list link in the chat so
let me see.
Pull it up in my pull my laptop up.
Okay,
because I'm on my phone right now. But I did post all the.
Okay, I did see in the private chat you sent.
But I can't just pull it up on the laptop one time.
All right. Is there an order in which you want me to start from the top to bottom?
Oh shoot! It don't matter. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to know. Yeah, family. Thank y'all for hanging in today on a Saturday, man. Y'all could have been anywhere else in the world, but y'all here with us, and we appreciate that. I stole that from Hove, you know, but
damn, give me the title again. I closed the shit out.
What my book?
Yeah, the one.
Oh shit, Race and Slavery. What I do with that book?
You'll get it just off of Race and Slavery.
Yeah, Race and Slavery in the Middle East by Bernard something. That's it. And we're gonna get back into it.
You hear me?
Say again.
It's going to the iCloud one.
Okay, bet. I appreciate you, bro. Real talk. That shit pissed me. I'm like, oh shit, they cut off all the pages. Damn. All right, I'm about to share your dream real quick, brother. Hey everybody, thank y'all for coming in. Appreciate y'all. Hit that like button if you haven't liked the button yet. Go ahead and hit that. We are pushing it to the limit. We are pushing it to the limit, family. We're on volume 5 right now. Volume 5. Is this you, bro? This you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What is this shit right here? We like to send. I don't want to send nothing to me. I'm gonna go on mute real quick.
Yeah, it was just something new that came out. I just looked at my nugget. It looked weird.
We're still good. I gotta drop the link for Suiting real quick. Give me a minute.
Yeah, that might be easier for me too.
Oh yeah, if you can pull it up, that's cool. I can share yours, and you can have full autonomy of the joint. Take your time, bro. It's all good.
Yep, I'm back at the crib now.
All right, Suiting, I got the link coming in right at you. Beam me up, Scotty. I got you.
I'm going to the moon.
I got you. Yeah, getting it in on a Saturday. What's up, Suiting? In the cut.
Ain't nobody been saying shit on the TikTok.
Nobody. The streets is quiet. When our album drop, it's quiet in the streets. They gotta recover from that shit.
Yeah, man.
And the whole reason why me and Mo on this Islam shit is because of that live the other day. I know y'all like, why y'all on this shit?
I ain't gonna lie, I inserted a lot of shit in there last night. I ain't gonna lie. I said, I'm gonna take that out, and I'm gonna stick because Islam was connected to it anyway. We just
we were gonna get to it either way. And I remember I was like, yo,
yeah, I just didn't like. I don't like doing that shit on TikTok because some motherfuckers will report your shit.
Yeah, I know.
Because that's exactly what the fuck happened.
Both my accounts are fucking working.
Suiting said, "What we doing? It's a camera right there."
Yeah, Sue was like, "Y'all sure y'all want to do this?
What we doing?"
Are you sure? Because once we cross over, there's no point of return. We got it, we in this.
Now, like you'll be talking about Islam, right, and like the messed up stuff, and then you'll look in the chat, and one of them will say, like in Arabic or some shit, like let's report the live. Because you got black people who know the language, right? And they be like, look, somebody just report the live, and they'll tell us that shit. So that's how I found out.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Well, them
Like, it's
motherfuckers
all
are
good when you
cordially,
talking nice about that shit.
man. They
When
can
you
come over
start
here.
going in the closet, bringing out them skeletons and shit.
They can get that smoke.
No, they can get. They're gonna get the smoke. They can come over here with that shit. We gonna talk about it. Fuck that. That's our history. They invaded. They're fucking invaders, yo, and they need to be recognized. That
So what
shit.
the hell people think they can tell us what we can talk about?
Yeah, like fuck them. Now y'all are, I mean, in my nice voice, y'all are welcome to come over here and we can talk about it. But we heard y'all heard what we said. We ain't really we can bang on y'all book, but we ain't trying to.
Yeah, well, there ain't no need for that. It's really because he said that. That's why I pulled it up. I was just gonna show that people utilize it in a bad way and let you have the good shit.
We're just
But
talking
you
about
can't. Once you tell me that shit ain't in there, I'm gonna have to. Hey, it is.
yeah,
I'm
like,
just pulling these bad boys up real quick.
it's always when we talk about our history. Well, it didn't happen like that, and Bilal was a good slave. What about him? Like, I don't give a fuck about one slave that was treated great. He still was a slave. Like, what the fuck? Y'all still enslaved that man. Well, it says for your most expensive slave, you're supposed to let him. Man, fuck all that. That's why both of my lives are blocked. I mean, are banned right now because I'm starting to say what the fuck I want to say when I want to say it.
Yeah, man, if you need that burning, let us know, bro.
I know. I'm gonna lay low for a minute. I might do like posts, but I'll lay low because I got targets on me right now. I can see. So I'm gonna come on here a little bit more often.
Didn't y'all say somebody was gonna be reporting this because they showed?
Yeah, that shit happened.
Yeah, somebody said that I'm about to get off of here and report. I forgot who the fuck it was.
They went straight to my shit and did it. And now both of my accounts are fucking.
Yeah, that's what Black First said, that they gonna start trying to get our whole TikTok accounts gone.
That's what's up, because I've never reported anybody, and they lying.
Right, I don't do shit.
So why would you report? Come on now, like y'all gotta stop. At least pretend like, damn, this shit is a dead giveaway. Why would you? You're not responding to the information. You're getting your shit pushed in. Push
and then
5.
you're gonna mute me.
Like, this is a whole encyclopedia information. We can publish this shit, right? And y'all not responding, and you over here like, I'm gonna report. Report what? Lies? Just take them and make more content. When we hear y'all tell lies, we like, yo, that's content. Ooh, that book, that's content. Make content off of us lying, but you can't. So you got to report.
That's some weak shit. Y'all some weak-minded people. If y'all don't got no source, why can't y'all do source? Nah, like, they just don't want us talking about our history. Fuck it.
They think that shit fake.
Yeah, come on over here. Y'all can't report this.
Tell them
y'all ain't gonna report this
in the bucket.
Y'all come over here and report this. Come over here. Step up to the plate.
They want to teach our kids this shit. That's what all of them keep saying. We gotta teach the kids. Teach the kids. No, nigga, you teach your kids that shit. I'm not teaching my kids this shit.
Yeah, man. That's some weak shit that they be doing, y'all. Y'all weak for that. Because a real scholar, a real person that's about this shit would have just studied harder and came back like we've been doing every fucking week. We're on volume 5. We don't cry. We don't.
Bro, I noticed something though. Like,
report.
we be calling them niggas names, right? Whether it be on YouTube or on the TikToks. We be stitching their videos and these motherfuckers still don't respond. It be they flunkies.
They little junkies.
That's why.
Like, they scared of us and shit. Like, that's one thing I don't like. Y'all can't start this shit and then run the fuck off. You can't smack me in my face and then run off and then keep sending your homeboys to fight for you. No, nigga, you smacked me. Your homie ain't smacked me. Bring your ass outside.
We want the big chief, yo.
They scared to come outside.
They be trying to bully everybody. I see them all. They go in everybody else's lives. Don't nobody want none of this, bro. Y'all ain't even respond to us. It's a reason why y'all ain't respond to us. Don't make it seem like you're big, bad, and bold. Then they lie. I go Port City reading books. Nigga, he been reading books. What the fuck you talking about,
books, bro? I've been giving out.
We did a whole live about y'all going through books.
Yep.
So what the fuck they be talking
Way
about?
before we had the debate, I was talking about how many books I had.
Yeah.
So I don't understand that
They
shit.
just say strange shit.
But that whole like banning somebody or just report, like, does that? I don't do that. I don't like, the only time you would ever catch me doing that is somebody like just harassing me to the point where it's disrespectful. You deserve to get blocked in. But just because I don't agree with what you said and I just don't want to see your presence around no more because of the shit you saying, I feel like that about all y'all motherfuckers with this dumb shit y'all saying. But I'm not reporting y'all. Like, that's some weak shit. Don't get mad, get smart, and prove us wrong.
Right. I don't think they can do that.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right,
Put my shit on mute.
I ain't really
Yep. Let's go.
I went through this on my live too. I got a couple articles. All right, so African American genomes yield insight into slavery practices. A massive study finds that regional differences in how slaves were treated throughout the Americas are reflected in the DNA of present-day Americans of African descent. African descent, not American Indian. A new study by researchers at the consumer genetics company 23andMe has paired tens of thousands of genetic profiles with detailed historical records. All right, I'm going to say that again. They paired tens of thousands of genetic profiles with detailed historical records to trace the ancestry of modern day African Americans back through the transatlantic slave trade. The results, published Thursday, July 23rd, in the American Journal of Human Genetics, confirmed some of what is known about where people in Africa were taken from and where they disembarked in the Americas. But they also yield some new insights. Finding some regions overrepresented among African Americans' ancestry sheds light on secondary slave trading, while the underrepresentation of other African groups points to regional differences in the treatment of slaves. The findings also identify a sex bias in which women contributed significantly more to the gene pool of modern day African Americans than enslaved men. For millions of people in the Americas, the story of the transatlantic slave trade is basically a story of their ancestral origins, says Stephen Micheletti, a population geneticist with 23andMe and the lead author on the paper. We really wanted to help them better understand where the ancestry came from. During the transatlantic slave trade, the largest forced migration in human history that took place between 1515 and 1865 is estimated 12.5 million people were forcibly removed from African countries and transported across the Atlantic to the Americas, while around 3% to 5% ultimately ended up in North America. Many more disembarked in South and Central America or the Caribbean. Reconstructing the mass movement of so many people took more than a decade to complete and involved more than 50,000 participants, making it the largest DNA study to examine African ancestry in the Americas. Genetic samples were pulled mostly from, so I do want to highlight that real quick, more than 50,000 participants, so that's the most. So when people talk about the haplogroup study and all that, so this is the most they have ever analyzed as far as like a large group of African Americans with African ancestry. And these are the results they got. Genetic samples were pulled mostly from consenting 23andMe customers living along the west coast of Africa and along the eastern coastlines of North, Central, and South America. So they're getting it from basically the whole Western Hemisphere, North America, Central America, and South America, where slaves would have disembarked. With additional samples curated from public sources or collected by exiting researchers in African countries lacking adequate genetic representation. The importance of this paper is in the great number of individual genetic profiles analyzed all at once, says Chiara I think that's Barbiri, a human molecular anthropologist at the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History, who was not involved in the study, having access to such a large and robust data set. Barberi says gives you an analytical power that lends substantial weight to the paper's findings. Micheletti looked for identical sections of DNA on the chromosomes of people thought to be linked through common ancestry to calculate their identity by descent, IBD. After generations of reproduction, IBD segments get broken up into smaller and smaller pieces, Micheletti says, adding that the rate of these breakages can be estimated using mathematical models to calculate the time since two people shared a most recent common ancestor. The results confirm that most Americans of African descent have genetic roots in Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo, consistent with records kept of slaves disembarking in the Americas. The most recent ancestry calculations from the slave trade also showed that individuals came from West Central Africa, while the oldest ancestry was linked to the windward coast of Senegambia, a blanket term for what is today the Gambia, the Guinea, and Senegal, mirroring the slave trade's targeting of different regions over time. The proportion of Nigerian ancestry in the United States was much higher than the authors expected. A historical record showed little evidence of direct transport between Nigeria and the U.S., and historians consulting on the project initially flagged the finding as an error. As soon as they said that, we had to dig deeper and find out what was going on, says Jonah Mountain, a geneticist with 23andMe and co-author on the paper. The team found that towards the end of the slave trade, most slaves were being transported from Nigeria to the British-occupied Caribbean before being sent throughout the Americas in the secondary intra-American slave trade that continued long after the transatlantic trade become illegal. So that's another point that they always hint at when they say that most of us came from the Caribbeans. You know, they are true in that sense, but as you see, is really because of Britain and Nigeria getting involved later on. This intra-American trade enriched the genetic contributions of Nigerians and modern African Americans in the United States. This is where the historical consultants came in and helped put our results into a historical context that we might not have discovered otherwise, Micheletti says. Fatima Jackson, a biological anthropologist at Howard University, who was not involved in the study, says that the disproportionate contributions of Nigerian ancestry in the United States could also have been resulted of breeding camps or breeding farms, which we always talk about, established in states such as Virginia to maintain the population of slaves as the transatlantic trade decreased. That's one of the hot points to Virginia that everybody brings up. So there were breeding camps in Virginia. In an email to the scientists, Jackson says such camps are really key to changes in frequencies of certain African regional phenotypes once an internal slave trade was underway. In contrast, Senegambians were found to have a much lower genetic contribution in modern African Americans living in the U.S., despite being an early and prolonged origin of slaves for the country. A comparison with historical records suggests that Senegambians were often sent to rice plantations because they cultivated rice in Africa. Another point that everybody on the panel has always brought up. That's one thing that Port got, that they try to call Port out for. But
Fucking right.
they just, they just proving it not only through the court culture, the books, but also genetics. With so much standing water, these plantations experienced frequent outbreaks of malaria, and many Senegambians may have died as a result. So that's really just getting into why they might have taken so many people from Senegambia, but it's not reflecting in our gene pool because most of them might have died out. Jackson argues that a more thorough understanding of history could offer other explanations. Senegambians, she says, likely weren't any more exposed to malaria than anyone else. Rather, she attributes their reduced genetic presence to two other possibilities. Senegambians were known to be instigators of many notable rebellions, especially during the Middle Passage, or bringing people to the Americas. The consequence of a failed rebellion, she notes, is death. Alternatively, many Senegambians were Muslims, meaning they were less likely to marry or have children with others outside their religion. So that was another key reason that as they just said, most of them participated in rebellions, and as a result of that, sometimes people were put to death. And also Senegamians mainly being Muslims, so they wouldn't intermingle with people who weren't of the Muslim faith. So those are another two reasons that they were bringing up. The study also identified a bias across the Americas in which the maternal genetic contribution was vastly overrepresented. According to the authors, roughly 15 African American women, African women, had children for each African man in Central and South America and Latin Caribbean. Even though more than 60% of slaves were male in the United States, this ratio was only 2-1. So 15 African women had children for each African man. And that's for Central, South America, and also Latin Caribbean. Even though there were more men being brought in. Once again, getting into, if it wasn't for the women, we probably wouldn't even be here. This bias underscores a history of sexual exploitation of African women by men in the Americas as well. Mountain and Micheletti attribute the regional differences to social practices, while rape of African women did occur in the U.S. Notion of racial purity led to less mixing between races, and slaves were often encouraged or forced to have children with other slaves to increase the labor pool. Latin American countries, by contrast, followed a common practice of racial whitening. So what they getting into, but without actually, bringing all the historical facts. European men were actively recruited by the government of Brazil to marry dark-skinned women with the intent of reducing African ancestry and Native ancestry as well. In modern-day Latin America, the study found relatively few people in the database were greater than 5% African ancestry, despite the region receiving roughly 70% of all slaves. While the team relied on two historians well versed in the transatlantic slave trade, Linda Haywood and John Thornton of Boston University, to help identify which parts of Africa needed to be included and to interpret the study findings, Jackson says this study suffers from a common issue. While authors are too commended for their contributions, geneticists often fail to include historians early in the planning of their studies, bringing them in only at the end to explain anomalies. Geneticists, like any scientist, believe if we have high quality data, the data will speak to us. Jackson tells the scientists instead, what is needed is for geneticists to work more intimately with scholars who have knowledge of the historical and social context of evolutionary processes or processes. All right, so that was from the Scientists Exploring Life, Inspiring Innovation.
Big fact, big push.
All right. Trying to make sure. Oh, dang, I did forget one. Let me pull this one up real quick, though. I can pull the other one up a little later. All right, cool. Colonial enslavement of Native Americans included those who surrendered to. Study by Brown University historian finds that Native Americans who surrendered during King Philip's War were sold into slavery with long-lasting effects. Providence, RI, Brown University. And as y'all see, this is a picture right here. Native Americans, an image from 1595 depicting conflict between Native Americans in Mexico and Spanish colonists led by Francisco de Montejo, courtesy of John Carter Brown Library at Brown University. So these are the Native Americans. These are the colonists. Don't look like African Americans to me. But let's continue on. A study by Linford D. Fisher, associate professor of history at Brown University, finds that Native Americans, including non-combatants who surrendered during the King Philip's War to avoid enslavement, were enslaved at nearly the same rate as captured combatants. Native American slavery is a piece of the history of slavery that has been glossed over, Fisher said. Between 1492 and 1880, between 2 and 5.5 million Native Americans were enslaved in the Americas, in addition to 12.5 million African slaves. While natives had been forced into slavery and servitude as early as 1636, it was not until King Philip's War that natives were enslaved in large numbers. So it's not the fact that natives weren't always enslaved since contact, it's just large numbers. Fishers wrote in the study, the 1675 and 1676 war pitted Native American leader King Philip, also known as Metacom, and his allies against the English colonial settlers. During the war, New England colonies routinely shipped Native Americans as slaves to Barbados, Bermuda, Jamaica, the Azores, Spain, Tangier, and North Africa, Fisher said. While Africans who were enslaved did not know where they would be taken, Native Americans understood that they could be sent to Caribbean plantations and face extremely harsh treatment. Far from their homes and communities, according to the study. Fear of this fate spurred some Native Americans to pledge to fight to the death, while others surrendered, hoping to avoid being sent overseas, the study found. Fisher's study, why shall we have peace to be made slaves, Indian surrenderers during and after King Philip's War, appear in the journal Ethnohistory, a volume devoted to scholarship of indigenous slavery in the New World. Native American enslavement was documented in colonial correspondence, shipping records, court cases, town records, colonial government orders, and petitions from colonists to the British government. Even contemporary official histories of the war all point to the same thing. Indians were enslaved in mass and either distributed locally or sent overseas to a variety of destinations. Fisher wrote in the study, studies in native slavery have opened up in recent years, Fisher said, with award-winning books published in 2002 and 2003 highlighting the systematic nature of indigenous enslavement, even within English colonies. Fisher's study on those who surrendered in King Philip's War looks at what factors contributed to native slavery and the impact enslavement had on Native Americans for generations. Surrender or resist. Fisher examines the short and long-term effects of native slavery in his study, noting that during the war, the widespread, hold on real quick, let me get some of this drink. The widespread fear of being sold overseas as slaves was used by Philip allied Native Americans as a tool to recruit natives to their side. Other Native Americans surrendered, Fisher wrote, either in response to explicit inducements by the English offering mercy or because they hoped that doing so would be understood as a statement of neutrality. These surrenderers could be individuals, families, larger bands of entire communities, Fisher said. Some Native Americans offered their services to the English in the war, like the Awashanks, the female chief of the Confederation of the Sakonne Indians, who pledged support on the condition that the Sakonne men and women and children would not be killed or sent out of the country as slaves, according to the study. Especially near the war's end, Fishers wrote natives surrendered in large numbers in direct response to promises of leniency, but leniency had no consistent practical meaning. English authorities focused first on disarming natives either by selling guns turned in by surrenderers or prohibiting them by bearing arms. Fisher wrote, English communities objected to let natives who surrendered simply go free, and housing and feeding them was complicated. So often captured and surrendered Native Americans were simply sold into slavery, both overseas and within New England, or forced into servitude for limited terms within English households. In addition, Native communities were asked to pay an annual tribute or 5 shillings per male as an acknowledgement of their subjection to the government of Connecticut, according to the study. Connecticut, how many? I think Rob said it was like 10% African Americans in Connecticut for the whole population of Connecticut. Colonial motivations, Native American responses. New Englanders. Motivations for enslaving Native Americans included making money and clearing land for colonists to claim. Fisher wrote it was also easier to remove Native Americans from the region than to sell them locally and risk having the Native Americans run away to find refuge. Fisher also argues that there was an ideological component to enslaving Native Americans among colonists. There was a presumption involving the innate inferiority of natives, he said. There were proto-racial notions of European superiority, plus an appetite for land, he said. If you look at the history of the colonies, slavery happens almost right away. Fisher said he is increasingly convinced that for colonists, slavery was a normal part of their mental framework. Some free Native Americans working with English tried to influence where Native American surrenderers would be settled and how they would be treated. Fisher wrote like the Uncas and the Sachem, the Sachem of the Mohegans in Connecticut. The Uncas, who fought on the side of the English, seemed determined post-war to keep Indians out of English households, and even more important, off of English merchant ships that threatened to take them to the Caribbean. Fisher wrote Uncas and other Native Americans also encouraged captives to run away and sheltered them when they did, or help them resettle elsewhere, according to the study. In other cases, Fisher wrote, Native Americans requested captives as servants for themselves, sometimes to keep them out of English households, or serve as slave trading middlemen. In one case, Fisher notes a Native American slave owned by Pequot leader was sold by him to an enslaved African woman. Lasting effects. The shadow of Native enslavement in New England extends into the 18th century and beyond, Fisher said. There are records of people petitioning for freedom in the 1740s who were descendants of Native Americans first enslaved during King Philip's War. In the study, he wrote small legal loopholes and dishonest practices on the ground ensured that in many cases limited term service turned into lifelong and even heritable slavery. In 1676, Connecticut officials decreed that Native slaves' term of service could be lengthened but not shortened. A law passed the same year by Rhode Island General Assembly seemed on the surface to outlaw Indian slavery, but Fisher noted in the practice that and other laws ensured that Native surrenderers were disposed of for the benefit of the colony, with various terms of servitude for Native Americans 5 years of age or younger. Their servitude lasted until they were 30 years old. So once again, them practicing child slavery. These enslavement practices permanently disrupted the lives, livelihoods, and kinship networks of thousands of Indians. Fisher wrote, and sometimes slavery was simply given another name. In 1721, 45 years after the end of King Philip's War, the Connecticut General Assembly took up the question of second-generation Native American child slaves. The Native American children who had been placed as servants in English households after the war had grown up and had children of their own. What should be done with them? Fisher wrote. That while leaders did not approve of enslaving them, they also did not want to set them free. So that generation of children also became indentured servants. Native Americans sold overseas occasionally made it back to the United States, Fisher wrote. Others died or disappeared into a wider slave market and labor force, or became established in the location where they were sent. Like the modern day community of individuals in Bermuda who claim New England Indian descent. All right. That was from Brown University. So, because people keep bringing it up, they said, look up Native American slavery. I got one more. And then I'm going to finish it up with African American slavery.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all for tuning in. We made it to volume 5. We are 6 hours in on the push. Got my man Vance out here kicking it.
Yes, sir. I had to sneak some food in real quick. All right. The Genizaro Pueblo of the I think that's the Abiquiu, I believe. The Genizaro people of the Abiquiu, Kiyu, have a profound sense of community. They have lived upon the same land in New Mexico for nearly 300 years. Their history, however, is born out of violence and slavery. Spain and the Catholic Church profoundly impacted the lives of the indigenous ancestors of the Genzaro people. Beginning in the early 1600s, Spanish colonists sought to re-educate, some say detribalize, the native people of the Southwest. Founded by the Spanish crown, the Spanish first abducted and later purchased war captives from surrounding tribes. Those ransomed were primarily from mixed tribal heritage, including Apache, Comanche, Kiowa, Navajo, Pawnee, and the Ute or the Ute. The colonists took these individuals to their households where they were taught Spanish and converted to Catholicism. They were forced to work as household servants, tend fields, herd livestock, and serve as frontier militia to protect Spanish settlements. Many endured physical abuse, including sexual assault. The Spanish called these captives and their children genizado. Excuse me. The term originated from a Turkish word for slaves trained as soldiers. This conflict and oppression affected the lives of several thousand native people, trampling their cultural practices and spiritual beliefs. Outside of the Genizado communities, such as the Abiquiu, this history has been slipping from memory. For the Genizado people, however, it is embedded in the land and commemorated in their observance. Today, they are reasserting their Genizaro identity and culture. All right. Rio Chama Valley, northern New Mexico. For centuries, the Apache, the Navajo, Pueblo, and the Ute peoples forged trails in what's up? Oh yeah, there you go. In and out of the rugged Rio Chama Valley, while the Tiwa and other Pueblo peoples farmed along its river. The creation of New Spain in 1535 and then the extension of Spanish Empire into the Southwest in the 1600s transformed the region. By the 1700s, the Rio Chama Valley had become a violent imperial frontier marked by deadly clashes, retaliatory raids, and brutal trade in native slaves. The conflicts forever altered the lives of native peoples, including the Genizado of the Abiquiu in the northern New Mexico. All right, so just showing where they were located, New Mexico. Abiquiu settlement history, 1300s all the way to 2019. Here's a depiction of them real quick.
Copper colored individual right there. He looks swarthy.
Delvin Garcia, standing in the remains of the Santa Rosa de Lima church. Sections of the church walls are all that remain of the 18th century Spanish colonial settlement Santa Rosa de Lima. Repeated attacks from the Ute and the Comanche peoples forced the colonists to abandon the village. In 1754, through the land grant, The Spanish gave the Genzaro and the Hopi family 16,000 acres of land that was 1 mile away. Oh, we talking about land, right? They got 16,000 of them things. Here, the Santo Tomas de Kiwi settlement was established. During the ensuing years, as Spain, Mexico, and the United States claimed parts of the region, the Genzaro people of the Abiquiu lost some of their land. Delvin Garcia, former president of the Abiquiu Land Grant Board, was worked with fellow community members to reclaim these lands. As Garcia states, La Merced del Pueblo Abiquiu, the town of Abiquiu land grant, is recognized and protected under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, and is historically unique. So here we go again, looking at the people who was given this land and have connections to the land. Santa Rosa de Lima's feast day observance. Since ABQ was established in 1754, its Genizado people have returned to what remains of that Santa Rosa de Lima church to honor its patron saint by holding mass on her feast day. Preceding and following the mass in solemn procession in 2019, the ceremony was led by Reverend Valentine Fua, the Santo Thomas Apostle Catholic Parish priest, and Frankie Lopez. The feast day organizer each carried a Santa Rosa de Lima botul, a carved and painted sculpture of a saint. Okay, Owingi San Juan Pueblo dancers performing in the Abiquiu Plaza. Whether through warfare, trade, intermarriage, or ceremony, the lives of the Abiquiu Genizaros, people and those from surrounding tribes have been intertwined to this day. The Genizaros people maintain ties with members of the Owigi San Juan Pueblo community. After Santa Rosa de Lima feast day procession, Owingi, I believe, dancers performed the bow and arrow dance in the Abiquiu Plaza. In doing so, they honor the saint in their historical ties to the Abiquiu. And here we go again. Native Americans. And once again, this is connected to Native American slavery. Rafaelicia, I believe, Martinez, Abiquius, Genizados, people lived under fear of raids and attacks from northern tribes into the 19th century. Rafaelita Martinez, a devout Catholic, raised her 12 children in Abiquius and is the oldest Genizados person living in the community. She is standing in front of wooden doors and once high adobe walls surrounding her placita or courtyard. Her property is one of the Abiquiu's originally family fortresses. I think that's picture Q, yet stark reminder of her community's past. Martinez says that in many ways, the history of the Abiquiu's crystallizes the tumultuous history of the entire Southwest. A lot of people get into that.
Look at all those copper colored swarthy people, y'all.
Man, where y'all at though? Extra Trulio gathering the meslote from the juniper tree. Like most Genesaro people in the Ebikiyu, Dexter Trulio descends from a family that helped settle the community. In the mid 1800s, the Apache people abducted his ancestor. Um, there he is right there. Juan de Dios, as the boy strode along Abequio Creek, according to Trujillo family history. The boy was enslaved for more than 9 years before he injured his leg and was left for dead. He survived by eating, I think that's the mestileto fungus from juniper trees until U.S. Army soldiers discovered the boy and returned him to the Abbey Kiyu. That's crazy. Morado de Alto and 3 Lenten crosses. Dexter Trujillo is a leader of Los Hermanos, Hermanos. What is that? Penitentis, I believe. Penitentis. Whatever. A religious brotherhood formed at the Abekiyu, not whatever, but my bad, I don't know how to say that. By the 1800s, in addition to the commemorating the Passion of Jesus Christ, the brotherhood prays on the behalf of the community, often in an adobe structure called the Morado de Alto. There, Los Hermanos um, pen pen penitentis members also house their religious icons and plan events. While his Catholic religions is important to Trujillo, so are his indigenous beliefs. In Abequiyu's Genezaro's families deeply respect him for his role in perpetrating indigenous spiritual religions. Here we go again. Virgo and Isabel Trulio in their family apple orchard. My bad. Virgil Trulio, brother of Dexter Trujillo, my bad.
Them names, dog. I feel you, dog.
Yeah, man, bro. Manager's part of the Abbey Kiyu centuries old. What is that? The Aeseus, I believe, or the communal irrigation systems. It combines Spanish and indigenous practices to direct water into fields. Our identity is tied to the land, he says. Ranching and farming are the source of our life and freedom. Everything is tied to the land. Everything starts as a natural resource. Isabel Trujillo, Virgil's wife, is the director of the Pueblo de Abiquiu Library and the Cultural Center. She says anthropologists and history books have ignored our painful past, but many Abiquiu families have continuously honored our indigenous ancestry with ceremony, dancing, and feast days, she says. Today, there is a rival in resurgence of interest in our unique Genizardo identity, culture, and history. You can't take it out of our blood. There we go. All right. Maurice Archuleta in the high desert surrounding the Ebiquiu. Maurice Archuleta is an artist attuned to the importance of community ceremonies and festivals. expressions of the Genizaro identity. Since I was a child, he says, I've learned our traditional stories, dances, and songs. The Archuleta sees the Abikiyu celebration as a reflection of its unique history, including its relationships with surrounding Native communities in Catholicism. Drawn especially to ceremonial dance, he sometimes introduces new steps by watching native Pueblo dancers. I study their footwork, he says. All right, so at the gate of the Abikiyu Otis Cemetery, a former land grant board member, John uh, Jaramillo, often visits the gravesides of his wife and two sons. Now in his 80s, he remembers riding as a young man with his grandfather on a horse-drawn wagon up to his farm on the Mesa within the Abikiyu settlement. There, his grandfather tended his crops. Today, Jaramillo maintains a cattle pasture and herds his cattle by horseback on the same mesa. We need to preserve our unique heritage and cultural ways for future generations, Jaramillo says. We need to harness our history into opportunity. Pueblo tools and pottery shards. Genzaro farmers and ranchers often come across ancestral Pueblo awls, arrow straighteners, holes, stone points, and pottery shards in their fields, dating from AD 1200s to AD 1400s. These implements are quite reminder of the Tiwa peoples who lived and farmed in the Rio Chama Valley prior to the Spanish entering the Southwest.
All
So
those swarthy colored people right there, right?
Culture, yup. Where they at though?
So,
I'm trying to take the black and white.
have you seen her?
Santo Tomas, Apostle Catholic Parish in the Abiquiu. Well before the construction of the original Santo Tomas, the Abiquiu Church was completed in 1773. Catholic baptism, marriage, and death records of indigenous people who the Spanish had secured from other tribes identified them as the Apache, the Kiowa, the the Comanche, the Pawnee, and the Ute. In 1821, when Mexico won independence from Spain and gained control of the region, the new imperial power ended the practice of identifying the Abiquiu indigenous people by tribal affiliation or referring to anyone as Genizado. Here we go again. Frankie and Carmen Lopez holding the Santo Tomas Bulto. Abiquiu, the mayordomos, Frankie and Cameron Lopez are responsible for organizing feast day observances and safeguarding the community Santo Tomas Boto. Dating to the late 1700s, the statue was made by Pedro Antonio Fresquez, a well-known Santoro, or the creator of religious works. The couple cares greatly about the Abiquios families. Right now, the Pueblo of the Abiquios doesn't have a lot of opportunity, says Frankie Lopez. Our leadership is fractured, and folks are forgetting their past. I want this Pueblo, the Land Grant Board, church, library, and community center to be united. I want to leave a legacy for our children's children. There they are. descendants of Native American
All
slaves.
those copper-colored people, all those copper-colored swarthy people.
Check them out.
Why ain't y'all rocking that like that? They ain't rocking it like that.
Yeah, they don't even know about that, huh?
Mm-hmm. What
That's
about that
a
right there? Huh? Now, how long this group of people been around that area again? AD something? What was that?
Man, there was people there from 1200 AD to 1400 AD.
Wow.
That was
this
before
the colonization, pre-colonial times, right?
Yep, some of the
pre-colonial Americans right here. These are the pre-colonial swarthy copper-colored people that was here, and I don't see us here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see our faces in these faces right here. I don't
Where
see
we at, though?
Where we at, yo? That's what's Banta trying to tell y'all. He's trying to be nice about this shit, but I don't see y'all on here. Where we at? This is supposed to be the land of the blacks, and we are nowhere to be found in America prior to the colonization of America. Where the fuck are we, y'all? We ain't over here like that, yo. Look at these faces, man. These are different people with a different culture that needs to be respected. And we are doing a disrespect to these people that you see in this image, saying that we was here before they was.
Fact.
Damn. Go ahead, man. I
I feel you, bro.
They can't do shit to me on this joint. Fuck y'all, man. Where the
fuck, bro? They got us both bad because we was whipping their ass.
Yo, I'm being nice on TikTok, but fuck y'all over here. Where the fuck are y'all at?
Man, they had to ban us, man. I was putting my foot up their ass.
Ooh.
They were shitty because
they don't like that shit, bro.
Don't say my fucking name. I was like, bro, don't be saying my fucking name.
Man.
Well, you know you don't win the debate.
This is a slap in y'all face. This is in America right here. This is in Mexico. Where at? In America?
Yeah, New Mexico, bro.
New Mexico. Not Central America. Not South America. This is the heartland of America, and we're nowhere to be found. And y'all jive ass turkeys are talking all of this. We were here before everybody. This is the land of the copper colored people. Where, fam? Where? That's being nice, but we don't see y'all bitch ass motherfuckers over here.
It's a shame in this.
We're not African. We're not African.
And they always say, show the Native American slaves. Here you go. We're showing
these are pre-colonial Americans, yo. Y'all don't even know how much of a dagger this is. Vance is being real nice with this shit. He's killing y'all right now. They've been here how long again?
Man, some of the tribes were in that area since 1200 AD.
1200 AD, goddamn D.
Besides, the Genizado who had
sorry about my background
got in that area because of slavery and dealing with being enslaved from people in the north.
I haven't seen an afro or some cornrows or some locks other than that young lady in the back.
Man, beautiful.
A beautiful people with a beautiful culture, and y'all trying to act like that's y'all. Man, fuck out of here, man.
Central Thomas feast day preparations and festival in the ABO. The feast day of Santo Thomas is celebrated in November during 3 days of prayer, song, procession, and dance. The festival not only commemorates the Pueblo's patron saint, but also the painful experience of its people ancestor as war captives. Friday evening begins with the church member leading a recital of the rosary. This is followed by dancing through the church as a form of prayer. On Saturday, community members, including children, don their ceremonial clothing and join a procession that weaves through the pueblo before the feast, and more ceremonial dancing begins.
Again,
Oh,
again, where are y'all pretendians at? Why are y'all hijacking they shit? Go ahead.
there they at. There they go. El
Pre-colonial America.
Catebillo dance. The Santo Thomas Feast Day ceremony culminates on Sunday with Cativo, or the captive dance, which has been performed at the Abiquiu for more than 150 years. Dancers dress as the ancestors with face paint, feather hair ornaments, and ankle bells. They also wear dollar bills pinned to their ceremonial clothing, signifying the ransom being purchased by Spanish from other tribes in beginning their enforced servitude. Spanish law allowed them to be free after 10 to 15 years. Oh my goodness.
Hey, did they say something about reenacting something?
Yeah, I think they do.
And they said something about ransom.
Yeah.
Didn't we hear about ransom over there in the west coast of Africa? This is the shit they would do to the West Africans. They kidnap and try to hold people for ransom to try to get people and shit like that. So that they did the same thing. They're just they're not letting their history go.
Yeah.
They're reminded by it. But yeah. What a day.
And this is us. We like painted our faces and stuff.
Right.
Man.
Remember the black face of that, right? Where we at, fam?
Crazy. Victor David Lopez in the ruins of the colonial building. Victor David Lopez, a retired school teacher, traces his family history back to the early Genezaros and Hopi, who first lived on the Abiquiu land in 1754. He remains devoted to researching and understanding the legal history of the land grant. As Lopez notes, the Pueblo de Abiquiu was long referred to as an Indian Pueblo, but in 1909 patent document, the U.S. government referred to the community's inhabitants as the converted half-breed Indians of the Pueblo of the Abiquius. That's crazy. So they got the land patents too. They got the land patents. Oh boy.
Imagine that. So that's their shit, huh?
Yep. But all they be talking about was them land patents.
These are our lands. These are our lands.
So they got the land patents too. 1754. He connected back to his people. Jose Roberto Garcia looking at the Rio Chama. Roberto Garcia, who has lived at the Abbey Kiyu most of his life, traces his complex family history to Spanish General Jose Mara Chavez. While noting his ancestor, who served as a governmental official during the Spanish, Mexican, and American territorial periods, and who attained the rank of brevet general in the Union Army during the Civil War, Garcia also acknowledges his Hopi ancestry. Johnny and Ben Jaramillo branding cattle. For generations, Genizaro people, such as cousins Johnny and Ben Jaramillo, have supported themselves through farming and ranching. Today, elders and concerned about increasing employment opportunities in the Abbey Kiyu so that the young people can stay and raise their families in the community. Many elders are supportive of creating an Abbey Kiyu chamber of commerce to draw their new businesses. Here they go again. Oh man, hurting people feelings today.
Look at all those copper colored people. Those swarthy people.
Swarthites. They're looking super swarthy.
Swarthy Nation. Teresa Jaramillo and Antonio Vasquez outside their home. As a genocidal child, Teresa Jaramillo was sent to Saint the Catherine's Indian School in Santa Fe, but she left because the native students regarded her as she says not being Indian enough. Jaramillo has found that participating in community observances such as the Santo Thomas Feast Day, for which she sews ceremonial clothing, has helped her make sense of her genocidal identity. For her, these shared traditions are both a remembrance and reflection of her community's unique history. Rafaelita Martinez and daughter, I think there's Elizidia. I'm sorry. Elizidia. Departing the Santo Thomas Parish. The genocidal people of the ABO are surrounded by their history. It is not only embedded in their land, but in the ancient pottery shards they find in their fields, as well as their ranching and farm work. I think that's the Aekias.
Where that corn at though? Where that corn at though?
Faith traditions and colonial churches, their sense of place and sense of history are indefensible as their indigenous and historical heritage. All right. So, Russell, I don't know who this guy is, but that must be one of the people who worked on it. We don't even care about him unless he indigenous or something. But here we go, y'all. That was it.
Look at all those swarthy, copper-colored Americans that was here pre-colonial. These he just showed y'all and broke down all these people's history, their culture, and and their greatness. And y'all are stepping on that shit by saying that y'all are who they are. They got history going back, what, 300 years? I'm sorry, is that what that says?
Yep.
Right? Pottery.
300
culture.
Years.
You dig what I'm saying? They came here prior to colonization. They got history here in the Americas. Where y'all motherfuckers at over here? That's what y'all need to be showing us. If y'all can't show us no shit like this, I don't want to hear it. If you can't show me the culture, the pottery, the language, because they still got their language, don't they?
Yep.
Right? I heard they got the language in there. They got the pottery, right? So they're connected here. Where the fuck is y'all connection at here? Don't be telling me about no Olmec heads or none of that dumbass shit. We need to see language, pottery, linguistics, and genetics. Especially they're genetically attached to this place too. Something. Y'all don't got nothing, none of that.
I ain't got your own maps.
Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
Like he bodied y'all. He came here nice. Like I'm just gonna go through the little something. Yo, he just sprayed y'all with a damn Tommy gun. Gangster style.
Just wanted to hit him in the head with the headshot real quick, like my boy said. But yeah, just showing the connection of Native Americans being enslaved, also the presence of some of the natives that they mix with being here for being there in that area before colonial times. Yeah, so yeah. And also getting into the history of other natives working with colonists to enslave one another. So
wow.
So yeah, You know, but yeah, I mean, that's how it was because like they were saying too, they were also in fear of being sent overseas and also sent to the Caribbeans. They love where they were at. That people don't. I know people kind of like, oh, I would love to be sent to the Caribbeans. That's different. They didn't know that. So
Now,
yes,
now, the people that would have been sent to the Caribbean or overseas are these people here.
yeah, these are with some of the same communities that
A
were
lot of
getting
y'all
sent to the
jive ass
Caribbean.
Turkish got this misunderstanding that black people were sent over there back. No, I mean they did have a situation where you had free black people go back to Liberia. Yes, that did happen. But y'all trying to make it sound like everybody went over there in reverse and shit. It ain't happen like that.
They trying to place themselves here with no proof.
Place yourself here, and then they sent some of us back there, and then we came back here. Y'all making up every little excuse. Vanta just showed y'all a group of Americans pre-colonial. They got their linguistics, they got their culture, pottery that's connected to that shit, a story behind their existence here. All of that they're connected here. Where is y'all connection?
Here they
These ain't no
go.
swarthy copper colored people.
Where y'all at, bro?
Yeah, yo, where you
Need
at?
to do a close up for y'all. Zoom in on y'all.
Where y'all at, yo? Where you at? Man, this your moon. Nope. You can't say none of that shit.
Looks swarthy to me.
Yeah. This shit's in America, yo. In America. We was here. Where? Where, motherfucker?
Where exactly?
Everywhere. Africa too? Nope.
No, nah, man. Why you keep saying that?
Everywhere but Africa.
Y'all Pan Africa.
Why they hating on Africa like that? That's crazy.
This ain't the land of the blacks. Y'all need to get over that shit.
Y'all ain't see us use one portal. We ain't got to use no religious books. We ain't got to threaten you. You don't have to use none of those tactics. Nothing. We just showed up evidence, and then you just refute it. That's ridiculous. I don't think they understand how many tribes were actually here. If they understand how many people that is, then it's like that is ridiculous that they got everybody to join in on that shit and covered every trace. They're still finding shit. Didn't they just take the Kenneth? What's his name?
Oh, the Kennewick man.
Yeah, they took it back, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because they couldn't trace it, but that doesn't mean that there's no tribe here that could trace themselves to them. It just wasn't those people. That's how many people are here.
They gave it back to him.
Oh, they gave it back.
Mm-hmm.
What through
they
DNA?
finally let him bury the Kennewick man.
What did even though the DNA didn't match?
Oh no, they ended up matching it.
Oh, okay. So on what grounds did they take it when they took it back?
I forget. Because originally they thought there was a genetic affinity to the Japanese Ainu people of the Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
So they were trying to say that ancestrally they're more closely related to Japanese people, basically. So that's why they didn't want to give it back to them, because they do have that ancestry though.
A technicality.
Yeah. But I think they ended up finding out that it was more closely related to Amerindians than Pacific people, even though they still have that ancestry, but instead of being more closely related to the Japanese, I knew people of the Pacific, it's more like Australasian people, the Papua New Guineans and all that.
Well, either way, that takes their age back, right? So even though it's not another tribe that person belongs to, that tribe that connected it with them, that means that their history. How many thousands? Is it a couple thousand years they pushed it back?
I think it was 9,000 years. I think it's like 9,000 years old. I forget his exact age. I'm not gonna say. I don't remember exactly, but I think he was 9,000 plus, I should say. Yeah, Kennewick man, something. Yeah, he only like 9,000 plus.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Lucy is still a little bit older because I think she was like 13.
Value 5, y'all. We killing y'all jive ass circuits out here.
Because that's what old dude was talking about last time he came up here. He's like, look into Native American slavery. I was like, okay, we can even break it down even more because he got into the King Philip's War and all that, and then how they were how Native Americans were in the courts fighting for their freedom, against indentured servitude and all that. So we could check that out.
Link is in the chat. Link is in the mofo chat. I'm so happy we broke the ice on this damn Islamic shit. I'm glad homie got on that live on TikTok because that dude was kind of pissing me off. And I don't know if I was just, I don't know. I have a short temper for people who disregard the truth when it's right in your face.
All right. Then you know what I mean? I think you guys have a misunderstanding.
Like, what? We're reading to you what's going on. It's we got the history here behind what happened.
We misunderstanding nada.
Yeah, and you act like just because you believe in your religion so good and almighty, it never happened. Because people of the good book wouldn't do that. Fuck all that, man. That shit went down.
Oh shoot, I had one more killer. Because Kenya was in here earlier, bro. I just wanted to debunk that Mongolian spot thing real quick. I forgot to pull it up in my.
Oh man, if you, I mean,
I found that mug. I found.
She couldn't have patience, man. We be going in on our lives over here. We couldn't just stop.
And I think it was the first one too. I was like, how dare people?
But if you want to show that shit now, you still can though.
There we go. I was like, I think I had these bad boys when I was younger.
Hell yeah.
Go straight to it though. Oh dang, where?
Now hold on. Before you talk, what was the whole premise behind this whole Mongolian spot? Because I've heard something like this recently. What was all of that shit coming from?
They were saying African Americans have it at 96%. Native Americans have it at 90%, and Europeans at like 7%. So they're trying to say that, Native Americans had to get it from us, basically.
Oh my God.
But not, including, including ancestry from Asia and Africa, not just native ancestry. So I think that's.
Hey, did you you gonna show it?
Yeah, for some reason. That's one.
Yeah, man, show that shit.
It was a big thing.
Peace to everybody that's in the chat. Peace to everybody that's in the chat. Thank y'all for hanging out with us today on a Saturday. Volume 5 of the pseudo massacre right now. We in it for the long haul. Appreciate if you guys hit the like button, share the page.
All right, I think I found this bad boy.
I'm probably gonna do more lives on fucking YouTube because I'm blocked on my shit. I'm feel like damn.
Yeah, they got me suspended too, bro. I was like, bro.
All right, we gonna rock over here, Jen. Fuck it. Yeah. Every day, shit.
They got me fucked up on TikTok. I'm like, bro, I ain't doing nothing but kicking their ass and taking notes.
We'll do a presentation then, man.
Yeah, bro, I got a hell of more work on their ass.
All right. Facts. Go for
it. Did we go through the Dr. Clyde Winter stuff yet? YouTube?
We need to go through that mandate shit again.
I did it on TikTok because I did the HLA genes and I got all the information.
Oh no, you did go through that. No, you did. I think I remember seeing that shit.
The R chromosome too.
You went through Clyde's work and then you went through another study.
Okay, I was just double checking.
Mm-hmm.
Because I did the ancestry and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay,
But
cool.
no, we can still bang on these job ass circuits. I'm down with that shit
I still
because
got some other stuff too,
I
though.
really don't got nowhere else. I don't got nowhere else to go right now, family, and I'm gonna be right here for a while.
Kick this off the top.
Word up. Go ahead, bro.
What to know about Mongolian blue spots? I'm gonna go straight down to just show this real quick. We're gonna go to, are Mongolian blue spots hereditary? So Mongolian blue spots are still most common among Asian children and in those with darker skin. Some of these groups include the children of Polynesian, Indian, and African descent. On average, only about 10% of Caucasian infants have Mongolian blue spots. Blue spots are found in about 50% of Latinos and 90% to 100% of Asian and African populations. But they said that it's not found in Asian nor African populations. That's what they were trying to make it seem like it was so special. So yeah, it's found in 10% of Caucasians, 50% of Latinos, and 90 to 100% in Asian and African populations, including those of African descent. So, and this is from Way Up MD. If you want to check it out, 2021. So yeah, I just wanted to show that real quick because they were saying that it wasn't found in Asia or Africa, and that it's only found in the Americas and all that BS. And so basically, how the heck did we get them, and how the Native Americans get them? It's obvious how we got them, and it's obvious how Native Americans got them, because both of us are of Asian and African descent. So yeah. Yep, that was it. I just
And it still don't make you come from America.
Yeah.
It wouldn't place, even if they did get that W, it wouldn't place the earliest humans here in America. Still wouldn't do it. You need a lot more. You didn't want a mark on your butt cheek.
Man. And and the whole thing what people was trying to say about that is that Asians and Africans didn't get them, but I just proved out they did, bro. It's in the thing. I'm just like, I don't understand.
Asians and Africans have the highest percentage, right?
Yeah. But they were saying that Native Americans and African Americans have the highest percentage. I don't know what study they looking at, but that's what people were saying. And they said that Africans didn't have them. I'm like, where are y'all getting this stuff from? Like, yeah, that's just crazy to me. I don't know where they be getting this stuff from, bro. And then everybody just be repeating that shit. And that was just a quick little you dig. Didn't even take long.
My bad. I got some food and shit.
Smash.
But yeah, man. It's amateur night with this shit, man.
Yeah, it's too easy.
You know. I know it might be boring to some of y'all, but these facts, it ain't. You know what I mean? Like they like to be romanticized and shit. We just gonna drop the cold hot facts on your ass.
Mongolian spots. It's just like your skin pigmentation, just like it's hyperpigmentation of the skin in like a direct spot. It's almost like birthmarks.
Like a geographical patch that's a little dark on your body, like on your skin.
But yeah, they were just trying to say that Africans didn't get them, so that's kind of like how did African Americans get them? You know, and also at the same time saying that they came from African Americans because they were trying to say we had them at the highest rate over here in the Americas.
Straight amateur night with these jive ass turkeys.
I think they say blue, purple. Yeah, I think they say it can be.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Purple.
Or gray or some shit.
Mm-hmm. I think it depends on your skin complexion.
Yeah, they're gonna be reaching for the stars forever, man. Y'all taking a long time to prove this shit. looks like the deck is stacked up against you,
bro. All angles, man. They don't got enough supportive evidence, man. I mean, y'all leaking out there, and that's why y'all getting these little beefs and fights with each other, because the information is scarce between what y'all trying to prove, you know.
They had this other study up on that dude Josh panel. This says something about the.
You talking about just Joshua?
Yeah, they had.
Yeah, that nigga think he indigenous now.
Oh yeah, I know, bro. I saw that.
Joshua who?
Just Josh, the dude we was
Remember,
on.
I was showing the live, and I was like, he not letting me up.
Oh damn!
He was letting people up double times, like they were dropping in, like less than 5 minutes to bring him back. Then he let Port in.
Okay.
And then when Port was about to show the DNA stuff, he dropped them.
Drop me quick.
Like, I'm not trying to talk about nobody being disrespectful, but you was letting the Black indigenous people on your panel being mad, disrespectful to everybody else. So I said that nigga fake.
I was showing him something that was public.
Godly and David said that he be messaging them. He been messaging them since last week. Personally messaging them. Because I guess he figured out he was indigenous.
So now
I was like, nigga, you a whole bitch for that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it.
That's what that was about. Okay.
You know, I wanted to give him a benefit.
Fake neutral party.
Yeah, I wanted to give him a benefit of the doubt because I did feel like he was being, in the beginning, I felt like he was letting everybody up and be fair. But like the more I looked and saw it, I just felt like, damn, man, it seemed like you kind of pandering a little bit on that side. It seemed like you a little biased to it, and that's okay. It's just say it. Don't be trying to hide it.
So we ain't gotta waste time.
Yeah, just be like, look, man, I fucks with him more than I fucks with you. It's okay. I can dig with that, but don't be fake saying that. All right, I want everybody to have a say so, and then don't never give us a say so.
They got that goddess TV doing their genealogy shit, like she know what the fuck she doing.
Like, you know,
bro, so he had the whole panel talking about
Black indigenous and shit. Their whole movement is a fucking scam. It's a code. They can't deal with no real motherfucking information. That's why they don't come to our lives. They don't come to the YouTube.
Y'all see his recent live? He was talking about some of his ancestors didn't show up on his DNA results. And I keep telling people, bro, like you have to understand, like, okay, I think a lot of people think, okay, you get 50-50 from your mom and dad, right? So that means in reality, you're supposed to get like 25-25 from your grandparents, so on and so forth. But it's not really equal. Like you don't get it equally distributed like that, 50-50.
Right.
So you might get 50 from mom. I mean, like I should say 53, then like 40 something, like 47, something like that. From your mom or your dad, and then it's gonna further break down less and less when you get further back. And sometimes even when you get your genetics passed down, you get different distributions than your siblings. So your siblings, they're gonna have different amounts of DNA from your ancestors than you do. So you know what I mean? So yeah, it is possible that you you know that someone might not show up on your DNA because of that. But yeah, but it could show up on your siblings' DNA report. Simply
That's
because the DNA or the genetics in which were passed down to you to comprise who you are. So that's all that has to deal with. But yeah, if you want to learn more, you have to get your haplogroups and all that. And then I see that people talking about paying all that extra money and all that other stuff too.
Yeah, that's what they over there doing, bro. They have that goddess
they,
TP do the
I
genealogy.
mean, man, they waking up.
Say that again.
No, I'm just saying it's a hustle. You on it. Yeah, it's a hustle,
Yeah.
dog.
It
You
is.
on it.
When they was beefing, she got mad and started airing out that shit.
Bro, like that shit crazy because like do y'all niggas actually know like each other's family like that? Like
Right.
that shit that
you have to use your family members when you do that shit. You can't just take the test. Oh, that's it. No, you got to start calling people you probably don't get along with. You got to start talking. You got to just sit down like, hey, forget all that other animosity shit. I need this history. That's a process. That's it. If it's not your cousin, uncle, grandma, granddad, somebody in your family, like you don't need to be going to nobody for no damn genealogy.
That's the new
And
hustle.
even if you did, they should be telling you, hey, we need to sit down and talk to your family. You want to meet up and see if we can set up a meeting? When's your next family reunion? They should at least say that, but they shouldn't be doing it at all. Shit.
That shit is a new hustle, yo. I'm telling you, it's a new hustle. It's a way to scam y'all. Naive.
Do they got a degree? Because I know people who got degrees who doing that. Like the dude Bristol English Project, I think he got a degree or something like that, or at least experience or
You
something.
gotta have some type of experience. You just can't be like, all right, I can do it. Because I don't like no, like
They
it's
got,
a due process, yo.
TikTok.
You know what I mean?
Bristol English Project. He on TikTok.
They got about 10 million hours of TikTok experience. So,
you know, I mean, it's a scam. Y'all are getting scammed. This is the new hustle. Watch. It's a hustle. You get a group, they gonna hustle y'all.
They're gonna take all your information.
They gonna take all your shit and they gonna run you. They gonna run your pocket. I'm telling you, yo. They gonna run
that
your
nigga
pocket.
always said, I could make you any
Yeah, you could be whatever you want.
I can make you whatever you want to be like me, where you could just transform into any tribe at any moment.
Yo. They
You
gonna
get
be
a
extra
tribe.
pockets. Now look, here's the thing. I'm not gonna like anybody that's trying to eat, I don't knock that. We all got families and shit, right? And I understand that. Like, but it's like if you manipulating somebody's feelings, that's fucked up. I'm against all of that shit. So I know some of these motherfuckers are I'm not trying to accuse anybody specifically, because I don't have anything specifically, but it sounds like a fucking scam to me. It sounds like somebody running some game on y'all to me. That's what it sounds like. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, they need to stop without that. All they said 90%, and then he kept saying that, and I'm like, bro, you trying to bring some validity what they saying with that 90% of African Americans are freaking Amerindian. That's what they saying.
90%.
90% of us, bro.
And you just showed us this.
That's what they were saying on Josh Live. I forget pistol
he gonna make me
or whatever,
put that shit
pistol whatever.
Yeah, 90%. And you just showed us a picture of some indigenous people that's been here prior to the colonization that don't look nothing like the 90% of the people that he claiming that we supposed to be.
That was slaves.
Right. Come on, bro. Y'all whack. Y'all lying. Y'all are see, that's the sad. It's like selling crack in the fucking 80s and 90s. It's just as bad.
Yep, and they was part of them slave trades that they always bring up, the Bermuda Triangle and all this.
This shit is like fucking the crack sellers, dope dealers back in the day pushing that shit.
They get their shit pushed in. They go back. They be like, hey, man, I need something for that slave trade. Yeah, I got to come right around here. Come around the corner. You get your hit you straight for a little bit. You start scratching your neck. You start sweating and everything. Got your shit pushed in again. Hey, I need something for the census record. I got something for you. It's just come in. And all of it is crack. It's just dope. It don't mean nothing. It just make you feel good for a little bit. Then you snap back to reality and you need another hit. It's just right, yo.
I need
It's the
something to
same
take
exact.
my mind off these Pan Africans. I got what you need.
I got exactly what you need. Get the black Indians.
I'm your pusher, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Look, and this is it. If they really had some information, right? When I was on my tangent and David came up there, we said, bro, we don't care about none of the shit you talking about. We want the information that disproves the out of Africa theory.
Yo.
So if you believe human civilization is in America, we
you
need
were
your
nice
theory.
like that, nigga.
That nigga said,
debunk
let me
our
tell you.
theory.
He said, all right, I got you. I'm going to answer it. All right. Now let me tell you where the out of Africa theory came from. That
It's
is
like
not
nobody
what
want to
we
hear
Man,
that shit,
bruh.
nigga.
God damn.
He would not answer the damn question.
Like, don't nobody like. Don't give us no speech. We don't like. No.
That's what he do. He'll get up there, he'll talk for 5 minutes and never answer shit. That's just like Gottlieb. Gottlieb get up there for 5 minutes, won't answer. I'm gonna answer the question. It take me a minute to get. No, the fuck don't take you a
I
minute to
can't
get
answer
into
it the way
it.
you want me to answer it. Like, nah, nigga, you ain't answering the shit at all.
Yo, I gotta speak this way in a way to manipulate the minds and heart. Let me hold on, man. I gotta say it right.
Brother.
Let me dance.
Right.
Africa was
Nigga,
created
just
by
show us the
this
shit.
dude here in the late 18th. Man, get the fuck out of my face with that shit.
Right, they back with them dippers.
Hard dippers.
The
Who
love
created human? Who was the first person to say human civilization started in America? What he gonna say then? He came from a European. That's all they do. They use all their information come from Europeans. They don't have no black indigenous scholar. And then a majority of the stuff that they claim, it comes there are Afrocentric Pan-African ideas. We the Indians. We came over here first. We were the first civilization over here. They came from Africa and populated the Americas. All that shit, that's Afrocentric Pan-African ideas. And y'all just twisted it and just threw all the African shit out. It's just like, let's say Mo took a test, right? Mo passed the test. And then I'm coming up, I'm about to take the same class. And they're like, dang, bro, we got a test on this subject. Oh, he like, nigga, I already passed it. Like, you still got the test? Yeah, nigga, I still got the test. All right, let me see the test. So then he'd be like, oh, look, this is what's going to be on the test. And I go take the test. And instead of me memorizing the shit, I take his whole test. And all the questions, every single question he got, I put down. I wrote down in the comment section, well, this is how you got it, so explain it. So I write down how he came up with the conclusion of the answer. And then the teacher go back a couple of years like, damn, I remember one of the smartest niggas in the class was this dude named Mo. And you answered the same way he answered it. Well, what the fuck am I supposed to say? And then he's like, well, only thing different between your test and his test is your name. That's all they did. They took all the African shit out of the test.
Man.
It got the same blueprint. Like, you think I can't notice this? No, yours says Samsung and mine says AT&T. Hey, I don't care what the hell that shit say. It's the same exact blueprint. That should be crazy when they be talking about the spiritual shit too, and they don't know that shit comes from African people who believe that they're descendants. Even if some of them back in the day was claiming to be indigenous, they weren't saying they were 100% indigenous. They were saying like, hey, we got other, people in our family. Everybody wasn't, over here from just the slave trade. Like okay, slave trade over. Well, nobody can be in here but slave. People came after the slave trade. People came 80 years ago, 100 years ago. People, we know our nuclear brother, Kaboom Boom, he's mixing with a Native American right now. So what, in a couple years, the person, or a couple decades, the person going to look back and go, oh, shoot. Oh, I'm not from Africa. No, nigga, your father said he knows he's from Africa. You don't look back because of who mixed with who and what your DNA, what you want your DNA to be. That this shit makes no sense at all. And you can see them grooming. They're like picking and okay, I'm gonna swim over here. I'm gonna make them feel better this way and turn everything into a lie. It relieves stress. It's fake because it's a lot of responsibility we got to take in the community. It's a lot of work we got to do. So when somebody tells you, look, this whole shit is wrong, you kind of get this false sense of relief. Like, oh, okay. All right. So I'm not from all the way over there. Ain't nobody to reconnect with. I don't need to find out what my traditions were, what my culture was. I don't need to find out what happened to one of my ancestors, if they were traumatized, and see if that maybe is something that's, you know, following people in my family. Maybe that's what some of our issues are. Like, this shit goes deep. You can just leave all of that alone and be like, hey, look, it's because we're Native American, y'all. That's the whole problem. That's it. I answered it. I solved the mystery. It's because we're Native American. That's it. We just need to get our land back, and we're good. This is the land. Life started here. And people just keep building on a story, and then you see them start arguing with each other when, like, nah, I don't like that part of the story. Nah, that's not how I want to write the story, bro. Like, no, the only thing you need to do is present your evidence to your people, because y'all all one body, right? Moving together in a movement. You present your information in front of the people. They'll vote. Y'all, maybe somebody will humble out and be like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I was wrong. My source ain't really that good. But they don't have sources.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Making up the damn story as they go. So now that's when you see them start fighting. It's because this is not the way we wanted to go with the story. I want to have this land of America as the origins of humanity on a flat plane. You want to have it on a spinning ball. Take 10 paces and spin. Meet me high noon. You know, like that. They're about to fight over that shit. You fight over a goddamn fairy tale.
Yeah, man, it's Dr. Seuss Mother Goose with this shit, y'all. I mean,
Right.
wake up, yo. I mean, we're working hard trying to come up with these resources, and we're telling the honest story, and it might be boring to some people. I think that's the problem. I think with us in the community, I think we want to hear something that's like we want to hear that good. We like that dopamine feeling, and the history ain't like that sometimes. There's some good shit and fuck shit.
Val, are you playing?
Yeah.
Is she joking?
I couldn't. What's up?
Look at the.
I can't see.
Yo, if you're not playing, that is crazy. She said David was on his live yesterday, and his mom started calling him in the background, Kwame.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I missed that shit. I wish I would have been there.
Get the fuck out of here. Shout out to Val B in the chat.
I'm pretty sure that nigga stayed with his mama or his grandma.
Hey, if his mama calling him Kwame, I'm going to call him Kwame too. For real, she started calling him Kwame. That is hilarious.
Because I was thinking, I said, hey, there's no way. There is no way he's sitting at home on the couch in the living room. He preaching all this Hebrew Israelite shit. And got a white Jesus, the Last Supper of that on the wall. That got to be his mama's house or his grandma's house.
Yeah, they just erased themselves. See, they got families and they like, yo, you African, and they just got this altered joint. No, I'm not. And it's a trend, and they got follows and they got views and they got their own little community of people. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, they keep getting a couple of new followers.
That's what I'm saying. It's growing because there's like-minded people. It's the naivete of this shit. You dig? Is that people who might not be really well read on the information, and for some instance, they already got a disdain about Africa, and then they're romanticized about these little stories, and then next thing you know, they're gaining these followers because it's cultist type shit.
Well, I was looking into some information on the Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Incas. And
yo, was that shit you was showing there?
Yeah, but this is the thing. Some of the people that are studying the cultures said that it was homosexuality, and then you got the people who grew up and are part of the tribes are saying that they're lying, and they're just like colonizers that are trying to demean their culture. But there is a God. I think it's the Incas God. And it's dealing with, they think it's dealing with homosexuality. Like it just got a couple of a whole bunch of attributes to it. And one of them they think is homosexuality. While people of other tribes keep saying that that's not what it is.
I mean, there's a lot of evidence supporting
when you're
that.
not trying to see it, you're not gonna say it that it is.
I mean, they got like in Peru where that all of that pottery stuff. Yo, in Peru, they got like exhibits and stuff. People come up there all the time and take pictures by that shit and
Yeah,
all,
like
man.
that pottery you showed.
They love that shit
Where
down there,
it
yo.
got the handle for
Yeah,
it's
the
like a
handle,
water
and I'm
pit.
talking about the sodomy shit and all of that. Like
Yeah, they say that those are females, bro.
no, this a whole man on another
That's
man
what
type
I'm.
shit.
That's what I'm trying to tell
They
the
said they're
people. The
females.
people who are in the culture are saying that those are females, and I'm like,
Oh no, should we cue the video up
the
again?
dude that I'm trying to think of the dude. It's a dude. He's an
Yo,
expert on a pottery, and he was like, they can say that it's a female. He said, but the
I
dude
don't think
and the
so.
dude standing up,
But
they are
what?
dressed alike, and they
How
got
can
the
he?
similar. Go ahead.
How can he be a female with a Jimmy Jam?
I'm a little bit whoa.
Yeah, they say that some of those they might be what did you call the person that's born with the same that like both sex?
Hermes.
Hermaphrodite or something.
Yeah, hermaphrodite. They
Hermaphrodite or
saying
whatever
that
you want to call it.
that's what they saying
Oh,
it
that's
might
what
be.
they trying to call
The
it, huh?
people,
Okay.
yeah, the people of the culture are saying that,
I don't
but
know,
the people
man.
who are studying the pottery ain't saying that.
No, man.
Yo, like that shit look authentic to me.
Yeah, they got one. They got
Nigga look
one where the people
traumatized, yo.
they having like
Yeah.
an orgy.
That
Again, they're
shit-
saying that the two people on the bottom were actually females because it's depicting that they got both
Yo.
genitals. They got a male genital and a female genital. When I look at it, I don't see that. So I'm like, where's this other genital at? Like I don't see the female genital. I just see it's like a dude with boobies.
It's the whole man joint.
So
Yeah, yo. I mean,
but they got a couple of books out there that and they got a lot of articles. A lot of it it's not gonna be books, it's just gonna be a lot of articles dealing with the homosexuality in those cultures. And those articles are actually written by people who studied the pottery, the people that knows the language, and the people that actually like studied the people. Like one of the dudes, he was like, yeah, he lived with those people, he studied them. Like this is a dude that lived back in those times, and he was writing down shit. What I just forgot. I think I saved the website, but I forgot his name. But he was writing down. He's like, yeah, he said I seen it in action. Like I live with these
you
people. I
seen
think
it in
it was
action. Pause.
10 or 12 years or some shit.
Oh shit!
I don't know if they saying that
They're
that's
saying that's a
them.
woman right there, bro.
Yes.
I don't think that's a woman. I mean,
Look, because they got another one. They got
bro.
one just like it, where the dude standing up and the person on the bottom are dressed exactly alike. And they saying both of them, the both one, this image and the other image are females. And I said,
somebody
how can that
lying.
be?
Somebody is
All
lying.
right, well, listen, he still got that shit sitting on his lip, like. So what? I mean, what you want to call it?
No, I mean that. I mean,
and then
they're like two gentlemen, yo.
He literally gets.
It don't look nothing like females having any. You know what I mean? That it just to me. I don't know about y'all, but to me, it don't seem like that to me. You know, or this one up here. Those that I don't know, man. I don't. It's just too much. But you know, there's somebody lying. Either the indigenous folks are lying, or the people that got there when they saw this shit is lying. Right?
I don't think that the people who got there is lying because you got too many accounts.
Somebody is lying about it. Now
These
you got
people wrote down what they saw when they got over here.
Yeah, like this
I
dude
mean,
wrote
they
it
got
down.
there's too many articles on it for them to
Right.
say it ain't what it is.
Yeah, and Rob pointed out in that other book about the kings and stuff, cross dressing. So that this type of activity was common around this time. I mean, it just is what it is. And they got ceramics that go back 800 years. What that shit say?
Nigga, that's didn't it say 800 BC? It says
What the-
overspent 800 years pretty.
Yeah. This shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the Olmec, the Mayans, and the people in Peru.
I ain't even trying to press this shit. I'm good.
Leave that
Let me leave that alone.
Yeah, them is the only ones that date back to BC.
Yeah,
So
yo,
everybody else, the Incas and the Aztecs, that's AD.
This dude was giving out 100 lashes for that shit. So I mean, somebody welling. Somebody might not be telling it right, but we got pottery to corroborate with this story. We got first-hand account.
Yeah, see they think it's just those two images, bro.
No, they got a lot of pottery, dog.
That's what I'm saying, man. I saw so much shit.
Oh no, fam. This is just a tip. Pause.
That ain't even the most damaging one, bro. They got one that looked like that, but the dude got a big ass penis.
Pause.
It is sliding on the back of another dude.
Yeah, man. And we ain't gonna say nothing about that. This is if I got people in my family that subscribe to shit like it's common in the shit. But when we say Black African culture, this ain't us. This is what was seen when they got here, and this is you got pottery to prove it, and then you got these first-hand accounts and shit like that. That's all.
Yeah, did I send y'all the image of the
word up?
Did I send y'all the image?
Close
of
that
the
out.
two dudes?
What you say, bro?
I said I didn't send y'all the image of the two dudes. Did
I you know what? I think you sent something. I remember seeing something. Yeah, somebody lying.
I don't know how to put it in there.
That's what we do know. That's a guarantee. Somebody cap.
Now that's between y'all to figure that out.
A couple of Native Americans was in here the first time you showed it. It was like, well, good thing I ain't from over there.
Mm-hmm.
But the Black indigenous can't do that.
Yeah,
they the only ones here.
Yeah, if y'all was the only ones here before anybody else, that's y'all. And
what he said before 1600? He said there was nobody here.
Who said that?
I'm about to see if I can.
I think he always said 16. Nobody was even over here.
Yeah, whatever.
To the 16.
Yeah, we let that nigga say whatever the fuck he wants.
Yahweh was down there on his knees.
Trash anyway.
Down there.
Let's just plug it in, plug it.
Right. Since been pimping.
Heard.
Yeah, y'all gotta claim that.
So I can share this shit.
And for those who want to know, that's the Moche culture. That's pre-colonial South America, particularly Peru. So
somebody got some explaining to do.
Yeah, y'all gonna get 100 lashes for this.
That's not me. That's exactly what ain't me.
Somebody lying. That ain't no. Like somebody got some explaining to do.
All right, here it go. Let me see if it let me play.
Y'all keep on saying we from here and shit. Y'all gonna get caught up in some shit that y'all don't belong in.
Yo, you gotta hold all that.
Yeah.
What it do? I'm back.
Cool beans, bro.
What's up, man?
Keep on, man. Y'all gonna get involved in some shit that y'all can't get out of. I'm telling you. Literally.
Thanks for the love, y'all.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother.
It do show it. Let me go back.
You trying to share your screen, bro?
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm about to share that shit so y'all can see exactly what I'm looking at.
Yeah, man. That was some of the culture that was down over this joint when the Spaniards arrived. Oh, damn.
Can y'all see it?
Yeah, fam. You should have warned us on that shit too.
Which one's
the
one?
Blowbackians.
They tried to say that that's the chick. But if you look real hard,
somebody's getting 100 lashes for this shit right here.
You can tell that's not a chick though.
Damn.
Oh shoot!
These are the carbon color people y'all talking about right here, huh?
That's us.
Wow.
Who the hell was that?
We was here rocking it out, huh?
Whoever this dude is, this is this man's account. So they ain't, you can't get around that shit.
The letters of
Oh,
relation.
that's the same dude that was with Juan Cortez.
Oh shit. That was that was his account.
Yeah,
What
we
he
can't
saw?
get around this shit.
What years was this when he came across this shit?
I don't know. I don't think it.
What the fuck was y'all doing over here, Yahweh?
Yeah, that's like the early 1500s.
Most high.
Yeah, the shit they was running.
And this is the God. This is the God they say is the God of homosexuality.
Whoa. I ain't never seen that before. That's crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, they got it. Go ahead.
So that was a deity. That was their deity that was devoted with the behavior that was going on in that area.
Yeah, they got a whole book on it, bro.
Holy moly! Oh shit! Tanta, wasn't that round? Hold on, man. Let me pull this book up.
Yeah, I don't. Let me go back up. Let me go back up so y'all can get the name.
Damn, fam.
I just saw some with Earth Speak trying to say if you take the T off of it, it's Enoch.
Okay, well he can have all of that.
That ain't gonna help.
Yeah. Yo, what the fuck, son?
And then this look, I don't know who this person is, but they talking about the daily life of homosexuality.
See, I'm telling you, man. Rob was saying that they saw cross-dressing kings. This shit was going down over here.
And now this is the same. This is the same God that Tinoch.
They was
that's
getting it
what they're
in.
saying, that they think that that's the God of homosexuality.
They was getting it in over here. Pause.
Tattoos on his leg.
This just was their culture. That's what they was on, yo. I mean, respect that shit.
Yeah, I mean, if it's somebody's culture, it's just
I ain't no disrespect to the culture and what they believe in, but when y'all say this is us and we was over here, this is what you saying we was doing, and that ain't what the fuck was going on.
Rob said, "What the fuck did I come back?"
What's you say?
He said, "What? He said, "What in the world did I come back?"
Yo.
So and I don't know if they found it in the but they found it in the Mayans.
This shit got
the
carried away over here, Rob.
And the Incas.
Every damn way down there, huh? That shit was
I didn't look into the Olmecs, but if they found the Mayans, Aztecs, and the Incas, bro,
they had to clean all that shit up.
Yeah, they claiming that this is them, so that y'all participated in it.
Yeah, they had to clean all of that shit up. That's why they was sicking them dogs and shit.
Which I hate Africans.
Yo. Because he did.
Like, did I tell y'all to stop? They get up in the morning, they over there smelling like straight shit. Like, yo, I just told y'all.
I told y'all, yo, 100 lashes to all y'all.
Not again. Come here, man. What I tell you? Didn't you learn last time?
Y'all ain't get it. Y'all ain't get the picture the first time.
Talking about something, we about to go pee. Why
y'all
walking around the corner together?
Man,
we about to go pee.
It was so bad.
Together?
Not only 100 lashes, they will burn you at the stake, is what that thing read.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they weren't playing with that shit. They was not playing. They was not playing. They weren't playing.
Jamaica ain't too far from that either. Like that's
and they can't be like, oh well, that wasn't us, because y'all claim that these people came over here with the European, and if the European saw that y'all was doing this prior to, then hey, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, man. It says
that's what I was just saying. That's what I was just saying. I went to the images.
Yep.
Now, when you go to images on that, I don't know who's sharing, but if y'all go to the Google and go to images, y'all gonna see what the fuck I'm talking about. They got way more shit.
Attached to
well,
this
you went to the pre. I went to homosexuality in ancient Mesoamerica, and y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. You
I'm
just want
scared to even
you
look
went
at that shit.
Peru shit, yeah. 'Cause they got it in all they shit. The
Yeah.
Incas, the Aztecs, and the Mayans got that shit.
So y'all gotta take all of this L's and hold it tight. Pause.
Yeah. Y'all think the Dukes of Hazzard, that she was the first person wearing Daisy Dukes. Now them niggas was wearing that shit.
Yeah, yo. Now we had an account from my man Rob when he said they saw the cross-dressing thing, and it says right here, this is around the same time. Francisco de Toledo, right? Once the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they were astonished. That was the word, astonished by the sexual practices of the natives, right? It says Toledo, and the priests were aghast to the discovery that homosexuality was accepted, and that the indigenous population also did not prohibit premarital sex or hold female chastity to be of any particular importance. It says the historian Maxinio Torrezo describes how Spanish reconciled this native sexual with the Catholic faith. Toledo ordered natives and angelicide you know what I'm trying to say, what's the word, Mo? Evangelist and
where you at?
Evangelized. That's what I'm sorry. Evangelized, right? There you go. And those caught cohabiting outside the church sanctioned wedlock would receive 100 lashes with the whip to persuade these Indians to remove themselves from this custom so determining or so detrimental or promiscuous. It says Toledo also issued several decrees aimed at creating near total segregation of sexes in public. Violations were punishable by 100 lashes or 2 years service in pestilential state hospitals under Inquisition. Brought to Peru in 1569. It says homosexuals could be burnt at the stake.
Damn.
So that's how he cleaned that up over there. This is a primary source from this cat right here when he arrived and stuff.
Hey,
like
and look
that.
at the bottom part. Look at the joint at the bottom with the 2 at the end. You see it?
Where you at?
However, homosexuality in Peru was decriminalized in 1837.
Oh.
So why would you need to do that if they just randomly said, hey, let's decriminalize some shit that ain't even going on?
Right. So it must have been going on, and they were like, you know what? Let's just not make it illegal to do the shit no more. They're gonna do it anyway, is what they're saying, right?
Boy, it was wood gripping with his mouth.
Yeah, like
wood grain gripping with his
You showed it, Port?
Nah,
you gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. Hold on.
Go ahead. I'll let you show it. Go ahead. I'm gonna talk about the ceramics real quick, and I'll let you show that part. It says over the span of 800 years now, pre-Columbian Central Andeans or Andine cultures, especially the Moche. This is the culture that we're talking about. Created at least tens of thousands of ceramics. So this ain't just a few. These are tens of thousands of these ceramics, right? And it says a few ceramics show skeletons undoubtedly engaging in homosexuality. 4 depicted gay male anal intercourse. Pause. I gotta hit a couple of pauses, okay? Once depicts lesbians' penetration with their clitoris. Many other shows partners with at least one member is of intermediate sex, like oral sex. Ceramic shows above where the genitalia of one person on their knees, pause, is not visible. Such works due perhaps to the heterosex bias have often been interpreted as depicting of homosexual couples. So yeah, I'm gonna close out on that. A lot of pauses in between that, family, but they said tens of thousands of these ceramics. You dig? Depicting all types of shit, all of the imagery that you guys see. So they was on that hard. Pause.
I want to show something that goes in.
Boys got.
I had to walk on that line real, like, yeah.
Foul Central.
from the windows. Wow. God damn.
Now remember, this is the God.
Damn, Mo.
That X shit.
Woo. Oh, that's the X shit they talking about.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
God that they say is a and this is the book that it's in.
Plans of the gods.
Now I just because I want to show that image if it let me show it. You see that this image complements your image. Now, what does that image on the right look like?
No,
you gotta blow it up a little bit.
Pause.
Oh man.
What does it look like?
Listen, man. God damn.
Slow back inside of the head.
Hey, yo.
Yes, pretty.
So this is us right here, y'all. This is the copper colored people that was all over the Americas. This us.
I only showed the two. Okay, let me back out.
Jeez.
Now I'm gonna show y'all the
that ain't me, Sway.
That can't be me.
Tens of thousands. Damn.
Oh man.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Now this is what they saying is if that might be a male and a female.
Okay, I mean I can see how that might be.
I can't. They look like somebody going in somebody's butt.
Oh damn.
Now you can tell that's clearly two dudes. And that's a different portrait of the same type of.
Hey!
Now I don't know what this is.
That's a dead man up on that.
The Exorcist.
Oh my God! Look at how happy my man is right there.
Now
Damn.
this dude, like this image, that I don't know if that's supposed to be a conquistador or it might be just a native.
Does it matter?
HBO real sex tape fucking one. What the fuck is going on?
It don't matter what you call this shit.
Damn.
Holy.
We wasn't ready, fam.
My bad, y'all. Hey, Rob said, don't say Aztec.
Now, this is the image that they're saying, if I can blow it up. I don't think it's going to let me blow it up.
Blow it up, pause. Oh,
man.
Blow back. Blow back.
It went back.
And y'all trying to say we was here first doing that?
Yes, pretty girl.
And they look stiff-necked like, nope. Stop. Nope.
This image right here, they're saying that I guess these is all dudes and one female.
That could be a female.
Yeah, I can see that.
But what they're saying is the lady on the bottom, that's a hermaphrodite.
Okay.
Because she got boobies. But I'm like, she looked.
Oh, shit.
Whoever's on the bottom looked like the three dudes that's up top. And it looked like this dude right here is actually eating booty. I'm just putting it out there. I'm like,
okay, well, I mean, they can have that, but what is that?
Hide your kids, yo.
I think that's it. And then you got that picture.
That's it.
Yeah, they said when you read this, it's some of this is talking about here, let me go ahead and get it off the that those are
pre-Columbian
rituals.
erotica.
Yeah, they look like rituals to me too. Yeah, that's a whole ritual right there. I bet it is.
They're saying they're rituals to the gods.
I'm sure it is.
So they're practicing this stuff, doing like certain rituals to a god. So that's part of their culture. It's a practice. When you got two dudes doing whatever, sometimes they just doing it for pleasure, and sometimes it's a ritual to their god because they claim that one god with the X is a homosexual deity. And when you read certain articles, it'll tell you.
Let me get this straight. So to get closer to God is what you're saying.
You gotta go.
You gotta get down on your shit and mic check somebody. Oh no, I don't even try to get to know.
I will
God
say
like
this: that the people that were writing the articles are not the people that's part of the culture, because two of the people that's part of the culture are saying that that's not a homosexual deity, and that since they were colonialized,
we can share that too. Just to be fair, I would like to hear what the indigenous have to say on it.
Both sides of it.
Yeah, but what I'm
some,
saying is
some indigenous people ain't saying that though. They saying it is what it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
and the other ones,
and that's okay. I mean,
the
respect to the
figurines
culture.
aren't saying that either.
Yeah, the figure he's saying,
They can have,
saying it is what it is.
Yeah, some of them you can go ahead and X
And-
them off like that was a group of women mixed, different things happen, whatever. But
They just got
that was
erotic.
clearly two dudes.
Yeah, they just was into that erotic shit over here, yo. It is what it is, yo. They was on some erotic shit. They had their own time over here alone, and they was into their own erotic stuff. It says it in the pottery,
And they chilling. I mean, if they wasn't hurting nobody, violating
Yeah,
nobody, I guess they
they
was in their own corner in the world,
man.
just chilling, doing what they wanted to do. And they was like, yo, you know what? I like this. And they did what they did.
Yeah.
But
and now y'all trying to say y'all was over here doing that.
1,000 some change years later.
See how that
somebody coming and they want to be part of that.
Mm-hmm. Y'all saying y'all was here then doing that then. That's who we talking about. We ain't even talking about the most.
So can we at least say that they were here?
Right.
Is that good enough with y'all, Black Indigenous?
Can y'all let that go
brothers?
now?
Can they just be here? Can we start with that?
Yeah.
We know you don't want that. So can they just be here and we start there?
Because we're going all over America.
Let me get the name of the god.
Yeah, we're going all over.
It's pronounced XOCHIPILLI. That's the name of the deity.
A homosexual deity that they worship, and they would perform those rituals to try to get closer to this deity, pretty much.
They spell it two different ways.
So if y'all gonna take this whole thing,
because Rob wanted the name, but that's the name.
If y'all gotta take it, y'all gotta take all of it that come with it. Cause we saw a map that don't got y'all on there. That's an X out. Bam.
Yeah, if this is y'all, then y'all gotta explain to us what it is, because y'all should know about that pottery.
Yeah, y'all should know all about this.
That y'all pottery.
That's our pottery. These are our lands. Well, okay, explain this shit.
So y'all gotta explain that pottery to us if that's y'all. I don't want no outside. Y'all come over here. Y'all drop y'all the link be in the chat. Come on up here and explain this pottery.
Yeah, come out here.
Because you clearly saw. I'm gonna put that shit back on the screen.
Yeah, everybody. Viewer discretion advised.
I don't want nobody thinking I made it up.
Viewer discretion advised.
Didn't they say they're gonna hit up them museums and take all their shit back? You gonna grab it? You gonna grab this shit? You gonna grab it?
Y'all gotta explain this image.
Y'all gotta take that and hold that. So are these the copper colored swarthy people that was over here before everybody was over here? This y'all? Now anybody can say that look like us, right? Is that what y'all gonna say? Where is this from? What part of America this from?
And y'all bet not say that dude is a monkey.
Yeah. Don't
do that one. That's gonna make it like 10 times worse. That ain't even a man. That's a monkey.
Yeah,
okay.
That makes it worse.
Bestiality, man.
I don't know, bro. I don't see where it says it's coming from.
The Moving Eye Negroes don't be playing. Boy.
Yeah, boy, y'all be getting it in. See what y'all done got into? Pause.
This is mine.
Okay,
wait. The book has in it a chapter on Mayans, Incas, and Aztecs, and it's plainly stated that one of the Aztec gods. Okay, so it's Aztec.
Yeah, Rob said
it would be
is an Aztec.
It would be the Aztec.
It would be the Aztec.
Damn.
Yo. So here you go, fam.
He said it's probably a planet god, Uranus.
The link is in the chat. Come on up here.
Yeah, you can have the floor. We just want to know
explain
what is
yourself.
going on with this.
Okay, this is what it says. Let me see if I can put that on the screen if it'll let us read it.
Link is in the chat. Come on up here. Explain what the fuck y'all was doing. Black man in America.
No, it don't
because that's what we talking about. You dig what I'm saying?
I read it off my phone.
That's what we talking about. The copper colored swarthy people, right? All of the
It
TikTok
says
pretenders.
one of the Aztec gods, that XOC god, was a patron of male homosexuality and male prostitution. He may have been taken over from the earlier Toltec civilization. So let me go back to the top of this. Come on. There, did this. This is somewhere in here.
Y'all said y'all was here before everybody. Remember that? We was here before everybody. We've been over here. These are our lands. We had our own culture. All right.
Here it is, right here.
It says was patron of male homosexuality and male prostitution. He may have been taken over from earlier. What's that say? Toltec civilization. Yeah, fam, that's y'all. Copper colored, swarthy, dingy.
Now, because I don't, y'all got to bear with me because I don't know what this is saying. So it says this is pretty much it. No source material or evidence is offered for this claim aside from disparagement from the Mayans and Aztecs, who both claimed that the Toltec had a reputation for sodomy. So
they had a reputation for it. Is that what that says?
Yeah. Then you got this dude, this Castle dude.
So it was known in the old world, in the new world.
He has an encyclopedia of queer myths, symbols, and spirit. Much of what Greenberg writes regarding homosexuality in Mesoamerica is vague. Now, the person that's stating this is a local, like they're part of the
Rob wants to know, is that that's the Aztecs? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, y'all can read. I think I sent it. Did I send it?
Yeah, y'all gotta take that, fam.
I'm gonna put it in the chat, the groupie, if I find this shit. All right. So if y'all want to read that article, I'll put it in the group text.
Now again, nothing against what's going on with all that. You know, everybody live their own life, whatever do they want to do. We're just talking about the copper color people that y'all see on TikTok that be trying to convince us that we all was over here. This is what was going on when the early Europeans came over here. This is what they saw. We have eyewitness accounts from two different people, from what Rob had read the other day about the cross-dressing kings, from the pottery, the tens of thousands of pottery that they said, and all of these connections and stuff like that. So when you associate us with the different people's culture, you making us look just like these people that was in these pictures doing these things. And that's not the case with us. We was not on that shit. That's something that they did, something that they was doing. All respect to their culture, because I'm not trying to disrespect the culture. I'm just saying when these fake ass pretendians trying to put us every damn where is this is the dangerous shit I'm talking about.
That you're gonna run into that you can't deny, you know?
Right. Like, come on, man. Y'all need to grow up and understand that shit. We gonna look. You think we ain't gonna look? They only gonna look in Africa history. No, motherfucker. We everywhere. We global with this shit. And how the fuck y'all don't know this shit and we do?
Because it ain't them. This ain't their culture.
Right.
They from West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
The West Side is the best side.
Take out the smoke out the house.
Kwame. Leave me alone, Mom. I'm building a cult.
She probably don't even know what he doing.
They call me David now. King David.
I'm gonna get the more followers than I've ever had in my life.
That dude David was up there talking to himself. God was trying hard as shit, the peace in the world and the peace and the squash, the animosity between, and he's just like, yeah, and there's peace gonna see. I'm gonna catch him.
We'll see.
He's gonna see. He's like, yeah, but that's the ego, man. We're not worried about followers. We're worried about the community. Yeah, but y'all gonna see who I really am. Y'all gonna, like, I was like, yo, nigga, you on his live, man. Just get with the program. He's just making this shit all about himself. And that's what's wrong with a lot of these people. They can't sit their ego aside. It's okay to be a little competitive and shit, but not with a cult. With a cult, you can never lose. The cult leader's always right. You can't, there's no questioning anything. It's going to end at a battle, and everybody's going to be like, all right, we just want to go our separate ways. You take your cult that way. I take my cult this way. Hold on, wait. Nope, that mind is mine. Watch out. Oh, you right. Here you go. You know, they're playing with y'all.
Earth, you ain't the fucking goat.
I know who I am.
Earth got on that John Custom all out. That shit was funny.
Man, that's right when I turned it off, man. I was
like, they blocked him.
What the fuck y'all say about me? I was like, oh shit. That is hilarious, yo.
That just show you that character. I ain't never heard nothing. This is what we say in the back room. Wait, what? Huh? You could have just said you couldn't handle Mo Facts. You couldn't handle Brother X. You didn't have to say that extra shit. This is what we talk about you in the back room. Why would you even say that shit, nigga? So that means y'all talk about everybody. Y'all fake. And then they reiterated that shit when they was beefing with each other.
And I already gave them a heads up on that shit. Don't get into this shit. It's fake. A lot of these people just involved in some fake beef and trying to get followers and shit. And then there's other people who really probably trying to figure out why the fuck am I not checking anything out here in my background or whatever.
Yeah, Los ain't even fucking with some of them. He said that shit today.
Wow.
He's like, no, we need to get back to teaching. Fuck all this personal.
That's what I'm saying. At least he understand that part of it.
Good.
Like that drama shit is for the birds. We trying to teach over here.
The nigga believe in magical flying carpets and shit from Aladdin and shit. And you trying to teach kids.
That was an Arabian Night.
Telling you, yo.
Because probably. Narnia is real. That genie from Aladdin is real. We just gotta find the fucking get the fuck out of here.
That dude said, man, you know what? They always like every time they think they doing something real big, it ends up being like them pushing their own shit in. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell him that Mo Facts and Brother X actually was drilling his ass and he couldn't do nothing about it. He couldn't answer simple questions. And I just agreed with the shit because we was cool. That's the only reason I did it. I'm gonna expose myself. Now what he gonna do? Like what type of idea was that? You gonna expose that you fake? So to what? We already knew that shit. You just confirmed it. Same thing with the slave trade. Can a brother learn? I learned that it did happen. I don't care what the story is that led up to when you told me that it happened because I already knew you knew it happened. I just wanted you to say it out of your mouth. You was like, well, fuck it. I might as well try it right before this goddamn debate. This presentation. That's already going to happen. What the hell would we look like? We say, hey, man, they admitted to what they were doing, deceiving people. So y'all can go ahead and put the files up, delete them. Nope. Hours. That's hours of research, the days of research and hours of presentation. I wonder what they did with their information, right? Because shit was set up. So even if you say, oh, well, you called me the N-word and all this shit. So that's why I changed my mind. We'll go ahead and show the information that you were going to use, right? Because y'all backed out a couple of debates. So you still have to have the material, right? Post the shit up. It's the material I was going to use. This is what they said. This is me debunking it. This is their source. This is me debunking it. Where's that at? You never had it because you still would have used it because anybody who puts work in with research, even if you ain't in a debate or anything, you find a way to put the shit out. One of our brothers had to, who was that? It was that Zion Lex. He turned his whole presentation into a book because the shit was canceled. You do not waste real research just because somebody ain't having a argument with you. You still put the truth out.
Big facts. Because the truth is like rain and it don't give a damn who it fall on. Thank y'all for the 15 people that's still tuned in, yo. This shit ain't gonna stop, yo. We just gonna keep delivering. hitting this joint up. If y'all got shit that y'all want us to look at and research too, y'all can put that in the comments. Between the 14, 15, 1600s, we'll try to investigate the shit too.
Yeah, make some suggestions.
Make it a little interactive with the crowd. You know what I'm saying? That shit was funny though. Like the funny though part is like we on volume 5 right now. We chilling. We got a good little body of work that's out already. You know what I mean? And it's funny that the way these crews are just in a situation where they're breaking up, they're arguing. You know, it's crazy.
I don't know what to do.
You
Everybody going to have their different
Right.
different information. How the hell can everybody have different information if
That's
everything
the
is supposed
problem.
to lead to the conclusion that y'all hear?
Yeah. That's
It
the
all should
biggest.
line up. It's a method. Like I don't think they understand how logic works. Well, your information is different and hitting. It can't be different. We in one place here. There's one way to get to the goddamn bottom of human life starting here for melanated people. You can't think about it in a different way.
That's the biggest problem they're gonna have is just agreeing all together. Some person believe in flat earth, some person don't. Some person believe Jesus over here, some person don't. Like all y'all fucking up.
He spoke Mayak. What's the language he spoke?
Mayak, hala hala, yaka, whatever the fuck they thought he said.
Eli,
hala yaka, some dumb shit.
Sabat Labatani, whatever. He spoke Mayak, but they would sell you anything.
Hell yeah. Hey, Lily, that was about I forgot that question. I'm trying to remember what that was about the natives or something like that. I just forgot all about that question. I remember we talking about a question, but I just forgot about that shit.
Most likely not, Rob. Her attention span is short as shit.
Okay.
She brought up 5 topics and was in here for like 4 seconds. So,
hey, family,
listen, it was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I need to think about something else.
We got any information about any indigenous going to Africa and shit? Like specifically,
Africa. I seen one, but it was just he went with them and came back. He didn't.
Right.
It wasn't. They didn't stay over there. But
I
I
don't
seen
see
Spain.
large numbers.
I seen one with Spain.
Now, I think Columbus might have took 1 or 2 of them with them when they went back over there, and the Queen and them got pissed off about him doing that, so they sent them back. I believe something like that. But I think I don't recall seeing anything in the historical record that they had large amount of natives being shipped over to Africa. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know.
I haven't seen that. It was just, I think one I seen was 5, and the other one was like 10 to 12. Or that was it.
Oh shit! You got put the lot of put? I can't even talk. Can you put the link in the chat, Lily? We can look at it online. We can look at it right now. If you can put a link in there, I'll pull it up. We can do that. But yeah, I don't recall seeing a lot. I know there could have been a small amount. I know a lot of them was sent to the sugar plantations and stuff, and maybe a couple other places throughout. But I don't recall seeing a large amount. And then again, I haven't really researched the history enough to.
We push a lot, y'all. What the hell y'all be doing? Right? I'm trying to see these questions.
Which one?
Because I'm gonna go the fuck off. Keep saying this shit over and over. Rob will be like, yeah, okay,
You talking about the King
cool.
Philip War?
Mhm.
That's what they
What
was
date is
talking
that?
about.
1970. You said 70. Okay, that's what you said. Okay, that's what you said, right? You sure that's what you said? Okay, look at this. I'm like, didn't I just tell you this shit? Like, I was sitting in a live for 3 hours and go, no, I don't get it. That's when Sutton was going to work by himself. I was just over there finishing up my book. That boy was in there going crazy. What the fuck is going on? He was dreaming of the day. He said, every day I get off, I just get up here, sitting alive, and wait for y'all to pull up. Every day somebody say, multiple people say they're going to pull up. And Earth Speaks was the only one that did it. After a while. It took him a while, but he finally did it. People said they was going to get people. They was going to wait till they get 1K followers. They got 1K followers, still didn't come up. We should have known then. But then, it wasn't a thing where you could just leave them alone, because even though they didn't pull up to present their information in front of somebody that can challenge it, they still went into other lives and was just talking about it all nonchalantly, like they didn't get checked on it. So it kind of looked like somebody was bothering them, but that's what it is. We can't allow you to put out false information. Why y'all bothering us? Like, no, well, hold on, wait. So you allowed to bother people? Like you're out here lying to a crowd, swindling people with all cap, and we just walking up like, yo, they lying, and I'm bothering you? Why the fuck is you sitting here lying? Would you allow that shit? Come on now. Oh, they go to link port.
Shit, I'm trying to get it. Damn it. I got all types of shit on my damn screen. Dun, dun. I'm gonna try to pull one of them up at a time. Come on. Damn.
The attack of the Broskegans.
Come on, yo.
King something war like 16.
God damn it.
You want me to try it? Let me try it. See. Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I think I can show one of the joints. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it says in the Western Hemisphere, the very mention of the word slavery brings to mind images of Africans transported across the Atlantic, sugar plantations in the Caribbean, or American Civil War. African slavery was surely an defining aspect of European colonialism in the Americas, but it was not only what it says. It was not only one, Native Americans were subjected to a parallel system of bondage and degrading and vast as African slavery. Hang on, let me put my glasses on. I can't see this shit.
Me neither. Oh, I could blow the screen up myself.
Yeah. African slavery was surely a defining aspect of European colonialism in the Americas, but it was not only one. Native Americans were subjected to parallel systems of bondage as degrading and vast as African slavery, a system that has nonetheless remained hidden and poorly understood. In our hemisphere, indigenous slavery occurred in every major area, both predating and outlasting its African counterpart. During the 4 centuries between the arrival of Columbus and the beginning of the 20th century, 2.5 to 5 million native people were enslaved. All the European empires took part in this human traffic. The English, French, Dutch, and Portuguese both. I'm sorry, I can't even talk. The English, French, Dutch, and the Portuguese, but because Spain came to control the richest and most densely populated regions of the Americas at the same time that it lacked African colonies and thus access to African peoples, it emerged as the greatest enslaver of indigenous Americans. It says to extract the hemisphere's wealth, Spain made use of the most abundant labor at its disposal. Ironically, beginning in Columbian's time, Spanish crown prohibited indigenous slavery except in few circumstances. In 1542, it banned the practice entirely. So from here on, no Indian can be made into a slave under any circumstances, including war, rebellions, or when ransomed from other Indians. Like African slavery, which remained legal and sanctioned by empires around the world for centuries, the enslaved Native Americans was against the law. Yet this categorical prohibition or probation did not prevent Spanish colonialists from taking enslaved indigenous people all over the hemisphere and even importing them from the Philippines to grounds around the royal. It says to get around the royal
prohibition. Yeah,
prohibition. My bad. Thank you, man. Spanish colonialists and entrepreneurs in what did I say? Collusion with some royal officials resort to legal subterfuges carved out exceptions and devise here go these long ass Caleodolipic labor arrangements such as incrementes I can't pronounce that shit. Convict leasing Indians in depot, debit, peonage, and many others. The legal obfuscation allowed operators to continue forcing Native Americans to toil while giving them minimal or no compensation. And one of the reasons we still struggle today to recognize colonial enslavement practices for what they were. It says indigenous slavery long predated the arrival of Europeans in the Americas as far back as we can peer into pre-contact monuments, codices, and archaeological evidence, as well as the earliest European accounts. We learned about indigenous Americans enslaving one another. Maya and the Aztec took captives to use as sacrifice victims. Arawaks or Iroquois waged mourning wars on neighbors to avenge to avenge and replace their dead. Native groups along with North Pacific coast finalized elite marriages by exchanging enslaved people and so on. These practices of bondage were embedded in specific culture contexts. Europeans tapped into them and went on to commodify and expand them in ways that would have been unimaginable. Thank you, bro. In early times, by the 17th century, Mapuche captives from southern Chile were marched to the port of Valparaiso. Man, here we go. Somewhere in Peru. Here we go in Peru, and shipped all the way to Peru. Unpaid Apache laborers from northern Mexico were taken as far south as Cuba and as far north as Canada, and enslaved people from Asia was transported across the Pacific to work in sites and mines in North America. So yeah, that's pretty interesting over here. What it says over the centuries.
But aren't they supposed to be going to Africa?
Yeah, I don't see that here. They went to other colonies, and so it says all empires took part in human traffic. So I mean, if they would have went anywhere, they probably would have went back and forth to whatever these colonies between the English, French, Dutch, and the Portuguese that had. But 2.5 to 5 million is a large number. And
yeah, the one I had said North Africa.
Okay.
How many was it?
Here, 2.5 to 5 million Native people were enslaved. Now this
I'm saying what Vanta, you said they were taken to North Africa?
Yeah. It didn't say, I don't think it said the numbers. I had to look again.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they got into the specific numbers. They were just saying where they were taking other parts of America, the Caribbeans, England, and then North Africa.
Yeah, I remember them saying that they were like passing away, or they turned around and came back after they like translated or did something. Like they had them over there trying to translate some shit, and then they after the translation, I think they had some other people that they said they went to Africa, but they didn't stay there. They were getting sick, like they kept on dying every time they brought them over there. So they figured it was like, okay, these diseases are killing them. And they knew that like that's just what the fuck happens. The same thing happened to the Europeans when they first came to Africa. Same thing happened when the Europeans first got to America, and then they brought the shit back. So imagine what happened when they brought them to Spain and Africa. But I never heard of anything like set up where they're over there and they're, besides one, I think I heard of one dude who was like a noble under one of the, I think it was an emperor. He was a noble under him or whatever, but he was like a traitor. So I don't think they would count him.
Now I think we're all familiar with this image because it's passed around, I believe, in their community a whole lot. And I just blew it up just to see and read what this thing said. I remember reading it a long time ago. That's why I really don't pay attention to this image when they show it. But it says the Bonham Park mural. You know, we chop these words up, fam. So I appreciate you guys dealing with that. But it says room 2, the Chiapas, Mexico, Chiapas. Somebody gonna pick on me with that, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. It says this 791 CE Maya Lord standing over defeated and enslaved enemies.
So
yeah.
What those are? What's those locks?
Those that's one thing. I mean, it looked like that to me. If we playing like lookership, because this is what they use. I've seen this image saying that this is supposed to be us, but which one is us though?
I don't know, man. Even if they're separated in individual areas, which wouldn't be too far off, it's too stringy. They don't.
I hear you.
That's not how we would depict our hair. And we've done it all around the world. We make sure that shit isn't coily.
Yeah. It's easily to mistake that as such. I can see that. But either way, they're defeated enslaved enemies. I
heard Singing Bear said something about them pulling their hair out or something like that.
Yeah, Singing Bear ripped this shit apart.
Brown girl told me that. Yeah,
I
she
wish
said
he was here
because
because I let him up to explain this shit.
Because they were fighting, I guess. So
but it says over the centuries, formed of enslaved changed the character from cultural Pacific native practices to border imperial and Sagornal labor arrangements, if I'm pronouncing it right, such as in what the fuck does that say? Incormities?
Where you at?
I don't know what that means. I'm reading this shit right here. What does it say?
Incomidas.
Encomiendas and repetimientos. to more economic-based forms of bondage, such as debt peonage, until the arrangement came to resemble the kinds of human traffic recognizable today, and tempting to think of the indigenous slavery as a phenomenon of early colonial period, a set of practices that fell into disuse once Africans were brought to the Americas in sufficient numbers. In reality, native slavery and its many gays coexisted with African slavery, along with proved nearly impossible to eradicate. Good article, Lily. This is from the Smithsonian, right?
And they gave you this to prove that. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, this don't really prove anything. I mean,
but
to
even
credit,
still, and to properly do research, let's say that this document here did say that, right? We still would have to dig into it and see what happened to them. Where are they? You know, they went over there for a reason. That's not cheap. Just to take a whole bunch of people over there, you're not doing it for no reason at all. So they should be somewhere. Something should have happened. Somebody should have them on record. They should have families, even if they mix with other people, and their story should be being told somewhere in the world. Not over here though. It needs to be over there, in somebody like in some German library or something. Just like we look up old texts from over here in America, they got the same archive. And as a matter of fact, that's where they found your boy, what's his name, Lapungion. The codices that he claimed he translated, they ended up finding those in Russia, like a Russian library or some shit like that. So yeah, it wouldn't be far off, but you still need those records, and they have a library that has Mesoamerican stuff in there, so there should be some documents about the people who were living in these other countries that they were taken to, even if you don't find anything in Africa. Because I'm thinking they did. I'm not saying that didn't happen, because they said it happened, but what they did say is that the people either came back, or those diseases from them interacting with people that they never ran into, it was killing both people off. So they was like, this isn't a good idea. The African has already been interacting and went through their little stages of us, meeting each other for the first time, and those diseases coming from it. So we already dealt with that. So that's why we were able to be around it. But the people in America was a different story. So
and
Vanta, is Vanta still here?
Yeah,
I'm still in this thing.
Vanta, did you pull this up?
Yeah, yup,
Yeah, Vanta, pull this up, Lily.
Let me ask you
something.
Yeah,
I had two different ones.
Vanta, was there any talk about the Africans maybe having any sicknesses and shit when they first arrived here, or was that just the European?
Oh no, yeah, the Africans, they were catching malaria too. That's what they were talking about with the Senegambians. They were saying that might have been one of the reasons why we don't have so much gene pool from the Senegambians, even though they know they were taking them from Africa because they were known for cultivating rice. So yeah, that was one example they had brought up, but I'm pretty sure there's more.
Okay.
So this is an image from that scene depicting the conflict between the natives in Mexico and Spanish. Do it look like some copper-colored folks, y'all?
Man.
Swarthy radar is not going on.
If we're doing that looker ship game, they be doing.
It was another one too. It had like a 22-minute audio attached to it. Well, I guess you could read it, or you could just listen to the audio.
Yeah, these are articles Lily wanted to show. Was this the same one that you had, or is it different than this?
Yeah, I got that one. I got another one too, though.
Okay. I feel like you.
I don't know if I put it in the. I put most of them in the private chat. I don't know if it's still in there. Let me post the other one too, because it was another one I had.
This one's saying the same numbers: between 2 and 5 million natives, and then you got 12 million Africans out of Africa, and this is all between 1492 and 1880. But I just was looking at this interesting picture over here, an image from 1595. And I don't see no afros or none of that over here.
This is between Native Americans and who?
Mm-hmm.
Does it just say Mexico or does it say like Mexican tribes? What was it?
Oh, the image. Hey, we can hear you, Rob. Yeah. Can y'all hear Rob?
Nah. Say something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I also say right there in that bottom. I've seen this article before. I've looked at this before for the claim. It'll say, I don't know, maybe like the 5th paragraph down, the King Philip's War. It tells you exactly where they got sent. Like Barbados, everything. And Vanto's right. It's in North Africa.
Yup.
Okay, hold on. So hold on.
I sent 2 more too in the back channel.
These natives got sent to North Africa.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But remember what I was saying earlier, when I was first doing the presentation, it's all about dates.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the date, it's I believe it said 1676. Is where they like mainly started sending them off, like after the King Philip War.
Yep, after the King Philip War, yep.
Right. So it's a smoke screen because in 76. So by that time, you still had Africans being shipped
over 100 years. Yeah.
Way before that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like what, 100?
Since 1444. Since 1440. Yeah.
So no matter how they flip it, because I had a guy for hours, all he wanted to talk about Native Americans. And I'm like, dude, you're black. Why do you worry? Well, where'd they go? I was like, dude, why does it matter? It's not you. Yeah, but where'd they go? It's like, man, what is wrong with you?
Thanks, Lily,
I was
for
like,
that.
you know, and I kept telling him, like,
good.
I didn't look at that because that's not my history. I know my history and the history of my people. That's what I've learned. I didn't really know too much about Native American. You have to ask a Native American. Well, you're not worried about or curious about where they're going? The dude says it's 1676. We like 100 and something years, we were already shipped around all over the world. So that's the main thing is they're trying to use that to say that that's part of their whole reverse thing.
Yeah.
And that's part of the whole, they sent them over there, let them stay, and then recaptured them and then brought them back.
That's
just
stupid.
What?
Right. When they've already had Africans enslaved over there already for 200 years before that shit
hell
went down.
would play some type of game like that.
And they say
that don't even make sense.
And they told Lily, don't look at the pictures. Well, I mean, they got a bunch of pictures that's just like that. And then during that time, they got the natives that's being burnt at the stake, and they look just like that. Like in Bartholomew de la Casa's book, he got the same types of images, yo. And they don't look like us. These some different people.
Yeah, that's what they said to me about when they were talking about all the Europeans were swarthy, they were all black. And that's where I was asking them, have you been to a museum? I was like, look, it's 2023. You can look up a museum online. You don't even have to go. Well, don't worry about the pictures. Just read the text. I'm like, what?
That's crazy.
They call Arab swarthy looking, yo.
They called Italian swarthy. Look, all the Italian mobsters that we've heard of, they were swarthy, but they were, if you look at their pictures, and we should all be old enough to know what they look like. All the gangsters, like Al Capone and all of them, they were not swarthy. You know, but those are the people that they called in like newspapers, magazine articles, everything. Those were swarthy. Hell, even if you look at the old newspaper clippings, I even had one in the swarthy video I did where they called was it Jake LaMotta? He was an actor. They called him swarthy like an Indian, and he was about as white as you can see. So he wasn't like that either. So they're taking these words and then trying to make them fit. And just like, you know, like I said with the Indian, another, because I heard you earlier where they're each one of the groups are like splinter groups. Each one believes something a little bit different. Well, one section believes that everybody started in America, shipped everybody over to Africa, populated it, and then captured them again, and then brought them back.
Huh.
That's wow.
It happened in reverse.
That's like a dome reverse.
That's so much money to do that dumb shit. Why would they do that?
But there was no boats, remember?
Yeah, the boats
So they
just
can't keep
appear to fit their story.
Right. So the boats didn't happen to bring them here, but then how did all the Europeans get over here? Because how did Columbus and them get over here? They had to have a boat. They had to bring people. Even some of the Spaniard documentation said they brought over 600 and plus people. So how did they do that? You know, none of their story. It's like they're just making it up as it goes, and it's just getting dumber.
I got to keep y'all story right. That shit ain't making sense.
That's what I'm saying. I'm noticing that. It's just, this is that point where they just throwing everything up. That's why you see these pictures of Confederate dollars with enslaved captions, and they're just trying to make that us. They're all of the stuff. Nothing's working no more.
Matter of fact, where's Kenya at? She said that shit in the chat. Where is she?
Who?
Kenya. She said that.
Oh, she probably
gone
gone and all that shit. She didn't have the patience to stay through the whole presentation. This ain't like the TikTok where you get up here and be yabba yabba yabba. We got to finish our shit. It might take us whenever. We don't time it. We let everybody flex in here and get their shit on. But you know what I might do? I might have more days where we might do more lives, and that way we can stretch it out like that.
Because I definitely got some. She got some explaining to do.
You know. But yeah, man. We got the information.
So just for everybody to know, because I covered it earlier about the census. So if anybody ever gets cornered with a census question, 1850, it was not slaves were enumerated, meaning they were numbers. So if you ever get a chance to look at the 1850 slave record, it clearly states slaves. It does not state farmers or land or anything to such. It's clearly slaves. 1870, they weren't slaves anymore, so of course they're called laborers and farmers. So that's like the dumbest shit. So everybody that says they were farmers or laborers, that means that that's the last census they actually seen was 1870. They didn't see it 1860.
That's crazy. Silliness.
Yeah, they're just trying to play. They're trying to everything. And not no chronology. Playing a dangerous game.
It's ridiculous. And, you know, like I said, that's why I take time to understand what these things are that they say. Because I believe what's happening, I can't put my finger on it, but I think whenever somebody's like confused about the genealogy, just like Penn said, they're just taking your last name, plugging it in and saying, "Ooh, look, your family's got land. Look, this is you." And then like, "Oh shit, I'm Indian." And that's not how you do it. You know, I had the other person that said, they traced a family member to Louisiana in 1807. It's like, oh, that was before colonization in 1812. Well, that's American colonization because the French had it in 1719.
And the Spanish had it in 1526.
Yeah, and they still brought in slaves.
Yeah.
The French had slaves, African slaves. So they're misunderstanding history big time. And
yeah, y'all done lost your African mind is what we saying. And we are the 1-800 African Mind Recovery Specialist. I'm gonna drop the chat in the hotline. Y'all call up dollars. We taking calls right now. Y'all come on in here. We gonna help you restore this shit.
It's corn unlimited.
Y'all done lost your indigenous African mind.
Yeah, yo, we taking calls.
Paul said no.
Come on in here. Come on in here.
Oh no.
And just remember, Paul says hell no.
Paul says hell no. African Mind Recovery Specialist. You're on the line. Come on, let's go. Y'all shooketh out there. Come on. We'll get you right.
It's on the house. This one's on the house, y'all. You ain't even got to pay for it. Shit is on the house.
You know, maybe that's something we should do. Whenever someone comes across a shady ass article, bring it here and let us look at it.
Yeah.
If somebody's pushing that nonsense, or if you hear like some kind of weird theory, you know, let us know.
so we can look into it, because man, the theories they have out right now are so damn dumb.
Y'all can come
Yeah.
over here. I don't want y'all to be feeling like, man, they're gonna chew me. Like, come over here and show your shit. And we'll give you your little time to do all of that, and we'll just have a conversation.
Yeah. Harmless.
Come on, it's all right.
No harm, no foul, man.
Don't bring that corn shit over here, though. I'm about done with corn.
Yeah, none of that. You're cordially invited. The link is in the chat. 1-800 African Mind Recovery Specialist. We help you retract your African mind. Get with it. Y'all don't want to smoke. Just say it.
I don't know. It seems like they're spotting me, like they want to test me for some reason.
Yeah, come on up here. Rob got his TikTok straight too. But come on up here, man. They scared.
Oh, we got somebody down there or something? Who down there? Oh, I thought we had somebody down there.
Nah, ain't nobody here, y'all. They rather cancel our shit and try to report us instead of debate us or try to come on here. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to have a conversation. They're gonna take their time and try to ban your accounts. If you can't beat them, we'll ban them. Damn, y'all, man, take the ball and just leave the court, nigga, and don't want to play the game no more. Y'all weak with that.
Yeah, I think one person said they were going to take 20 minutes out of the day to go and just start.
Shit,
yeah, that's the weakest shit. What y'all need to do is get up here and come up here with these primaries. Hell, y'all need to do.
So I always tell them, post up.
Yeah, come on. Don't be afraid. You got plenty of room to show your shit up here.
We'll do it for you.
Yeah, fam.
You just sit there and talk, and I'll pull up everything you talking about.
Yeah.
On mute. I ain't got to say nothing.
Come on here. If you got a problem with what we talked about, if like anything I said about the 1400s, about the orders of Christ, the Portuguese, the rebellions, the slave ships, the fucking what do you call it, the privateering, anything, let's talk. But come on, it's been quiet. It's been real quiet out there.
And y'all got to make up your mind. Do y'all want ships? Do you DNA? How do you even use the Mongolian spots without DNA? Like, what do you mean? It's high in these people and low in with what? DNA?
Mm-hmm.
So wait, is DNA a thing or no?
They turn it on and off.
They use it at their earliest convenience.
And then it's not.
They dispose of it when they don't need it, and they use it to their advantage when they can. They just like
it's only when they find something. When they
it seems like you're breaking up, Vant.
It seems like it.
This only when they find stuff, like, you know, when they thought they had Albert Perry and it's only certain things. Then once they find out that it's not right, then like, oh,
got the oldest DNA in the world.
Right.
No, he was connected to the people who had the oldest DNA in the world, right?
Africa.
Oh, does anybody have the
Straight
Africa?
Yep, two different ethnic groups
Indian
at this
book.
point.
The Indian book?
Indian.
The Black Indian?
Black Indian.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, because that's the newest. That's the one that they only read like 2 sentences and then they're done with the book.
That's us, y'all. Look. That's
and
funny.
it clearly says the story begins when the Europeans got here. Clearly. And they just read right over it.
First page. Hold on, let me go to different window.
For those who just now tuning in, welcome to Volume 5 of the Pseudo Massacre family. And we ain't gonna stop. We are gonna keep it on with this shit. Source Awards. Link is in the chat. Any of you job turkeys want to come up here and discuss this from your organization, you're welcome. You guys are welcome. All right. This ain't TikTok. But you ain't gonna disrespect any of the fellas on here because we can have a straight up cage match on this shit any given moment.
Easy.
And get the tables.
You know what I mean? We can have a cage match. It's okay. But you guys are respected up here. And I want to invite you guys because I feel like some of y'all might be scared. I know some of y'all listen. I know some of y'all see our videos. It's the 5th video, the 5th week. We've been heard, and there hasn't been the reply. So either we're right or y'all are scared. I'm just gonna say, yeah.
I'm gonna tell Mo to get the tables.
So come on, yo, we can talk. This is the arena. This is the big boy arena right here. And none of that come on here cussing us out, doing no fuck all y'all Pan Africans. See, then you that's dumb shit. We ain't arguing, we just having a discussion, yo.
Yeah, that's how it is. You jump in their lives. I've seen it. I'm like, man, I don't know if I know I can subject myself to that, man.
That's
it's
what I'm saying, man. It gets to the point where you got dignity, man, and it's like I don't gotta fucking get in the mud with y'all with this shit. All I want to do is just talk. We can go with the evidence. You know,
it's like 5 questions at one time, at the same time, and you can't even finish a question. It's another question. It's like, God dang. I find it all painful every time when y'all jump up there. I'm like, man, this is painful, man. You can't even answer a question up there.
That's why I do the drive-bys, yo. I go in there, I do a little drive-by, mount, little scholastic drive-by, drop off a little knowledge, man. Hopefully, I'll reach out to him with the knowledge, and then. But the way I've been like getting fucking reported on, I don't even want to fuck with them motherfuckers on that shit no more for a hot minute. Y'all want to fuck report? Come over here.
I'm just gonna straight keep on debunking them. They gotta follow me if they want a piece.
Yeah, come over here. Like I don't know. I'm gonna still do live. I don't know if I gotta figure out a way to stop getting my shit blocked or whatever you call it, banana. Cause they be tripping over there. I don't like that.
Yeah, I never felt bad, bro. Don't do that to yourself.
Yeah.
All she ever did was talk trash about Africans. That's why I don't even fuck with her.
Yeah.
Bro, the Aboriginals didn't put a frog on my door. I can't even get in my house.
That's a toad.
Hey, is that hex? Did it hex you?
Yeah, I just
they trying to get me, bro.
I had 2 of them hop in my room when I was doing a presentation. I said,
a frog, yo?
No, a toad.
Yeah.
No damn frog. That shit was a toad.
One of them big ass Jones.
Yeah,
I had a frog hop in this jump the other day. That shit scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, they mating it. They making that shit right now.
A couple of them said they, I put a hex and I'll do this and end up in your closet. I'm like, okay, end up in my closet if you want to.
I don't want to hear that shit.
That shit all sounds great.
Dumb shit.
Back to life.
You know what? Honestly, I ain't trying to be funny or nothing. But
got them up
if they can't comprehend what they read, I wonder how they do like spells and stuff. Like that spell be all jacked up. I mean, God dang.
They be doing this shit today, so damn, I did it wrong. The whole arm fell off.
No.
I'm telling you, I was like, damn, man, you can't comprehend for nothing. You guys trying to do a spell. That's some crazy stuff right there.
Yo, and fuck around and read the wrong shit and cause the wrong spell.
There you go. Look, this is the first piece.
Like a house fall apart. Like, God,
oh shit, I ain't mean to say it like that. Damn.
I can't figure out what's going on. My whole house in reverse. Oh yeah, there it is. That black Indian.
Look, let me do it. This how they be on a live. Look, y'all, this right here gonna change history, man. Look at this book right here. See, this is what they don't want y'all to know. It's hidden, but it's right in front of your face. Look at this.
This is Asha.
That look just like my sister.
Straight up, yo.
Chat. Black Indians, a hidden heritage. Black Indians.
Black.
Dead giveaway on the title.
We're
But
not
they
black.
still got another chance.
But that's us, though.
All right, y'all, because I'll always show sources. These other people don't be showing no sources. Look, it even shows you right on the front page. They know who we are. Black Indians, question mark. The very word makes most people shake their heads in disbelief or smile at what appears to be a joke, a play on words. No one remembers any such person in a school text, history book, or Western novel. None ever appeared. Yet they lived and roamed all over the Americas. Y'all hear that, y'all? All over the Americas. Not just in the East, and they try to talk about slave ships and all of that stuff. No, we were all over the place. Their story began with the first Europeans landing in the New World, reached from New England to Brazil, and continues today. The number of Afro-Americans with, we just cut the Afro out, with an Indian ancestor was once estimated at 1/3 of the total. So they know who we are, y'all. They know who we are. It's sitting right here. Y'all can screenshot this. If I need to blow it up, y'all can screenshot it. Save these sources on your phone, share it with your family, and expose these people, man. The facts are right here. I show documentation.
What source was that? That's cold. Cold-blooded.
Make sure you take that
I was
afro
dealing with
out.
my frog problems.
And you want to know the funniest thing about that? Like the whole funniest thing. Like go to the what is that? Oh, shoot, the contents table of contents. It should be like right before that, or no, right after that, because that's the introduction, I believe.
Oh, you mean in the book? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So no, keep going past the introduction. I think it's past the introduction, isn't it? Or it's before the introduction? Right there, the contents. So, where was it?
Right here.
No, I think it's actually number 20, page 20. Because you see how it says they fled amongst the Indians? Because either that one or the one before it, but it literally tells you about the Africans.
Shout out to Africa.
Team Africa all the way.
No escape.
Team Africa versus everybody.
Every single book they use says Africans and slave trade and slavery.
They fled amongst the Indians.
That's why they study at Kappa University. They got to take out all slave, African, black.
So I want to say it's either that one or it's the previous chapter because they go over the history of it. Go back to the first one, the one before that. Yeah. I think I screenshotted it. Keep going up to the beginning of it.
Swarthy copper colored nation checking in.
Hold on, let me check something real quick.
This episode of Pseudo Massacre going to the Schwappert copper colored nation out there. I see you guys on outside looking at this going out to all of you guys.
It's page 26. Go to page 26. I knew I screenshotted it.
If you're tuning in for the first time, hit the like button.
This ain't our book.
This ain't our book at all, is it?
All right, so halfway down, it tells you, Christopher Columbus, like right in that section, it's like when he loaded 1,100 Tano men and women. So it covers the beginning portion of when Columbus landed. And this is all about Las Casas, about the Spanish priest down in here. So this is before the Africans came in.
and it might be the next page where they literally bring in the, because there should be a picture. Yep, it is. So now this next paragraph right here, to meet their need for more laborers, Europeans look next to Africa.
Next to where?
Next to Africa. So if they read, and it's literally only 26 pages in.
And daughters of Africa were seized in their homes or fields or purchased from local traders. They were packed into cargo ships and shipped across the Atlantic.
Whose source is this again?
This is the one that C3 uses.
Wow, this is damaging.
She only gets to like that little paragraph that he read first, that Mo read first, and that's how far she goes. And then she jumps to like Walter Flecker or something.
About the Black Indian question mark shit?
Yeah. She reads just that and it's like, see, I told you.
These
Look at
niggas
this.
DJs.
Look, children are torn from their distracted parents. Parents from their screaming children, wives from their frantic husbands, husbands from their violated wives, brothers from their loving sisters, sisters from their affectionate brothers. See them collected in flocks and like a herd of swine, driven to ships. They cry, they struggle, they resist, but all in vain. No eye pities, no hand helps. And this never happened. And they books. This is what we be telling you, Rob. These books. We used to say, man, get that shit out of here. We don't know about that. Give us some experts. Like, we used to say that shit all the time. And then we said, man, forget it. Just give me what you got. Give me what you got. And then we found out, like, hold up.
Yeah. Like I said, I looked at it and I was like, man, ain't that about something? So, you know what? I'm about to, Beatrice, I know you asked and I said that I didn't have anything. So I'm feeling like a liar because I do got something for y'all. Oh, I totally forgot. So I do got something that I promised.
You want to hop on?
I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming in on my computer because I want to show y'all something. I promised y'all earlier, and I found it. And I wanted. Actually, I was gonna bring it up, and if whatever her name came in. So let me bring up this. Copy that.
She did the same thing with Yahweh's books. She said, it says right here, everybody on this land came from somewhere else.
Yo.
And she said, we're going to need a part 2. I said, yup, go ahead and end that video. The hell? And still posted it up. That's what scared me. I'm like, why didn't she just delete it? You messed up. Like, go back and do it and then skip over that part. That's some spooky ass shit.
Cold, man.
They're getting weird, man. It's like they're just throwing just shit up to the wall, man.
Desperate.
Mo.
But some look.
They saying
people
your boy out.
Who no chromosome king?
No chromosome.
What is this?
It's probably a clone.
All right.
Like they're gonna clone him.
All right, I am coming in on my computer.
On the Swarthy Express. Hop aboard the Swarthy Express.
And there's a link in the chat. Oh yeah, that's it.
What, the link to get in the joint?
Yeah, I'm coming in now. So I'm dropping off the phone and then coming in on the computer.
All right.
Straight. Yeah, these job ass turkeys don't know what's going on, man.
Yeah, reading is definitely fundamental.
They didn't read the book. That was on page 26, he said.
What page 15 on?
What page 15 on?
Page 26.
Yo.
Ain't that silly?
That's definitely silly.
So I read these books. No, you didn't read that.
Nah, fam. It's clear that you did. Because if you had, you would have saw that African shit in there. Y'all fail to look at that shit.
All right, so I got a goodie for y'all. Got a couple goodies. So this is exclusive. All right. so let's do entire screen again.
This nigga shit always suspenseful.
I know. I'm on the edge of my fucking shit
This
right
shit
now.
could be anything.
All right, now remember I told you about these newspapers, right?
Yeah.
All right, so this is between the years which is this? So 1860, right? So this is about slave breeding. So now,
man.
So now,
damn,
got the biggest receipt of the night right here.
They want to let me come in. Okay. Dang, this damn newspaper. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I just do it with my hand. I got the touch screen going. So this section right here, it was a speech by Douglas Mann. So as you go, and this is the Tipton Advertiser, July 5th, 1860. You want to take a screenshot of that one? I'm just going to go over a couple things on these. I don't want to read the whole thing. But right here, he goes over what I was talking about a little bit earlier. So on here, actually, let me go down to here. They fucking gloat about this. So right here, I say that our friends in Georgia who are crying out for protections to slavery in the territories are advocating a mere theory, a mere abstraction. Is that subtraction? Hold on. I think that's subtraction or subtraction. A thing that is not and cannot be. They would do much better if they would demand protection from the general government. So now, and have a line of police established along the border of the slave states to catch and hang the thieving abolitionists who are stealing our, there you go, laughter and applause. So they like that. This is a mean of protection. Why? Because it's practical. Renewed laughter and applause. I like that shit again. Here is my old native state of Virginia, the slave trading and slave breeding state of Virginia. So here's a delegate from Virginia. I call the gentleman to order. He cast an imputation upon Virginia by calling her the slave breeding state of Virginia. Mr. Golden, well, I would say the slave breeding state of Georgia then. I glory in being a slave breeder myself. Loud laughter. I will face the music myself, and I've got as many Negroes and as any man from the state of Virginia. And I invited the gentlemen of this convention at Charleston to visit my plantation. I will say, yeah, he's saying that he's got bigger breeding than Virginia does.
Man.
So, and this is a speech, and you see everybody's laughing. They like this. So I invited the gentlemen of this convention at Charleston to visit my plantation. I will say again that if they will come to see me, I will show them as fine a lot of Negroes and the pure African too, as they can find anywhere. And I will show them as handsome a set of little children there as can be seen. Laughter. And any quantity of them too. Renewed laughter. And I wish that Virginia may be as good a slave trading and slave breeding state as Georgia. And in saying that, I do not mean to be disrespectful to Virginia, but I do not mean to dodge the question at all.
Yeah, he's trying to put you on. He's saying I could put you on.
So Georgia was just as bad as Virginia in competition in this shit.
Exactly. Now here's another one.
Wow, this is crazy. From what I understanding,
yeah, that matched up with the articles and stuff that I was reading. I said that matched up with the articles.
Yeah, they had some of the planters that was doing some of this shit, like to the girls. You dig what I'm saying? And they would sell their own kids, from what I've understood here recently. This is the sick part of the shit that is not talked about a lot.
Yeah, and this is what it pisses me off when people try to say, trying to erase this shit. Oh, it didn't happen. Right. You know how many people went through it?
A lot of us are products of this shit, believe it or not. Yeah. I mean, it just is what it is.
You're taking advantage of people who probably go back to a damn breeding farm.
And they wouldn't know where they're from at that point.
Did you find anything? Okay, so you're
right. My ancestor was one. The one that they got off of the ship from wherever he came from and ended up in Mullen, South Carolina, was used to do the same shit.
Yep. So this one, if you want to take another screenshot, this is the Portland Gazette, May 30th, 1820. So the first one was 1860, right before the Civil War hit. So right before it, they was like, yeah, we doing our thing with the slave breeding, right? So now, 1820. So with this one, when they talk about breeding, so right around here, he pretty much goes over and says, I have called this an inhuman traffic, and gentlemen, with a view to enlist your sympathies as well as your judgment in its suppression. So he's talking about suppressing the trade. All right. Permit me to pass from these cold generalities to some of the details, which are ordinarily attendants upon this trade. Here, indeed, there is no room for the play of imagination. The records of the British Parliament present us a body of evidence on the subject taken with the most scrupulous care, while the subject of the abolition was before it, taken too from persons who had been engaged in or eyewitnesses of the trade. So let me skip down a little bit. Here we go. So this right here, so we can actually get to it. The number of slaves taken from Africa in 1768 amounted to 104,000, and through the numbers somewhat fluctuated in different years afterwards, yet is the highest degree probable that the average until the abolition was not much below 100,000 a year. England alone in the year 1786 employed 130 ships and carried off about 42,000 slaves. So this is further proof of the database, because there's also, they look through all these as well. So the unhappy slaves have been divided into 7 classes. The most considerable, and that which contains at least half of the whole number transported, consists of kidnapped people. This mode of procuring them includes every species of treachery and knavery. I'm not sure what knavery is. What does that mean? That I'm not sure. What's that?
We can look that up. Now, mind you, they were kidnapped kids. These are young women that were involved in this shit.
A roguish or mischievous act. Obsolete, roguish, mischief. So a mischievous act.
Jeez.
Okay, so it consists of kidnapped people. This mode of procuring them include every species of treachery and roguish or mischievous act for knavery. Husbands are stolen from their wives, children from their parents, bosom friends from each other. So generally prevalent are those robberies. That is the first principle of the natives not to go unharmed or unarmed while a slave ship is on the coast, for fear of being stolen. So let me hold on. That it is a first principle of the natives not to go unarmed while a slave ship is on the coast. So they have to be armed. The second class of slaves, and that is not inconsiderable, consists of those whose villages have been depopulated for obtaining them. The parties employed in these predatory expeditions go out at night, set fire to the villages which they find, and carry off the wretched inhabitants, thus suddenly thrown into their power as slaves. The practice is indeed so common that the remains of the deserted and burnt villages are everywhere where to be seen on the coast. So this is actually what they had at the end of slavery, the Dahomey tribe was doing. That's what Cujo Lewis was saying. And it creates this dynamic to where the people that came over as slaves, they sympathize more being here as slaves than being there, because of
hold up. I don't know if I heard that right with you. What you were saying was the Dahomey practicing in this breeding bullshit too.
Not the breeding, but the actually selling.
Okay, I dig that part. Okay, yeah. I read all of that. I just because I thought I don't know if I heard.
No, not the breeding. I'm just saying, like right here, he's talking about the burning of the villages. Right. So he's talking about the burning of the villages and taking them. That's the second part that he's talking about.
You. I'm tracking.
That's when, so that's when everything was set in stone. People were, taking advantage because, I mean, the group of Africans that they were taking were property, were money. That was the currency. That's why when you get into like the Woman King and the story of the Dahomey tribe, they didn't want to let it go because that was their money.
Right.
It sucks, but I mean,
That's what
it was.
What they got into. That was the what you would call a deal with the devil right there.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, you pay for it with your soul.
Yep. And
Because
here's
they
the
still
third
got
class.
y'all. And the homie took over that area from the dude, the Weeda guy. What my man named Hafan. But anyway, that's another story. Go ahead.
So the third class of slaves, and it looks like this is what people are talking about now. So the third class of slaves consists of such persons as are said to have been convicted of crimes and are sold on this account for the benefit of their kings. And it is not uncommon to impute crimes to them falsely and bring on mock trials for the purpose of bringing them within the reach of the royal traders. So
y'all
that's
hear
the
that,
third.
y'all? So that mean they just doing anything to get them. They'll just. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, so it's saying that if they want to get rid of people, they'll either, if they did a crime, or if they wanted to get rid of them, they say they did a crime.
Right.
There was one story where they called it the Oracle, and they would bring like the war troops or anybody that's convicted and bring them through this opening. Said you're going to meet the Oracle. So when they went in there, on the other side was the traders, and that's where they took them. And that's what they would do. That's another story that happened there too. The fourth class includes prisoners of war, captured sometimes in ordinary wars and sometimes in wars originated for the very purposes of slavery.
Right. Now I read a lot of that. Now look, correlating with African on the West Coast, you had the slave raids that was by some of these Islamic people that they would do these runs, and in between that they would get caught up. And sold. And then you still had some Islamic people that was in chains too, and stories with them coming over. So at the end of the day, everybody got that shit.
And then here is the fifth class, and this is the last class. Oh no, there's a sixth class too. See, the fifth class comprehends those who are slaves by birth, and some traders on the coast make a practice of breeding from their own slaves for the purpose of selling them like cattle when they arrive at a suitable age. The sixth class comprehends such as have sacrificed their liberty to the spirit of gaming, and the seventh and last class of those who, being in debt, are seized according to the laws of the country and sold to their creditors. The last two classes are very inconsiderable and scarcely deserve mention. So that right there, that's a really good article on the different classes, and you'll see it. If you remember some of those, you'll see those when you're reading through some of these. If you're, going through slavery, and it goes over, like I said, each of those classes. So then here's an 1829. I think that might be the same. Is it the same one? No. It's okay. So this one's another one. So if you want to screenshot that one as well. So this is the Phoenix Gazette, February 6, 1829. And see, these are different years. So it wasn't like a hush hush. It was, they always talked about it. So I did an 1820, 1829, and 1860. I think the next one I have is 1861. So with this one, they actually talked about the breeding right here. The last provision would be, in the opinion of our author, interfere with the volume of the female part of the slave population, but I believe it would operate only upon those who are engaged in the business of breeding slaves for sale, which I trust is very rare among our citizens. But it wasn't rare. So this one, like I said, this one goes over, and you can see slaves all over it right here. So this one talks about the breeding of it, but it doesn't go into in depth on this one. And which one was this one? Why did I get this one? Yeah. So this is the National Republican, February 26, 1861. This should have been what, the dawn of the Civil War? Was it? Did it start at 61 or 60? Civil War started in 61, right?
I gotta look at the date to be specific.
Okay. But right here, yeah, all this is relevant. So, in the view of these facts, let us see what the real condition and interest of the slave states and the policy which they should presume. No. Pursne? The hell is that? Pursne? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Is that a word?
What's that again?
Pursne? Pursne?
Pursne? I have no clue. Don't give me the Pursne.
Is that even a word?
Pursne. I don't think I heard of that shit. Family, if you just not tuning in for the first time and have not hit the like button, I appreciate it if you do.
Maybe it's supposed to be pursue. I don't know.
Persuade or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. So the cotton are the cotton states, which are South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, and mostly in the irony, all these cotton states are some of these pretendian states: Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama. These are all the ones where they say they're original.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cotton state. But and a part of Texas are slave consuming states: Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, Missouri are slave breeding states. Oh shoot, I didn't read that part before.
Damn.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are breeding states.
7 states?
Yeah. So Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Missouri. So this is 1861. And then can't forget about Georgia, because they wanted to come up and said he did his. So I guess it was just one plantation and not the rest. Oh,
and these are the
So Georgia. So that's not only a cotton state, but he was also breeding them as well. You see Georgia right there?
Yeah.
And he was the one in this article that was saying, I will say that the slave breeding state of Georgia. Right there. Just a year prior. So
that's crazy, y'all.
So now he says the former seek extension of breeding territory to secure cheap Negroes. The latter, if they would extend slavery at all, should strive to annex more consuming territory for the purpose of enhancing the market value of slaves. What then is the policy of the two sections of the South? I cheerfully admit that the border states are but slightly responsible for the disturbed state of affairs, and that the crime rests mainly upon seceding or slave-consuming states. Suppose then the consuming states really mean secession and an independent Southern Confederacy. Will the border slave states go with them and assist in opening the African slave trade? Oh, that's another thing that I read through these. They wanted to open the trade back up. They were trying to get that trade back up.
Mm-hmm.
And they also Tennessee wanted to enslave all the free people of color, because they were like, we either need to enslave them or get them out of here because they're messing with our plantation.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't pass, but all those people that saying that they were free came very close to being enslaved again. So yeah, so this goes over all the slave breeding. Let me see. And they talk, look, I have already shown you that it would only create competition with your own slave breeding states. So they're talking about let me see. Actually, let me just go down to it.
So these are all the known states that was doing it.
Right.
I mean, imagine how much unknown states that was doing it. And you wonder how approximately maybe 300 to 400,000 Africans that was over here. And now you can see where the other numbers come from. This is the dark part of the shit right here. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, so they're going over trying to extend the territory because they wanted to keep that slavery going. You know, it was currency. Whoever had the most slaves had the most work, produced the most cotton, to be rich for the most part. And that's why, you know, when they look at the God, I wish she was here. I don't know if you're able to see this. Are you able to see the PDF that I just brought up?
Yep.
Okay. So this is the question I asked. If anybody want to know why I asked the question I did, she was saying that the record she had was from 1790, and it tells you only the heads of free households appear in these records. All others, including slaves, are noted statistically under the head of the household or reported owner. So I'm kind of curious on which census she's talking about. And I asked her about the 1850 is because the only thing that really shows up is the free African Americans. And I'm going to show you something right after this where this is where the fullest shit comes in. So slaves in 1850 and 1860, and it's called like the slave schedule. So for these two censuses, slaves are enumerated on a separate schedule, right? So now this is what the 1850, or did I just, no, I'm sorry, wrong one. Oh no, did I not? Oh, I had the wrong one. Hold on. So 1850 census record slavery. Right here from the Census Bureau. This is what the 1850 looks like for the census. And on this one, it breaks it down. So the number of slaves in the United States in 1850 was 3,204,313. And it literally breaks it down by states and territories.
So hold up. In Virginia and all of these states that was participating in the breeding activities, what's the number correlation with those? Can we look at that?
Oh, right here.
In curiosity.
So the slave population. So Virginia was at 293,000. Look at all this.
So there's more where the participation of breeding activity occurs. Am I looking at that right? I can't see because I don't got my glasses on.
Hold on, let me see. Let me go back.
Isn't that interesting? Now this is the shit y'all don't want to hear on how some of this shit went down and the untold horrors about this shit.
So what did he say? He said, let's look at the states. It's not that one. Was it this one?
Yahweh's on Josh's live showing his genealogy. Incredulous.
Oh God.
Is he really?
Incredulous.
Hold on. Let me see if I can snatch. Let me see if I can snatch one. I just need a name. I want to see a lord. Hold on.
That's funny. But yeah, I was wanted to see the correlation in the numbers in Georgia, Virginia, wherever.
Yeah, which one was it?
Right. They said Georgia and Virginia was in competition with each other.
Okay, there it is. So,
right.
So Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware, right?
Okay.
Virginia, Maryland, Delaware. So Virginia,
Maryland, Delaware,
Maryland, Delaware. So Delaware didn't really have too much. It looks
okay.
Right. Maryland, 103, 105. So they were going to, pretty nice incline. I don't know what the hell happened here. They had 102, dropped down to 89, finished out with 90. Virginia was crushing them. 293, wow. 345, 390, 425, 460. They ended up with 472 by 1850.
See? So that should tell you something. Since they was in competition of breeding with fucking Georgia. Is Georgia on there?
Oh, Georgia was, look. So Georgia in 1790, 29, 59. Now, when that importation stopped, 105. They had a whole, like, from these 2 years, from 59 to 105, 149, went up to 217 and 80 and 1830, 280, finished off at 381. So Mississippi was 309. Kentucky, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, and I believe Alabama was on there too.
So a lot of these numbers grew after all of this shit was done.
Correct.
So how the fuck could that happen without breeding?
Yeah, of these slave states.
Yeah, remember they said despite the abolitionist movement and its success, the numbers still went up more than they did when it was legal.
Yep. Of these slaves in 1850, 2 million of them were black or of unmixed African descent, and 246 were mulatto. So this is 1850. So the next year or the year after, they're like, oh, they were all laborers. Well, this is telling you 1850. So here's a slave population right here by numbers, right? Black and mulatto population of the United States. Now, this is like what I want to ask you. See how it says free? So free blacks, the free mulattoes, and then the total. But now look at the slaves. So the free, like in Alabama, 567. Slaves, 321,000. Arkansas, 201, 40,000. Let's look at Virginia. Bro, look, 18,000, 428,000. You know, again, slaves, and then percentage. So I'm not sure what they're looking at. I don't know why. I got to read more to see. So slave and free. Oh, that's a mix. Okay. So now it's combining them both. So slave and free. So that's how much total, 321 total. So it looks like, let's say in Alabama, I think they're counting people that died too, because you got the, oh no, that is, that's added together because the 321 to 39 plus the 567 is 321. So it's giving you the totals, and you can see the amount. So 3 million right here. And then the ratios. So all of these. So this is the 1850. So again, when people are saying all that nonsense, these aren't Indians. So all this total right here. So these, what is that? 2,900,000 right here. That's not Indian. You see that? And then, so if you ever get a chance, this is the 1850. And then right here, thus in the United States, the number of Africans and their descendant is nearly 8 or 10. And I'm reading right here, is nearly 8 or 10 to one of those that were imported. Whilst in the British West Indies, there are not 2 persons reigning for every 5 of the imported of their descendants. This is seen from the following: imported into Jamaica previously to 1817. I think this says 700 and something thousand Negroes, of whom their descendants, but 311,000 remained after 170 years to be emancipated in 1833. In the whole British West Indies imported 1,700,000, of whom their descendants 660,000 remained for emancipation. So they were good in their documentation. They documented pretty much everything. And it
Right.
wasn't for us, it was for monetary value, because if they lost anything, they wanted to be reimbursed for it. That's why they kept the records.
And the competition.
And the competition. So
Virginia was fucking cracking with that shit, yo.
they were crushing competition. Virginia was doing it. And it's in one of these. I can't remember which one it was. But again, what it was is Virginia didn't, in the North, where they said, you know, let's get rid of the slaves, the slave labor, or slave labor. It was more of for the economy. So the slaves, they really wouldn't be doing anything. I guess the grounds and stuff wasn't that great. So they switched over to doing the breeding. And Virginia was just one of them that said, you know what, like, we're just going to breed the hell out of everybody. And then they sent them to the South. So there was no need for, you know, ships to come in, because they were getting, I think what I read the last time or the time before last, 50,000 a year. They were being sent to the South. And I think it was either 20 or 30,000 was just Virginia alone.
That's crazy, y'all. And that, you know, that's the missing link in the numbers and stuff. When we talk about, well, there didn't many people come over there, and you know, and this is the dark side. If we're gonna talk about it, you gotta talk about the good and the bad and the ugly that came with it. And it's clearly telling you, man, that they were literally trying to reproduce the labor force. You know, that's how you save money on the investment. It's pretty sick, man.
And I also spoke with my my stepfather when they were just over here, when my mom was braiding me up. One of the things that he mentioned, and I don't know why it slipped my mind, but this is another issue with genealogy. And remember how I said that at this point, the best thing, and me personally, like I really don't. I've been prodded and stuck by everything since being in the military. I've had so much blood drawn that I don't care if somebody's like gonna make a clone of me. I probably got like 5 of them running around. I really don't care about that conspiracy. It's a dumb conspiracy anyway. But here's the thing: being an African descent, if you're stuck on genealogy, the best thing to do is take a DNA test for this one fact. And he actually reminded me of this. So when they were breeding, you might have 2 brothers, brother and a sister, 2 sisters, blood brothers full with 2 different last names. So let's say, Port, me and you are brothers. We both have, you know, 2 separate last names, because your plantation owner has this last name, mine has this last name, and we go to different, you know, plantations. Well, when you're looking at genealogy, you might find me, but they might not find you. You see what I'm saying?
Right, because of the name.
Because of the name. So they won't know that you're a sibling to me. And there's no way to really find out unless somebody has it in a will. But I don't, at that point when they're sending slaves down, I guarantee you they're not saying, well, hey, these are actually siblings. I mean, they might, but I mean, what's the chances of that happening? So it's, at this point, I don't know what would fix, you know, like I said, a perfect genealogy. Some people get lucky. You know, when all their families in one place, somehow they were like, you know what, I'm keeping the whole family in place, like they did with some of mine, like my mother's side, where everybody stayed pretty much in Caswell County. My father's side, they branched from Louisiana to Compton, California, to Ohio, to North Carolina, or Asheville, North Carolina. So they're all over the place, and it's like huge. So that's just like I said, that's just one of the things that with this whole process of breeding and the slavery that you got to watch out for whenever you do a genealogy. It's just, that's why it takes so long. So I don't understand when people say, I'm just going to do yours in a night, which I find is the most oddest thing I can ever hear. So, but yeah, definitely get the this document under your belt. Take a look at it.
No,
So
I
then when you hear
appreciate
these
that
crazy
shit.
other,
That's a big jewel, man. I mean, that's not talked about enough, man. I mean, it needs to be pointed out.
yeah, and it goes right into like mental health, because
Mhm.
when you look at I guess at this point it's like forced incest, if you actually think about it.
Right.
It's very possible. You know, back then I've seen in like way down in my tree, like in cousins, I'm like, man, those are 2 first cousins. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why they probably didn't even know. You mean, there's no way to know at that point. You know, I can assume with the best intention that they didn't know. I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. But you can't discount the fact that, you know, slave masters did that. They would breed the strongest, and if your family was the strongest, they did it.
Yeah, breed you. Yeah, they'll find a stud. They'll be a stud for the shit. They would kidnap the women, all types of stuff.
Yep.
One of them wrote about, like, I just saw this shit somewhere where that one of the somebody wrote about how it benefit them to have more women on the plantation than it does the men, but just because of those purposes. So they were heavily into it, and I think that motherfucker was from Virginia. I forgot where it's at. I gotta see where I just saw it. It was like on the timeline for you and shit.
And you know what? While you're bullshitting, this is actually plays into the whole Walter Pleckard thing. Because if you think about it, so Virginia, so where is it? So Virginia had that many slaves running around, right? So the reason why, so he ends up with, you know, 472 in Virginia itself. The reason why Walter Plecker instituted, you know, the change is because of the one drop rule. That's pretty much what it was. That's how I've always known it, you know, one drop rule. They didn't want African blood nowhere, and they tell by your phenotype. So his thing is he wanted, you know, purity of the races. You're either Indian or white, but he didn't want no African. So that's why they, you know, like I said, they did the one drop if they found it. So you had all these people in Virginia, and they looked like they had the most by far. Second came from South Carolina, was up there too with 384, it looks like. So if you go like 472 with this rate, so it looks like they were constantly increasing. I'm pretty sure if you go into the later censuses with black, when you get to like the 1930s, I bet you there was well over 1 million. Had to be, and that's just an assumption. So there's a lot of mixings going on where he said that the tribe was no longer all white or all or Native American, or actually back then it was American Indian. So it's just something to think about, something maybe look more further into with these numbers. So who knows?
Yep, that's a whole different section of like that ain't got nothing to do. They can throw everything else out and just deal with that. Because now those things that y'all say out y'all mouth, this is a different dynamic here. This, we're not talking about, oh yeah, you know, you think your ancestors just got on the boat. Yo, this is from the womb. Like this is a planned breeding, like animals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, and I know this is the animal thing is a technicality right now because it's just plants and animals, but y'all get what I'm saying. This is what you would do with your pit bulls and Rottweilers and shit. You know, so then now this turns your conversations that you're talking, the conversations that you're having with people who are just coming up there looking for help, and they're part of the conversation because they can't find something's missing. This is the answer to their story. The ship is the answer to the story. The runaway, the escapes, the insurrections, those are the answers to the stories. You see what I'm saying? You know, being freed is the answer to the story, or mixing in with the other people who were there. That's the answer to the story. That shit y'all talking about is not the answer, because y'all still empty, you're still frustrated, and you're still just reaching for shit. What, you already proved it, right? What are you still looking for shit for and reaching for? What is this? Now you're recruiting people saying like, come on, let me do it. Now, and that's what I'm thinking, Rob. I'm thinking they got to say they need somebody else to do it because they're going to lose somebody. That person is really, most of the people are really trying to honestly figure out what they're doing wrong. And they could just be making some simple mistake while they're not finding something. They could actually have something there, but just can't do it right, and don't have enough help. So they like, well, fuck that. This is a conversion. I got to steal this deal. You see what I'm saying? This is clientele right here. So if I let them go do their genealogy by themselves, they're going to find out that they African.
Yeah.
If I do it, I can go ahead and make them an Indian. We losing people with.
Yep. I believe that's what happened to Witchcom, but I'm gonna keep that one because he said he just found out, and I'm like, how do you just find out in a day? Like, what was the hammer? Did somebody just all of a sudden somebody just like, hey, I know you're this old, but oh yeah, we did have this one Indian. Oh shoot, I'm indigenous. I don't think so. I think somebody probably did his genealogy, to be honest with you. Because it seems like that's what's happening.
Who, the Most High?
No, what is it, Josh, the one that flipped?
Oh,
because he said
that was just one day.
Yeah,
I thought he was undercover. He just flipped. This just happened.
Yeah, before that he was no, I don't understand this. He had videos. I don't understand this, and this. And then all of a sudden he was like, I just got some information today and I found out that everything was true. I'm like, huh? Like in one day, really?
Oh shit.
Yeah, he was talking about his ancestry and like, I guess he wasn't seeing his grandma or something on his ancestry results or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, he was going back and forth for a little while, but yeah, officially.
So I'm guarantee you, somebody did his genealogy. Like, look, see, you Indian. Oh yeah, you right. Like, no, buddy. It takes you a little. You should, take some time. And it just what sounds weird, because I saw I guess the aftermath when people are trying to tell them that you got to do. I guess their new thing is how to be moved forward. And the only answer is making sure people are saying the right things. I mean, you're a lawyer.
Come get your shit pushed in. I mean, that's an option.
Proper evidence. You got to have proper evidence. That should be basics, right? I would think.
Not in this world, man.
God dang.
Yeah, it should be.
This ain't that.
I can just say that, damn, I was an alien. How you gonna disprove me?
Can't.
I'm Martian Man, bro.
Yeah. You know what?
I remember them days where you thought you could just don't you think like, yo, that's the end of it. Boom, that's out of there. And you come back the next day.
I mean, damn, I know you heard in the stories about the ships that fell down in Roswell, right? Remember that? You heard stories about that?
Yeah.
I came from one. You know what? I came from one, Area 15. I mean, how can you disprove me? I mean, Jesus Christ. It's ridiculous.
They need to leave that shit alone.
Yeah, but I just wanted to show y'all this because I hope she doesn't. I wish she would come back up here. Because like I said, if she traced it back to 1790, I would love to see that.
Man, we all compadres, right? It just got a little heated. I'm wondering if maybe y'all wouldn't can we do the genealogies with y'all? We y'all on Discord, Zoom? Can we sit in and we won't say nothing? And can we just watch how y'all do it?
Yeah, I got mine. Got to go through mine.
We want to watch.
My shit go back to 69, 59, 1869. On my dad's side.
And if anybody, who ain't, if anybody's wondering, is this something that is possible? If you can see this happening, maybe them showing us how they're doing it. If we're lying, right? If we're lying, and they're telling the truth that this is not happening, we're just being skeptics and all that shit. Well, we should be able to sit in, right? We're part of the same community. We're all actually Indians, right? We just don't know the truth. As somebody said it earlier, that we're ignorant because we believe we come from slaves, so we have slave mentality, and slaves don't know any knowledge. They're dumb, right? So y'all should still be considerate and let us see how you do the genealogy for other people. I would love to see that shit because I'm doing it by myself and my family. I'm talking to them. That shit is hard.
Yeah.
You like give up. You're like, man, I need to take a break and go do something else. That shit is annoying. You know, you think you found something and then it don't connect right. You know, you got to start over, go back, delete shit, move. Y'all just get somebody's shit off a line. Hey, what's your name? Boom, send me email. Like, I got to see how y'all doing this.
You and me both. You and me both. Like I said, I tripped out when someone was like, "Oh, I got his information. I could do his genealogy right now." I'm like, "Whoa, how? How are you doing this?"
That dude said, "My name is Markinson." Whatever he said his name, he said, "Look me up." Choctaw. Like, you can't look at this thing. Really open up Google and just type in somebody's last name and see what the hell pops up.
Yeah, she literally said, "Oh, look, your name's right here. See, you're Choctaw. This is your last name." What? That's not how that works. And that's why I catch as many people as I do when they talk about, "Oh yeah, we all copper colored," and I'm like, wait, do I even have that video? I think I sent that up here. It should be 9. Oh, actually, I do, because I put it up there, so it should be number 9. Let me see. I'll probably get to that one later. I don't wanna. Hold on. Do you want me to bring that up? Or you saw number 9? I did, right?
No, well, play. Go ahead, play it.
Hold on, I gotta do the actual tab. I step through because it's, man, these mistakes are freaking weird, man. Let me see, where is my library? Videos. Library. Trust these people. These people. Yeah, here it is. And let me share.
It sounds like somebody playing Contra. What is that?
Oh shoot, my bad. That was like that. What's something? My touchpad. Can y'all see it?
Nah, not yet. Oh, port.
Yeah.
I think he about to share.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, y'all see it?
Yeah.
All right. You hear it?
We can't hear it. Can y'all hear that?
Wait, play it again.
Now this Aboriginal Indian from the Copper Colored Race.
Okay,
so
so
one of his videos.
So right here where you got the William Weathers. So what ended up happening is with this William Weathers. So normally sometimes these pictures aren't filled in, but for some strange reason, when he kept talking about the copper colored whatever, so that's one of his ancestors right there that he put on this one. And this is another thing that I find odd with all these people that say they got done their genealogy. None of them never have any pictures, even after 1860. So you would think that somebody has like a photo album or something and put a picture here and there, but they don't ever have any pictures. Yeah, something. But then right here, that's one of his ancestors. And then he wrote this Jehu Barnes. And you see how it says, I got some Black European descendants, right? Bloodline is rich. So again, no pictures. And these are all the things, right? So now, when you go look at his, so right here, so G.U. Barnes, so this is the setup. I ask him directly about G.U. Barnes, which is right here. So this is supposed to be his grandfather. So right here tells me, is it this one? So he goes over, his grandfather, but there's one. Oh, I'm sorry. It's right here. You have to use critical thinking. How can a recessive gene create a dominant gene? So when I talked about G.U. Barnes, he said, that's my grandmother's dad. What about her mother? So now that's what they look like. So that's supposed to be his great grandparents. And I don't know if it's just me, but that don't look anything copper colored at all. Especially when you look at someone with this complexion right here. Now, should that complexion come from those two?
Nope.
And then the bad part is I'm not going to put them on. I'm not going to put anybody else that doesn't, involve in this. But when you go to those grave sites like this, it tells you, like when you scroll down, who put the picture in. So sometimes you can click on that profile and they'll say that's my 6-time great grandmother. Oh, that's my, something grandfather. When you click on that, they are not copper colored. They're about as pasty as you can get. So I'm like, they don't even look at this stuff. They literally just choose a name. And I'm pretty sure that one of the names, but when you go to G.U. Barnes, what did I put? Did I do plantation? These are all for what year was it? 1756, I think. 1756. There's my heritage. That's what Kenya uses. My heritage, which are all family trees from somebody else. But is it this? Well, one of the trying to remember where it was at. Oh, it's actually on the grave site. It literally states the introduction and everything about G.U. Barnes. So if he would have read that, he should have known that wasn't his ancestor. Maybe it is, but even if that is his ancestor, he's not the original copper colored race. If that's true, see what I'm saying? So that's what's ended up happening. And also, let me see. Is it this one?
Yeah. Goofy. And the funny thing is, he doesn't know that I.
Not that one. I actually want to show y'all this. So the next time you see me talking to Kenya, you'll understand where this is coming from. It's time.
Feds that could find you.
Whoa.
But I'm not going to do that.
That's 7. Is it 4? So, welcome to This Is Why You Can't Trust These People. Oh, that's another one. That his sister had all these nationalities, but he didn't have the same. He was Indian, but his sister wasn't. I'm not sure how that works yet. And I just want to show you one more video before I close this down. But I can't remember which one it was. Let's see, was it 3? But anyway, one of these can't trust people is actually for Kenya. Oh, okay. Here you go.
Can't trust these people.
So if she's watching, this is for education. Can y'all hear that?
Yep.
Okay. Watch this. No harassment or bullying. Look, I just want to highlight something else that I found. So with all these different trolls and bots coming around, and they're always saying somebody's an agent and stuff. Well, I saw something funny tonight. Watch this. So as I was listening to this live, it was crazy. It was going down, right? I noticed this right here. I know my ancestors, do you? So I was like, okay, let me see if she learned the last time. So me being me, I put a Creole. And then if you look on the bottom, she says incorrect. It's very interesting. Double down on it. You don't have any Creole ancestors. No Creole ancestry. It's crazy. So I tried to do like another double down. I think I'm at triple now. So I said, do I gotta drop another video of you lying, right? Disappeared for a little bit. And I came back in an alternate profile. Right there. And then dropping that gem of a comment, slave. Bam, I hit it again. Hey, your ancestor not Creole? And then, nope. In Jamaica, they were chattel. Cool. So, and then I saw one, she's calling somebody Sambo. So I dropped one more comment just to see if it clicks. So you call someone Sambo and you lying about your Creole ancestor. Pay attention. What Creole ancestry? So at this point, after how many chances, I'm like, man, there's something wrong, right? What's going on, man? Now, in this, I have a video. So this is the very first video I debunked of hers because she used this and said that Tutmos was from Egypt and America. So she asked right here, she posted her, and it's still on one of her profiles. This is a census. Right here, it shows Creole, and that's ditto. So these are Creole that she put because that's her question. Now watch this. This question. She literally says that's her family that she's showing, which is Creole. Then drops this, my family genealogy, which said Creole. Interesting. Then also admitted it down there. My family only had 2 African out of. Now, if you talk to her now, she doesn't have any African if you speak to her. Am I wrong?
Yep. They make all African. They start off with some African, one side, a little bit, mixed, maybe took one in, and then they end up at 0.
Right. So now she said it on 4/8 on my profile She found 2 African out of hundreds. I'm not sure the hundredth part. Dang, how many people? She got hundreds of family members? Huh.
Hundreds. Can't forget. She had.
And then there's another one she wrote. So this one was off her profile where she tried to lie to someone else. So she's switching from, she does have Africa, she doesn't have Africa. She is Creole, she's not Creole.
Had this one, so bounces back and forth from I don't have African, I do have African. I guess depending on who they talk to, which leads me to my final point. At what point are we just lying about stuff just to lie about it? I mean, if you're an African descent, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm guessing with this whole cult type movement, doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So this is why I won't be trusting y'all. Peace.
And she was actually the first of the series.
Damn.
So
y'all need to get y'all shit together.
And that's why I started doing it, because let me stop the screen share. So that's why I started doing the series, because these jokers be lying. Straight lying. And that's why I asked her the questions I did today. And if you look back in the chat, she says the same thing. I ain't got no Creole ancestors. And she wrote that today.
I gotta put a stop to this shit, man. Y'all not even making sense at this point. Don't even look like y'all trying. Did y'all give up or something?
And that's receipts.
Damn.
All right, Port. I know you've done.
Yeah, I'm over here.
Finished,
man. I'm yo. I'm expiring over here, yo.
I said, Port.
I'm out. But yeah, let me wrap this thing up, yo. This shit was
way
this
too
thing.
excited, man. I was up way too early.
Oh shit. Damn. We gonna do pseudo Sunday tomorrow?
I won't be. I got to go to the chocolate fest with my parents tomorrow. They only got a few more days left here, so
yeah, we can try to do if we can squeeze it in. But
if I can squeeze in, I might. We'll see. I don't know.
Rest first, though. Rest is first.
Yeah, I know. I'm on the fucking tap.
If we can.
Yeah, rest over all of this. For sure. But shit, go ahead and close out, y'all. Go ahead.
All right, y'all. Like I told y'all, check your emails. If you don't have that address already given to me, I'm sending out these first wave of books. There's some corrections in there that I didn't like, but since I missed the date twice, like I told you, I'm just go ahead and push this one through. And then when I do make everything perfect the way I want it, I'm sending everybody who already got it the book free, and it's in a format that I want it. So check your email. If you checked it already and it's not there, then just send me a message. If you know you didn't put your address in, because I think I sent out 5 books, so it was way more than that. So somebody's not checking their email. I'll put another message out on TikTok. And if y'all do know other people who y'all know y'all got the book, go ahead and send them a DM and say, hey, go check your email. He's trying to get the address. Y'all be prepared, because I'm definitely going to be maneuvering into the religious shit. I'm still going to be doing this, but I'm going to be putting up some more content that's going to follow through with this book and leading into the second book as well. So y'all stay tuned for that. And yeah, pretty much y'all just stay tuned, and please get us some clips, man. Don't be coming in here talking about hey, this dude said this. Hit the damn screen record and get us a little clip while we busy doing something, because we can't get it while we're sitting here. So yeah, thanks for showing up, y'all. Thanks for being patient. We're gonna keep getting more and more organized with this shit. As you can see, it's getting less and less personal. Rob still got to do his thing though, because he's the expert in that, and that everybody got their different way of attacking things or whatever. But as long as we being respectful and we not disrespecting anybody, everybody showing their shit, we not like hunting people down, trying to grab their wallet and check their ID or anything. Everything is straight. So y'all keep this shit pushing. Share the information, screen record little clips here and there, and share it on your page. And please check your emails, man. I got five sent out, and y'all all paid for that shit. So make sure y'all get y'all books and tell the other people the same thing. Peace.
Peace.
All right, everybody. I just want to say that hope everybody enjoyed all the presentations and all the additional information. And just like Mo was saying, if you got any information, please bring it. We'd love to look at it. I love to go through it just to make sure that the correct information is getting out there. We have to put a stop to all this weird stuff that's going on, and be active in these conversations, just to make sure that the correct information is going out, and we're looking for the youth, protecting the youth, protecting minds, and just like one of our brothers say, protect your IQ or guard your IQ. Shout out, but definitely
gotta protect your neck.
Yeah. Peace to everybody. And if you need me, I'll be in TikTok land, just trying to see what's going on with the landscape now that I'm live now. So y'all have a good one.
Yeah, peace to Rob. Rob got 1,000 in the room. He got 1,000.
Yeah, just go watch Joshua's live, I guess.
Right now?
Yeah, they all over there saying stupid shit.
Who is Joshua? Oh, is that dude?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll check it out.
That's all I want.
I don't see him on live, am I?
Yeah, his name's like simply Joshua, just Joshua, some shit.
I guess I'll have to check simply Josh.
Somebody will send it to your TikTok.
Oh shit! Okay, I see it. Yeah, I'll be over there chilling. I can't get in no way. I'll be on the sidelines with that.
He ain't gonna let us in, bro, because he wouldn't let me in. They must have told him who I was.
Oh shit, they deep over there.
Remember, it was 24 people trying to get in when I was getting in. It got down to 8 people, and he still ain't let me in. Then he let some of them in twice. Then he let you up.
Yeah, they funny like that.
So he over there believing everything that come out of their mouth. Talking about Walter Pecker only did that stuff in Virginia, but the other states followed suit and did exactly what Walter Pecker did, but they didn't put his name on it. There's a whole bunch of pseudo shit.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I can't fuck with that.
Talking about the people that was on the plantations, they weren't mixing in with white people, like the slave master wasn't raping the slave women. Like they just say dumb shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a fantasy, man. They got people wrapped up in this dumb shit. No one's reading the primaries, yo. Like no one, we only ones doing it and putting it out, and it's not sensational enough for people to be like, oh, they like this fantasy shit. But I tell you what, they're gonna get scammed, and I don't hear nobody's mouth when they be like, well, they scammed us, and nope, y'all gotta deal with that dumb shit.
Right.
I'm
out, y'all.
Peace, man. If I can do something tomorrow, we'll see. Vancy, you still up? Vanta knocked out too. Oh shit. Peace, everybody. I like to say thank you to each and everybody that has been supporting us, man. If you want to support us, go ahead and check out the link down there. We definitely appreciate the cash apps and all that stuff that you guys been sending. I want to reach out and say thank you to everybody that has supported the channel and gotten us this far. And we appreciate it. We're going to continue to read, get these books, put these primaries out for you guys, put the information out. So if you're tired of the copy and paste bullshit and you want to hear some good history the right way and told to you, well, you're in the right spot. So thank you. I'm going to close out with the closeout music. Peace. I love you too down there in the comment section. Patrice, thank you, everybody. I appreciate all y'all. Thank y'all for hanging there. Thank you, Lily. Shout out to Lily. Shout out Patrice. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Everybody. Anybody that I miss. I'm shouting all of y'all out. Okay. So thank you guys. This is for y'all. We appreciate it. I'm trying to find the music right now. I got quiet. Y'all know when I get quiet, I get like sleepy mode and shit. Peace, y'all, man. I love all y'all. Peace.
Let us roll.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.